So make sure you tune in and don't miss the Sweet Poppy shows.
Hi everyone, I'm Phil Martin. I've been a paper crafter for well over 20 years now and a designer for just over 10 years. Sentimentally Yours is my multi-award winning brand of clear stamps, rubber stamps. I've now also introduced lots of craft dies in there, designer papers. I have my mediums where we've introduced the Flawless Media brand into the Sentimentally Yours family. We aim to inspire you, to be educational and to teach you how to get the most from the products that we're bringing to you. The Sentimentally Yours family has grown to include my good friend Julia Watts and our new designer Trudy Howard. Hopefully we're all going to bring something different to the show, so you're going to be enriched with lots of different ideas and inspiration.
Hi, I'm Emma. I work with Cricut to help you get the best out of your machines. Cricut is a range of tools, machines and accessories that allow you to work with hundreds of materials. You can customise and personalise your papercraft projects, your home decor, clothing. You can work with iron-on vinyl, paper, card, wood, fabrics. The possibilities are endless. On the shows, I hope I can inspire you with ideas to help you become your creative best with Cricut. So make sure you don't miss the Cricut shows.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, the craft store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from Feefo. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Good morning everybody and a warm welcome to the Craft Store. We are kicking things off in style, my goodness, and we got a great show for you, featuring some beautiful dies, papers and stamps from Apple Blossom. Speaking of beautiful, we have the lovely Lou with us. Hello.
Good morning.
How are you? Changed the hair?
Yeah. Oh yeah, all the time.
This looks very cool.
Thank you.
You look a bit like a superhero.
Oh, I am a superhero,
You're
yeah.
a super crafter.
I don't have my cape today,
Okay.
but maybe in the later on.
Do you know what, cape doesn't make the hero. You don't need a cape to be a hero. Look, we genuinely have got some lovely, lovely, lovely dies and stamps. But for anyone maybe not familiar with Apple Blossom, tell us a little bit about it.
So Apple Blossom has been going quite a while now, and it's actually designed in-house at Practical Publishing,
Cool.
which you're probably more familiar with from a lot of the magazines that we bring you, lots of magazine bundles. And they are absolutely fantastic value. We make sure you get a lot for your money and a huge amount. I mean, they're huge stamps, huge size, but they're kind of your essentials. They're topping up your stash as such with these, and they're sort of staple dies and stamps that you just need. They're not a want, they're a need.
That's such a good way of putting it. They are your essentials, your go-tos. We've got lots of bundles here, so this is taking you through all the months. Thing is, autumn collection, but we were talking about this, Lynn. You be governed by, I mean, you might want to go for the complete set, and I can see the appeal of that, but equally, just go for your favourite flowers. Don't worry about the months. I'm looking at this. I'm going to show you the dies. You can see the size of the stamps. I mean, they are beautiful stamps that just absolutely scream for colour. Even if it's just as simple as getting your sort of brushos or explosion powders, stamping over that.
Perfect.
Die cut, and let me just show you. When we talk about dies, look at the size of these, Lou. They are huge.
Yeah, of course, they're going to go around your stamps, which are also equally as big. They're A5 stamp sets there.
Yeah.
So, yeah, they're absolutely massive. But they will go through your A5 die-cutting machines. So don't worry, you don't need the large base machines.
So, I mean, best of both worlds. I even like the fact you've got the outside cutting edge for your sentiments in there as well, your words that you're getting. So, look, when we break this down, and Lou, I think, started off by summing up perfectly. It's an essential value for money, and this is where every crafter can relate. Look at the size of the stamps. I mean, how much would you pay typically for a stamp set of that size? You're getting 3 stamp sets, beautifully detailed. But then you're getting the coordinating die in the mix as well. And you're getting the paper pad too for $43.96. That is just bonkers. Okay, $43.96. We've got 7 elements. All right, Charlotte, it's very early in the morning. I haven't had much sleep, so you're going to have to help me with the maths here. How does that work out, like, per set? £6.28.
Fantastic price.
It's, I mean, a really good price. £6.28 for a stamp of this size and quality. And look, can we just talk about the savings? Because it's not just £3. You're actually getting savings that you can buy these individually as a stamp and die combo. You save £3 on each. So £3 saving across the board. So £3 saving here, £3 saving here, £3 saving here, £9, and then a further £3 on top of that. That's a £12 saving. And then let's just go through our pad, because we've got, Lou, and within these, I know you've pretty much got everything. We've got our paper pad, we've got our stamps, we've got our dies. I mean, there, stamp on top, die cut, done.
Exactly. So these paper pads are made to be a little bit transparent as such in the effect. So you're going to get almost that watermark in the background that just hints towards the colourings of the flower maybe that you want it to be. But I definitely mix and match these. I don't always use the coordinating flower with the background, because there are some absolutely stunning backgrounds in there that you can use with any flower on top. So you've got 12 different designs in each paper pad. There are 180 GSM. So they're that kind of paper cardstock borderline there. So you could use it as matting and layering. You could also use it as an insert if you wanted to. And you get 3 sheets of each. So many of these are not just A4, they're A5, they're A6. You can cut them down.
So yeah, cutting those down in the centre as well. Beautiful pad. Really, really nice. You've got different colour tones.
These help you as well. If you're a little bit stuck for positioning, composition of a card, pop one of these backgrounds on and work from there. It gives you the white space to fill in with your stamped element or your die cut, or where to put your sentiment. It just helps you along the way.
That's an excellent point. Excellent point with regard to composition, because that's an area I know a lot of crafters, especially new crafters, struggle with, is getting that composition right. Let me show you a few examples, because this is where having the die and stamp combo really comes into their own. You could fussy cut this out, but it will take time.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the die is just seconds, isn't it? And you can create some really beautiful silhouettes with the dies on their own too.
Nice. Well, how about here? I mean, the flowers are stunning. Beautiful cards here, just showing you, and this is just the tip of the iceberg of what you can achieve. $43.96 is your price. You are saving £12, but here's the thing. Freedom members. Flexi payment means that you pay $21.98 today, and then in 4 weeks' time, $21.98. 323608, your item number. This is your September, October, and November. We shall progress down our journey, going through all the seasons. We're into winter now. It'll be winter before we know it.
Oh, I know. I've already thought beyond winter. I'm into spring now, crafting for that.
This is good. Summer will be here before you know it.
Oh, it'd be lovely.
I think I know that each of the flowers here obviously reflecting their respective seasons. Same bundles in the sense that you're going to get the stamp and dies sets. You're also going to get the paper pad in there too. We worked out £6.28 per element. Love that. Is that daffodils going on? And you've got, is that not daffodils? I did think for September daffodils. What? How is it a narcissist? No, it's not a narcissist. What? The team are laughing. They're laughing in my ear. I'm regurgitating what I hear. What is it? Narcissus.
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 I'm doing it now.
Narcissus.
It's very, very similar.
It's a lovely flower. And then we've got here, I love it. I've got this so badly wrong in so many ways, starting with the daffodil as I was going downhill. But you go through. Well, let's have a look at the other flowers, because you've got the names in there. Just going to have to help me, because my old eyes and the monitor's very far away. What's this one? Oh, it's a Stephanolis. That's a lovely one. And then I'm really bad with flowers, and then they have like the Latin names.
The one that you just looked at, I'm just going to call it the one because I'm awful with pronouncing names as well. I like that one for just the foliage. So around any of your big florals, you can use this as background foliage, fillers and things like that. So I'd definitely be popping this one in your basket with whatever else you choose.
Yeah, well, that's actually a really good point, and spoken like a true crafter. Just using those elements. Yeah, this is a nice one. This is your ranunculus. It's a good name, ranunculus. I like
You're doing so well.
Oh, I love the name, the ranunculus. So let me just hold up. Let me just show you the size of the dies. I mean, they are huge. Again, the amount that you're getting here. So we've got our outside cutting edge to cut out our date and also the name of the flower as well, so we can really personalize. I'll show you the pad in there too. And pads are nice because you've got lovely soft images that you were just alluding to, Lou. Gives you that scope to stamp over. Then we've got our A5 in there, and then we've got our borders. Is this what's going on? This is our winter pad. Yeah. Everyone down. Oh, okay. Wait 1 second. Now I had everybody walk me when I called that a daffodil. Then all of a sudden the team are in my ear saying, "Can you check this right pad? Because you've got daffodils in there." Ben, Ben's very knowledgeable. Just told the team apparently the narcissus is the same family as a daffodil. Now, why didn't you say that to everyone when they were laughing and mocking me in my ear? Oh, they didn't believe you. Okay. Thank you. It's like we're having family squabbles. Let's look at it live on air. But beautiful pad.
That's pretty, isn't it?
That is very nice. But we're learning this morning, which is nice.
Every day's a school day.
Every day's a school day. Every day's a school day with Lou. So you see, lovely pad. I mean, come on. That's screaming to be used, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. And like you say, I love that you've got that lightened opacity, so it's a little transparent. You can stamp over it. It's not going to be in the way of whatever you put over the top. But you've got ribbon strips in there as well. For example, you can trim those out. You can use them for your wording if you want. You've got thank you, best wishes, with love, all that sort of words.
There you go. Apparently, I'm not a good paper pad flicker.
Oh, okay.
It's been told. Let me show you some examples. That's very pretty.
It's gorgeous. And you know what? We're calling this the winter collection. Obviously, winter, we always think of Christmas. This could be like a Christmas card with a little bit of glitter on it. But I think there's nothing to say you have to use these flowers at all near winter.
And using the pad, the paper pad with them,
works,
really works.
Yeah.
But like you say, it doesn't have to be winter, but it can be all seasons, really, depending on how you use it. That's pretty.
It's different, isn't it? Just using that as a little bit of background pattern rather than the focal point.
Did you make that one?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. Loved it. Oh, there you go.
A cone of flowers.
It's kind of
It's a bit different.
Ice cream. There you go.
Yeah.
And that's upside down. There you go. So £21.98 is your price there. If you do want to take advantage of flexi payment, if not £43.96. Same deal though, in the sense that you're not just saving £3, you're actually saving £12 in total, because there are £3 savings on the individual die and stamp duo. So £3 here, £3 here, £3 here. Let's move on. We've got summer. We're still in summer.
Yes,
Let's enjoy it. We are still in summer. We'll go through the flowers that you're getting here. These are pretty. Really, really nice. So, here we've got our Lizanthus. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Looks like a rose to me.
Yeah. Would a rose by any other name? I like that. And you've got the head, the sort of free floating head, which allows you to bolster and pattern build.
Yeah, so you can decoupage over the top of your main image, or you can just use the heads individually. Like I say, if you're just creating a background pattern, for example, but I'll show you a bit more of that in demonstration.
Okay, now this is your zinnia. That's a lovely flower.
Very pretty, isn't it?
Oh, do you know, I'm just thinking watercolours or your alcohol markers. This would look incredible.
Yep, absolutely. If you want something to practice your colouring with, these are nice big images to start learning how to do your shading and adding your highlights and things into, like you say, your alcohol pen colouring. I know it's something that we all like to sort of aspire to colour, like Claire Rowlands, for example.
No, we all aspire to colour like you, Lou. You're very modest, but you're a great colourist. But yeah, it's a good opportunity to get your alcohol markers out. If not, get your watercolours, your watercolour pencils, I mean, any medium, but they do scream for colour. And there's August in there too. Of course, you have got your die sets. Just showing you one of the die sets just to give you an indication of size. Lou made such a good point. These are sizable dies, but they'll still go through your A5 machine, which is fantastic. So you don't need an A4 machine. And you're getting all 3 die sets. Look at the amount of dies that you are getting, corresponding stamps, and the size of the stamps. And if I just drop this down, I'm going to keep on saying it, because for me, the salient point, as a crafter, look at the size of this stamp set. Now, typically, I'm going to put my hand into shot just to give you an idea of sense of scale. How much, rhetorical question, but how much would you pay for a stamp set of this size, an A5 stamp set? I've seen, I mean, different brands, different companies, but what, about £14?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, about for an
Absolutely.
A5?
Yeah.
An A6, we're kind of looking at the £10 mark, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So it works out £6.28 per set. £6.28, £6.28. That is such a beautiful flower. £6.28, and then the corresponding dies. And again, a die set of this size, £6.28. Come on, that's ranunculus.
Well done.
Redonkulous. Okay, 871194, your item number. Oh, we haven't looked at the paper pad, and I'll just show you what the flower that I was heaping such praise on. I mean, how pretty is that? And this is a good example, Lou, you're demonstrating. Little bit of colour.
Yeah.
Just a little bit of colour.
That's just been done with some, that was Karen markers, the pens, so water-based pens, just wet the image first, pop in a little bit of ink, let it bleed into the lighter colours, really easy.
Very nice. And we'll look at the pad as well, because we haven't looked at the pad. I think I'm gonna mix it up. I'm gonna go top down. Let's see if I can improve on my flicking. There you go. So you can see here. Not used to doing it this way. Well, oh, lovely colours. Obviously, the flowers reflecting the. Oh, that's pretty.
The
That's
bumblebee in
lovely.
there.
But this, do you know what I like about this as well? I'll be chopping in. You're getting your words. Wrong way. There we go. You're getting your words and your borders. So snip
Yep.
into those, Lou.
Absolutely, yeah. So if you're stuck for sentiments, you've got those in there as well. If you don't want to use, obviously, the flower name or the month that comes with the stamp set.
Yeah. All set. Beautiful. Okay, so that's your paper pad. As a bundle, all of this for $21.98 is your first flexi payment is incredible. It is your first flexi payment, then obviously in 4 weeks' time you pay your second flexi payment. You're getting the paper pad, you're getting the stamps, you're getting the dies. That's pretty much everything you need to get going, making beautiful cards. 871194, your item number. And now spring.
Love spring.
Spring, it's a season that puts a smile on a lot of people's faces. We'll go through and see the flowers that we're getting here. So you've got your daffodil, which actually a lot of people know. Daffodil is the same family as the narcissus.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I know this.
Oh, well done.
Learning. So that's your March. And then here is that... do you know what I was going to say? It was a fox. Fox what? Oh, stocks. I thought it was like a foxglove, but no, it's a stocks. Stocks? That could be in the same family as a foxglove.
Could well be.
I've just, every time I
think
see a
it
flower
is.
that looks the same, I'm just going to say that. And then finally, we've got the peony in here. That's very pretty.
Possibly my favourite.
Peony, there is something about a peony, and that is just, in my head, I'm just seeing the beautiful pinks sort of coming through
Yeah,
that peony.
absolutely.
Okay, I'm going to look through the paper pad, but I do want to show you a couple of samples. I mean, come on. That peony with a gold emboss. Ooh. That, Lou, that's
Would be
classy.
perfect for weddings, wouldn't it, peonies?
Yeah,
You see them a lot more nowadays. But you can, so this is the same stamp set there, just completely different colours, gives you a very different look.
That is such an elegant card. That's a very luxurious card.
So I'm actually going to do something very similar to that, show you the technique for the second demonstration.
Okay,
With that
we'll
stamp set.
see that. I will show you the dies as well, because we are getting the dies within this. So there are your dies. Beautiful. So no fussy cutting. And then the paper pad. We'll have a look here. I think I'm going to try it this way. Let's have a look. Oh, that's pretty. And then you've got those are your A5s. You've got your A4s in there as well, but nice, soft, muted, so it allows you to stamp over and doesn't dominate. You've also got your words in there as well. Wait, they're upside down, but we'll go with it. It's just easier to flick this way. And so this is I mean, that is just beautiful. I'm going to have to turn that over and have a proper look at that. That's beautiful.
Stunning, isn't it? You almost just want to frame that one.
Yeah, I could totally agree. They are single-sided, but you're getting an awful lot of designs at your fingertips in that pad. 12 designs going in, 3 of each. So we're getting our pad, we're getting our stamps, we're getting our dies. Just to remind you all, same deal as all the others. It works out £6.28 per element. £6.28 per set. When you think about it, that set of stamps at that size, £6.28. The same size dies, £6.28. The paper pad, £6.28. You've got 2 flexi payments of £21.98, 893119, your item number, if you do want to go for your spring. You can go for all the seasons, maybe go for the full collection. Imagine having the full year.
Oh, it'd be perfect,
be
because
nice.
then you've got all the months as well written in the stamps, so you can mix and match your flowers with a different month if you want to. If that's just someone's favourite flower, but they were born in March, but you're using the November flower, that's fine.
Mix and match. I
Yeah.
like that. We're going to jump onto the website as well, because you can mix and match the pairs. And again, look, here we go. Now you're starting to appreciate. You know, we were saying you've got that saving and then a further saving on top. So within the pairs, $11.99. That's actually an incredible price for a stamp and die duo. $11.99. I mean, you'd struggle to get a stamp set for that price, let alone the coordinating die too. I think that is next level saving.
That's just what Apple Blossom do, just give you, like I say, your essential stamps and dies that you're going to be using all the time, but give you the best possible value.
I mean, it really is. I mean, that's amazing. Okay, enough from me. We're going to head to demonstration now with the lovely Lou. Lou, what are we going to do?
Okay, so we're going to create a background with these. So you've seen a few cards already using them as the focal point, but I wanted to show you how you can bring in your inks and your watercolours and such and create some nice backgrounds.
Okay.
So I'm going to be using the November flower, which is the camellia, which is nice and easy to say. Yeah. Probably one of the reasons I chose it. And like I say, so you do have a really large stamp here, and then you have the additional pieces. Now, usually, well, it will be when you receive it, your month is attached. I tend to snip this so I can use it separately. That's entirely up to you. But then we've got the 2 additional flower heads on there as well that we can use separately. If we want to, we could just build up backgrounds with those. I'm going to use an acrylic block rather than a stamping platform because I want to be able to move things around. So I'm not worried about this part fitting on my block because I'm just going to be focusing on the flower heads at the top here.
Okay.
I've got a piece of smooth white cardstock that's already cut down to size for my card, and I'm going to be stamping with Distress Oxide, so it's not usually something I would stamp any detail with. But for this one, I want the outline to sort of fade a little bit into the background afterwards, so I'm not worried about this like not showing up really dark and deep and lots of detail. I want to be able to blend it in. So using a water-based ink like this, I can just go around and stamp as much as I want. And I'm not worried as well about perfect stamping. So I can allow a few little bits to miss. Essentially, all I want to do is see the outline more than anything. Okay. And then I'm just going to take this single one here and just use that one to fill in a space or two. There's also, there we go, okay. So that's probably enough for now. So I've left a little bit of white space trailing through and I've got a few flowers. Like I say, I'm not worried about perfect stamping here. I'm just getting the outlines because then I'm going to use those for some colouring. So I'm going to take this old paper again, pop that on my mat. That's going to be my green. I've got some more oxide, so I've got spun sugar and I've got Kitsch Flamingo, which is slightly brighter. I don't need too much of that. I probably actually need a bit more of the pink.
Nice colourways.
So, yeah, they're lovely, aren't they? So this is a November flower. So you wouldn't usually think about things like pinks and greens with these. But like I say, you don't have to make them look like a winter flower or a spring flower. You can really use the colourings however you want to, whatever suits your card. So I'm going to just pick up with a little bit of water on a brush some of that ink, and I'm going to go in and use the outlines there as a guide to paint myself those flowers. Now, because I'm using water, that's going to react with the background, with the outlines that I've just painted. And then that way, that outline will fade ever so slightly, so you won't see it, which is why I'm not worried so much about that being perfect.
So a little bit like no line painting.
Exactly, yeah. You'll still see it a little bit, but it won't be really obvious, like if you've missed spots and things. So I'm just going to do the one flower, because this would take a few minutes to do all of it. I've got a finished piece I can show you. So I'm going to go over the entire flower here with the pale pink, which was the sponge sugar. Just, it doesn't matter as well with this if you make a few mistakes, it's not the end of the world. And then I'm going to just dip in the centre with a little bit of the darker colour. So while that's all nice and wet, just dabbing that in around that bunched up area, and then just allow that to kind of just blend out by itself, help it a little bit, but that will, as it dries, that will just blend out there. So do that, and you can do things like splatters and such if you want to add to those. So if you just wet your paintbrush and just splat round once you've finished, things like that. So I'm just going to clean this up because I've got one here that I've already done.
Okay.
So I've painted, let's pop that round that way.
That's pretty.
So I've gone round the edge afterwards. It's nice and pale, it's not too dark. It's
Well, it
not...
looks like a pattern paper. It looks like you bought that.
Yeah, exactly. And then you can, if you want to, over the top, you can add your die cut, your stamp and die cut as a focal piece in a deeper, darker colour. But I quite like to just keep that as it is, nice and pale, nice and subtle for the background. So what I did is you can see I've got a few of the green splats in there, but I also went round the edge with my blending tool and my green, the old paper that I use. So just to tie everything in, so it now does look like an old paper with the, so it's kind of got a vintage look to it as well, I think. So bringing in my cards, this is a really nice quick card. I've chosen a card base that's pink that actually really matches the pink in the flower there.
Yeah.
And underneath that, I'm going to pop a nice white border. So it's a fine border, but when you put it onto that pink, it really makes that pop, okay? So I'm just going to stick those down first. I'm going to use some foam tape to lift that up, because our background is nice and flat, because we've got just the painting going on, the colouring.
Nice.
So I'm adding the foam tape here just to give it a little bit of dimension.
Okay.
And then the same on this one. So I've just got Craft Stash foam tape. I adore this tape because it's nice and thick. I like a nice deep foam tape. If you're going to put foam tape on, you want to make it obvious.
Yeah, cool.
I think this is nice and deep. But the best thing about it for me is it lifts up really easily. Now I probably should have waited to say that before I'd actually lifted up the backing, because you know what it's like. You say that and then it doesn't lift up. But no, it does usually lift up absolutely perfectly.
Lovely.
So I'm going to place that, so I've just got that tiny white border all the way around, and that just gives it that little highlight as we go round. And then, I'm not sure, I think you should have these on the show. Do we have the Paper Discovery, the large words on the website?
We will have a look. We'll go onto our website and have a look.
Yeah, so I'm
So
going
if
to
you
make...
type in Paper Discovery, you'll be able to find it.
Yeah, this is actually, it says Friends Forever, but I've snipped into it, I've cut it twice.
We've just got the details on your screen there, and you can see you're getting both these sets for $17.98. And showing
Love
you,
these.
and again, they're great size too. These.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic size. Now, they're made to go in like a diorama set, but I love to just snip the word I want out of them and use them on the card, just as I'm going to do here. So I've cut this twice, one from the same pink cardstock that I made my card base from, and then one from white, which is why I wanted to bring in that bright white border. And I'm just going to glue this on. Now, I'm purposely... I cleaned my glue out before I started. I do this every time, Yanis. My glue always clogs up in here for whatever reason. It does. But I've got the bigger one, so I've got one slightly bigger nozzle. Yeah, I've got about 18 backups in there. I'm never without my glue. So for this, I've added foam tape between the two pieces. So I've got a nice bit of depth on this, as the background, like I say, is nice and flat. I want to add dimensions somewhere. So I've overlapped the card edge there as well, which is something some people would go, oh, can't do that. But I think as long as you're popping it into an envelope or a box that accommodates that, it's absolutely fine. And it just makes that a focal piece. So it's a nice contemporary card, something not too traditional. We've shown you lots of examples already that are traditional, but I like to just go a little more on the modern side.
It's a beautiful, beautiful card. It really is. And I'm finding what really sets this off is the background you created. It does look like, I keep going back to a pattern paper that you bought.
Yeah, it does. And it just works because it matches, everything matches sort of thing. So just pop in. These sequins are pinks and greens and like an iridescent, which just works really well with everything we've got here. So just trying not to add too much glue here because, of course,
smidge.
Yeah.
Have you had fun playing with this set, Lou?
I love it. I've actually had this for a little while, and you'll see I use it a lot. So I do a lot of videos for Craft World.
Oh, okay.
And I'm always using these flowers, particularly if you love doing your own decoupage, snipping into your own stamped images, or just, yeah, anything like that where you love your big flowers. These are absolutely perfect for.
I think most of us, as crafters, do enjoy working with flowers.
I think we do.
And the beauty of flowers, they'll work with anything else you have in your stash or any other sentiments you can give it new context.
Absolutely. Butterflies and flowers, you can't go wrong with, can you?
Look at that. What a lovely card, and incredibly achievable as well. What you're getting here, and I've got to go back to price. It's not all about price, because ultimately as crafters you want to work with something that you enjoy. You can see with your own eyes the flowers and the dies. Well, the flowers, the stamps are beautiful. Having the coordinating die I think is a big thing for me, because you can fussy cut, but I think you're a lot more likely to batch make and use or cut out a die stamp rather if you have the corresponding die, and that's my experience. I mean, you might fussy cut a couple of times, but with this, why would you want to when you've got the coordinating die? Now, can I just point your attention to the fact the prices are incredible, and I want to just say individually $11.99 for your stamp and die. So that's with the £3 saving, $11.99 just for the stamp and die duo. But on top of that, in the bundles, so £3 saving here, £3 saving here, £3 saving here, you're getting a further £3 saving. You're also getting the paper pad too, and everything just coordinates wonderfully together. I'm struggling to pick a favourite, because, you know, gorgeous flowers in the mix. If I just hold this up, and you're seeing the size of the dies that you are getting, I mean, they're big, and the only reason I keep talking about the actual size, because as crafters we appreciate how much it will cost for this set. And Lou, I know in the past you've kind of explained the cost of a die set. It's the size really does dictate, because what that means is you would have to use a certain size piece of metal.
A sheet of metal, yeah.
Yeah, to get this set. So that's what dictates the price.
Exactly. So if you have a sheet of metal, say that would be around about A5, you want to get as much out of that as possible, which is exactly what we've done with these large flowers. If you wanted something that was A5 in height, you'd probably still need to get a really big sheet, even if it wasn't as wide. So you're getting as much as we can.
Good value for money, and also when you consider the kind of effects you can achieve. Now this is a really good example, because the background's using the paper pad, then we've Lou stamped out and then coloured in. So you can see, and also even remember that you've got the name of the flower and the date, and you've got the die to cut those out as well. So it's all about dimension. If I just put that to the side, you can see layering up. And this is what gives you impact, and it's something we always say you should achieve. And sticking with that, we're going to go into, this is April, and this is our stacks. So just showing that there. I know this is autumn, but showing how you can mix and match with the actual the months and the dates as well if you want. Okay, so details are on your screen. We're busy this morning. Thank you so much for tuning in. If you love a bargain, if you're looking for an opportunity to colour, why wouldn't you want to get involved here? 323-603 item number. We're going to move down to, this is winter. What I'll do now, so you get an idea, those are the stamps. I won't keep showing you the size of the dies and the pad. I'm going to show you some inspirations. So for here, how about that? Lovely flowers. Oh, this is a beautiful white emboss. Just using a little bit of the stamps, because you don't have to use the whole lot. You can just take a section out.
No.
Obviously, if you want to use the flowers in their entirety, how stunning is that? And the papers coordinate, and that's the key. So you get that beautiful coordination. We were talking, first time we went down the counter, Lou was saying, I mean, this could be just a beautiful Christmas card, but you're not restricted to Christmas or winter within these. And actually, think outside the box here. This is a very clever one too, because using the die to cut the sort of aperture and then stamping inside that, so that gives you dimension, but equally using the same stamp to create your background as well. So that is your winter collection, and your item number there is 041104. £43.96 your price. You're saving £12, not £3, because you've got £9 saving already factored in, and you have flexi payment. Then we move on. We've got our summer really nice collection of stamps and dies here. I'll just show you one piece that we have, and this is a nice way to show just the simplicity. If you're starting out, we talked about an opportunity to explore your colours, because I know as a crafter, you've got cut now. What have you got? Have you got alcohol markers? Have you got brush stroke? I know watercolours in there. Phil Martin does beautiful brush stroke pens, the watercolour markers. Have you got maybe alcohol markers, or if you wanted to explore pencils, any colouring medium, even inks. Lou was showing you, just using your inks, you can achieve some great effects. So summer collection. If we just have a very quick look at the actual stamps, you can see these are beautiful. Really, really nice. So going through, you've got all these gorgeous flowers at your fingertips. Large, impactful. Equally, we can just break them down and we can use them for backgrounds if we want as well. Just taking portions out, we can heat emboss. That is your summer collection, 871194, your item number. And now we're going to finish off on our spring. So spring, we talk about embossing. And Lou, using spring and the peony, you can tell that peony was one of Lou's favourites. I'm not surprised when you can achieve results like this. How beautiful is that peony with a gold emboss? I mean, absolutely ridiculously pretty. Same here. Isn't that stunning? I want to point out, we got options. You can go for complete collections. Value for money is incredible. Equally, if you just want to say the peony, if you like the peony here, if you want to go for the peony stamp, look at the size of that stamp, and the peony die, and I will just show you the size of the die. Ooh, oh, there we go. So that's just the size of your die. That is, is that $10.99? What? So we've been saying $11.99. The peony is actually $10.99. I don't know if that's a mistake or not, but take advantage, because that is a great price for a stamp and a die. Come on, stamp and die. Seriously, to get the stamp on there, you'd be lucky to pay that price, let alone getting the coordinating die. Let's have a look at the website, and you'll be able to have a look. So it seems that well, okay, this is the spring collection. It seems all the stamp and die duos in the spring collection are $10.99. Now, that's interesting. I think that might be a mistake. Lou's grinning to me. I think that might be a mistake. Hey, you know what? It's take advantage of it. Well, actually, everything's $10.99. So, okay. Well, we're gonna everything's $10.99 on there. We other than the first collection, we're a bit bamboozled. But hey, I'll tell you what's happened. We're gonna have to research this, but ultimately, I think that could be a mistake on our part. But hey, take advantage then, because first set, they're all same price. So the first set, the stamp and dies, $11.99, should be that price. For some reason, they're $10.99 on all the individuals and all the others. We've got the price on our website. We have to honour that. So whenever there's a mistake, I'd be all over it. That's all I'm going to say. For a stamp and die of that set, that size and quality, for $10.99, just pick your favourite flower. Go for it. Okay, we're going to head back to Lou for our next demo.
And just be really quick before it gets corrected.
Yeah, that's right.
So peony, we're going to go with the peony now, because you're right, I do absolutely love it. And that blue card, I'm going to show you how quick and easy it is to achieve that effect. So I've got the peony stamp on my block. Again, I'm not going to be stamping the entire image. It just happens I will stamp one of these entire images at some point. But I really do like to just use parts of these quite a lot. So clear embossing ink on my stamp there. I'm just looking for my embossing bag. Now this is just a scrap of paper, so I know I can fit what I need to on there, so why not use it? It's actually one of my favourite papers, favourite colours. I'm just checking, yeah, so this has got a little bit of texture to one side.
It's stamping on the smooth side?
Yeah, so just flipped it over on the smooth side. Just gives you a little bit more definition in the stamp, so you're not likely to get any lumps and bumps in your stamping. So just popping this down here like so, and then I'm just going to come round and I'm going to do one more flower head, if I can just squeeze that on as well. I've got the individual flower head if I wanted to without the stem on, but do you know what, while this is on my block, I think that one, can I squeeze it in only just there?
Nice.
Okay.
Squeeze on.
Yeah, just pop it on. And then I'm going to just use a tray to catch my powder because I'm going to gold emboss this. Okay, gold powder. I use Wow embossing powders a lot.
Yeah,
One of my go-tos.
big fan of Wow.
Yeah, love them. Absolutely love all the different colourways you can get. And what I really like actually is that they do nice small pots, so I can sort of try out a colour without committing to lots and lots of powder that I'm never going to end up using. But I usually end up going, there's about 6 colours that I end up going back and getting all the time.
Nice.
So restocking those. Just pop that to the side there, and I'm just going to heat set this. I'm not worried because I'm going to be cutting this out. I'm not worried about the excess powder that's just caught around the edges. I can leave that there rather than worrying about brushing it away.
Now I've got to tell you, the peony is very, very busy, especially when we figured out what's happened. But on the bundles, the 3 of the bundles, we do think we're trying to figure this out, but we think it's a mistake. But $10.99 for your stamp and your die. Now I want to point out that is an A5 stamp, and I'm going to grab it for you because I want to show you just while we're heating here. Look at this. And here's the thing, as crafters, and why I love presenting on a craft channel, you know what you'd be paying for a stamp set of that size. It's not unrealistic, an A5 stamp set, to see that being sold for $14.99. I mean, look at, I'm putting my hand in shot. That is a crate, and it's, look, the size of this means we can do cards, but we can work on larger pieces. So if you're thinking about artwork, home decor, mixed media pieces, then you're getting the corresponding die. Now, $10.99, you'd struggle just to get the stamp. The fact that you're getting the die, I mean, imagine how much you would pay just for that die alone as well. Both of those together for $10.99 is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And that's the same thing with all the sets. If you want to go for the complete bundles, you're getting those prices, but then on top of that, you're getting the further £3 saving as well. Okay.
Are we back to me?
We are.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That's okay. I just wanted to check before I carried on. So I've now obviously heat embossed that. It's absolutely beautiful. I love gold embossing powder, and you know I can just leave
hold
that.
to camera 1, Leo.
Yeah, of course I can. Yeah, that's fine. So you can see that gorgeous emboss. Isn't that lovely? I mean, I would just leave that as a background like that.
It looks like some Japanese fabric.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah.
It's that golden flexion, beautiful design.
Yeah.
That is, before you don't need to do anything else to that, and that's stunning.
No, exactly. And just by changing the colour of the cardstock underneath, you'll get a very different look. But I'm just going to add a little more depth to this because essentially, again, it's going to be quite a flat card, but I'm going to add the dimension in with the colouring. So a nice deep dark blue ink. This is a distress ink and it's Blueprint Sketch. Okay. I'm using an ink rather than an oxide because an oxide would cover over and stick to the embossing a bit more because of the thicker texture of it, whereas the ink will completely resist on that embossing powder. And I'm just brushing into the centre of the flower there and gradually blending it out so it's darker in the middle.
Yeah.
And I'll do the same on this one, and you'll see as you start to do more and more of them, and the little top of the bud there too. Don't forget, we're going to be die cutting this out, so don't worry about the excess over the edge there. It's very hard to get that in the middle, and I'm going to just brush a little bit of shadow into the base of the leaves, not a lot, but once you've got everything together, it really does just work as a dimensional piece. So then I'm going to take my die, like you say, really large dies. I'll take that one, and then I will take, they come in there, so you've got your individual flower heads. I think I might actually cut these separately because I've stamped them so close together there, just to squeeze onto my scrap of paper.
Fair enough.
I'm going to just stamp them, or sorry, die cut them separately.
And just for the benefit, because I know we've got new crafters joining us every day, the only way you can damage a die is if they jump over each other and go through the die cutting machine.
Exactly.
So Lou's just been careful.
Yeah, we don't want those to overlap each other.
Has that ever happened to you, Lou?
Right in the beginning, when I was impatient and trying to die cut everything at the same time, yeah, it has. But now I've learned a lot more, so I know not to. I mean, it takes seconds to run something through again, especially a die like this, where you know it's only an outline die, so you've not got an immense amount of detail to worry about trying to cut through. So yeah, now, and I tape everything down now as well, so my dies won't move.
Good tip.
Even like these basic dies where they're, you know, fairly simple where they should sit, I'll still tape these down. Now, I'm not so worried about this if I've got a little bit of overhang on the edge there, because I'm going to be snipping these flowers anyway. Pop that one too as well. I'm going to be snipping into them and arranging them all around my card. I'm not going to be just using them as whole flowers.
Yeah.
So take this one out, pop that all back away, out of my way.
Lou, you've absolutely won me over. And this is what I love about crafting. Everyone's going to approach it differently.
Yeah.
The first thing I would have done with these, it's changed now, by the way. The first thing I'm going to do with these now is copy you. But first thing I would have done, especially with, like, say, the peony, is stamped it out, watercoloured, just a lovely pink on there, which would look absolutely stunning.
Absolutely.
But embossing, that gold emboss on the peony is breathtaking.
Yeah,
really
and
nice.
I think definitely maybe when you first get them, stamp them, watercolour them to get a feel for them and what colours you want to use with them, because you don't have to use the colours that they naturally are, because I mean you wouldn't find many teal peonies in nature, but I love the colour teal and I just think it works. So have a play with the colours and then you'll start to think of other ideas with them. So taking inspiration from the dark blue centres of the flowers, I've now got a dark blue mat to fit on my card, and I'm going to start positioning these on my card, but I'm not going to... No, I did unclog my glue while you were talking earlier. Yeah. Do you think it's dried up again? I'm not going to be worrying about the overlap on these. I'm going to snip all that off. So I think...
That was some good I was going to say some good unclogging. There we go.
It's whoops, and then I've just dropped out my card. So, oh, do you know what? I didn't get a single bit of glue on my card there.
That is because you're a good person, Lou. That's
Is that
the crafty
right?
universe saying you do not deserve glue on your card.
I think it's those magpies I saw this morning. I did say good morning to them, so it's brought me luck for the day.
Well, the team, we were talking about this because Paola, she spotted 3 doves as she was flying to work.
Wow.
I've let Paola's secret out. She can fly. No, she was driving to work. And then she also said she saw a baby deer. So it's like she lives in a magical fairy tale land.
Do you know what flew over me this morning on the motorway?
Oh, what?
About,
Paola.
I think, as well as Paola, obviously, I think it was 7 or 8 geese.
Wow.
And of course they're huge, aren't they? When they fly, I never see them in flight. Yeah. So for them to all fly over my car, they're quite low as well. They've just come from a bit of water beside the road. Yeah, it was lovely. But I live in the countryside, so I get deer, every animal you can imagine crossing.
Everyone had a nice drive to work, apart from Charlotte, our producer, who saw a pigeon. Unfortunately, he did not have a good time with a car on the road, and then she drove through some feathers.
Oh, not nice.
That's not nice.
Never nice. Just let you know what I'm doing here, actually. Just positioning these flowers. So I've got a couple. I already had one that I'd embossed and coloured in. Yeah. And just pop, do you know what? Yeah, let's just pop those in on there.
Squeezing those.
Okay, just squeeze. Yeah, it seems a pity not to have them on there somewhere. There we go. Okay. So then I'm just going to flip this over. Ideally, want to wait for this to all dry completely, but I'm not so worried. Nice. And I'd save these pieces as well.
Just about to say that, yeah.
I'll show you in a moment. We can actually possibly reuse one of them. I've got a little bit of white, what we call white space, which isn't actually white on this card. It's blue space. Yeah. I might want to use one of these to fill in. We shall see once I've trimmed the edges. Okay. This is why I cut my card base down, or my panel down to the size I wanted it first.
Well, that's
There we
pretty.
go. Isn't
That's
that
really,
pretty?
really pretty.
And I think what I'm going to do is snip into this one.
Good snippability.
Just, oh, absolutely, lots of snippability. And I'm just going to tuck it so it's coming out from underneath this peony here.
Nice.
Stick it all down and just filling that. There's a little bit of space there that I wasn't happy with.
No, that needed filling.
Yeah.
Could you just, before we move on, could you just show camera 1? If we lift it up, because then we're really able to see, yeah, that's what we wanted.
Yeah, pretty, isn't it? You can see that gold.
Ooh, no, pretty is not the word for it. That is stunning.
Thank
Really,
you.
really stunning. And it's the beautiful stamps. You've got the dies in there. The gold embossed with just a hint of colour. You picked the right cardstock to work off as well. But this is so achievable.
Oh, absolutely. And that's why I'm keeping these demonstrations quite simple for you today, just to show you what you can achieve with some basic stamps and dies. I said right at the beginning, these are stamps and dies for your stash. These are the sort that should be your staples that you have, and you will come back to them year after year after year. It doesn't matter. It's not a fashion thing. It's not something that's on trend right now. These are the sort of dies that you will keep using for many years to come.
Well, that's a really big point, because we do find, and we all know it, in crafting, sometimes you go through trends and you see certain designs coming through. But then the problem with that is they go out of fashion as well, and you find yourself sort of not wanting to use those stamps. Flowers will never ever date. They will never go out of fashion. You'll use these and love them in 20 years' time just as much as you do today.
Absolutely. And do you know, I don't know where I was going to go with that. I just had something I was going to say and it's just gone.
That's okay.
It
Happens.
happens.
It's early. It's early in the morning.
happens.
What time are you up this morning?
3.
Oh,
My alarm
Lou,
clock at
3.
I have a 2-hour drive to get here. So
Oh, Lou.
that's fine, because when I get home at 2:30 today, I know exactly what time I'm getting home. The house is going to be empty for about 2 hours until I pick my daughter up from work. So it's not so bad.
Yeah, good relax you, won't
I'm
it?
going to watch TV and do nothing.
What a lovely card. What a lovely, lovely card. Lou, could you give it a wiggle?
I'm going to give it a wiggle. Hang on, I'll try and catch the light for you there. Isn't it?
But it's something that you could be making. We just have to go back to, and I just had a eureka moment, because sometimes, you know, like with a big collection, $43.96, and I was saying it's a great price, and it is. It genuinely is a great price. When you see a stamp and die duo together for $10.99, say the peony, and we are busy, and I'm so glad we are. Okay, let's think about this. I'm going to show you something. Look about the my producer, because I'm not saying this as fact, and I want to stress, but we think this is a mistake, because the buying team, they set up things, and then we come to where, and the prices are already in our system. But we think they're a mistake, and it's very early in the morning, no one else is in, and Charlotte, my producer, there you go, I don't know how to fix it. So that's the price, and we have to honour it. Actually, Charlotte, for a moment, well, no, we got it at the bottom of our screen, okay? So $10.99, and you can go for the big bundle as well. But have a look at this. Let's say this is the daffodil. Now look at that daffodil, and then I will show you the corresponding die. Let me put them side by side. So you would get it, and this is the same with any of the flowers, and I will have to just drop my hand in shock, because I want to give you a sense of scale to the size of these are A5 stamps. It's a horrible, I know, seeing my hand up close, it's not pleasant, I apologise. Now Charlotte, in my ear my producer is saying, what if you have tiny hands? We all know I don't. I've got very big hands, I'm known for it. So, but look, the point I'm trying to make, A5 stamp set with die for $10.99. And they are sets. So you've got that beautiful flower, the daffodil. So it can be any of the flowers here. Beautiful daffodil. You're getting the actual word in there as well. So March is, that's Mother's Day, right? So Mother's Day's in March. So what about this as a Mother's Day card? And then you've got, yeah, that'd be lovely. I was having this idea, Lou. I did this, it would be a couple of years ago. I made a collection of notelets and put them in made a construction box and gave it as a little gift.
Lovely.
I love the fact the team saying, did I actually? Of course I did. I gave it to my mum. But something like this would be stunning. So think about on a notelet, just because you could do it so elegantly, just a hint of colour on there, and then put some ribbon around, give it as a gift. That's lovely.
These can be so delicate like that, can't they? Yeah.
The
Nice
team
idea.
are asking for photographical evidence. I didn't take a photograph. What, Paula? What? I didn't take a photograph. I can't magic up a photograph. I'll message my mum. I'm going to wake her up at 8 in the morning and say, "Mum, the team don't believe me. Send me pictures." So she's very bad with technology, but we'll see. But no, point I'm trying to make. Imagine this as simple cards, beautiful cards, or notelets, or home decor, and you've got such elegant flowers, great size coming through.
Yeah.
But for the and we are so busy for not only the complete collections. Even if you just, a lot of you, and I know what's going on here, you're finding your favourite flower and you're just tipping in. I mean, for $10.99, barring there is one collection, this is where we're saying we feel the correct price for the stamp and die jewellery should be $11.99. For $10.99 for a lot of the sets, for a stamp and die, come on. So if you have a favourite flower, like Lou was saying, the peony, you've got a team. Ben, you've got a keen eye. Have you got a favourite flower? Floor manager Ben, I'm speaking to you now.
The peony.
Peony? Well, okay. Well, Ben, $10.99 peony. You get the stamp and die. I know.
I do love the narcissist.
Oh, he loves the narcissist as well. There you go. So I'm just terrible at narcissist. Paola, do you know a narcissist?
A narcissist?
Yeah.
I'm looking at one.
Oh no, you didn't. Oh no, you didn't. No, okay. So look, you've got such beautiful flowers here. Well done, Paola. Touche, touche. Lou, we've only got a couple of minutes left, so I don't know if we're going to... Oh, should we... I know you want a really quick demo, so you want to show
Quick
something,
technique,
didn't you?
yeah. I'm going to stick with the flowers. Later on, in the next hour, hopefully, I'm going to show you a few more of those paper discovery products that we've got, that we saw and I mentioned earlier. But this one, okay, so gold mirror card. You need a resistant cardstock for this. I'm using a distress oxide and I am just stamping all over the background, just covering it as much as I can. You can't blend with a blending tool this because you're just going to be lifting off the ink rather than placing it on.
Yeah.
I'm going to give that a very, very quick whiz just to dry off the very top surface. Now, it's going to take hours for this to dry because it's a resistant material and it's obviously a water-based ink. But just by drying it off the surface like this, you're going to make it tacky, sticky, okay? So just taking the worst of the dampness off. I'm just going to test it with my finger. Yeah, so you should be able to see your fingerprint in it, but not have too much on your finger.
Okay.
And then I'm going to take a stamp here. So I'm going to be using the January stamp, which is the one that I said actually is really nice just for foliage.
Yeah.
Let's take I've got my Craft Stash Essential mat there, and that's my blending mat, so that can just go out of the way for now. And I'm just going to stamp into this. Okay, this is a clean stamp. There's absolutely nothing on it, okay? So just press that into the paper and lift that off. And then hopefully, if I hold that up...
Oh, that's pretty.
I just hold it up for you, hang on. And hopefully you can see that, fingers crossed.
Yeah, no, we can
you
see
see
that.
the
Obviously,
see the
once
flower.
it dries as well, it's glossy because it's there.
So you've got the glossy in there. And let me just give this another wipe. This piece of kitchen towel. Trying to keep it dry. Just give that a wipe and then do the same again. I can just create an entire background by lifting up this ink. The drier the ink, the better the impression you're going to get from that, because it's more and more sticky. Can you see that?
No,
I
we
can't
can
see if you
absolutely
can
see
see
that.
it. Okay.
Do you know, Lou, it's another example of you'd be forgiven for thinking that was a premium pattern paper that you bought, and you're able to make your own. Unfortunately, time has beaten us. Have you had fun?
Absolutely.
Good. You've earned yourself a tea or coffee now.
Oh, fantastic. Thank
We'll be back together at 11?
11, yes.
11 o'clock.
Right.
I look forward to it. Lou's got so many more demonstrations that she would love to share with you. Speaking of sharing, Lou, can we follow you on social media?
Yes, so YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, and all of the rest of it. Just Lou Collins or Lou Collins Designs.
Okay, make sure to follow
Thank
Lou
you.
because you will get a lot of inspiration there. Thank you for your company. I really hope you've enjoyed it. We've got a great hour coming up. It's our one-day special. Do not miss it. The most beautiful character stamps coming up. It's going to be a great show, so I really hope you can stick around. Thank you for your company this hour. All and Create one-day special. don't miss, trust me, the characters in there are amazing. After that, we've got a fantastic jewellery hour with Jewellery Box, and then Gina B will be here with her Japanese crafts.
Hello, I'm Sue Trangmar, and I started Daisy Chain Designs 20 years ago. Back in the day, there were very few quilt patterns in the marketplace, and so I started to bring patterns into the UK from America and Australia, and along the way I've been lucky enough to work with some fantastic British designers, and that is what really the essence of Daisy Chain Designs are. At Daisy Chain Designs, we're passionate about sewing and quilting. We design projects that hopefully will inspire you to pick up your needle and thread and have a go. We have great fun in designing things from the very start, and then the end product is always very exciting when you actually see it made. So don't miss the Daisy Chain Design shows.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts 2. My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking, and loads of different things. I've been working with Crafts 2 now for over 3 years, and they produce the John Next Door brand, distribute it, and make sure that everything is perfect in that. This allows me to work with the fantastic Crafts 2 tools and products, as well as some of their other amazing brands such as 2J Stamps, Press Cut, and the Craft Artist range of glues and consumables and inks. I really find that this partnership is extremely strong and helps me bring out the best of my products and all the other products within the Crafts 2 stable and the ones that I design.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you'll benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with the craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888, and join Freedom today.
Well, good morning. We have an amazing one-day special here at the Craft Store. It is amazing because it's the latest installment into a family of stamps that are kind of the characters and images that keep on growing, keep creating, giving us choices for making like really cute or really funky or really trendy projects, whether they are cards, they are art journals, things for the home. I think they make the most beautiful elements, of course, to stamp, because of course we are talking about the Janet Klein collection, the latest release for All and Create, and of course to show us all around it and demonstrate what you can do with it, we have got a talented Janet here, Janet Pring. Let's because there are two Janets, right? Now, how are you?
I'm very good, thank you. Yeah, very excited to be here. There's lovely stamps to use.
They are lots of fun, aren't they?
They're a huge amount of fun, yeah. So we've had, the design team had a fabulous time with these, just because you can tell, yeah. Because you can just, these, especially the little peekaboo ones, you can just have them peeking out from all sorts of stamps that you've got. You can swap heads with the other ones. So yeah, they're just fabulous stamps to play with.
They are indeed. Now, of course, you are getting here the Peekaboo Butterfly House fleurs, the boys, the to market, and please enter. Love the market because it's kind of different from Janet Klein, different the other previous sets, because we had houses, didn't we?
Houses. I don't think we've had any shops. We had one shop, I think, with a particular character going into a shop. But yeah, so it's lovely to have the shops, and just you can make nice little scenes with them, and just build up your own little high street, really, which is lovely.
You can indeed, and of course you have got please enter, which is could be a home, it could be like the doctor's office, as it says, a get well card as well. It could be
get well card, but new home card I think as well. And you could have what's nice about the doctor's one, the house. Sorry, I'll say the right word in a minute. The doors is that they've got one of them's got doctor's office on, and you've got we've had doctors in previous sets that Janet's done, so you could have the doctor peeking out from if you open the door, the doctor's there, which I think some of the design team have done. Again, look at other stamps that you've got in the collection. Yeah, so that one you have doctor's office, and then there's the doctor behind the door.
Cute.
So he's come from the oh, that's not. Oh, it's swapped heads. Is that the same head? No, I'm sorry. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm just wondering if that's a different head, but I think that's the original head, isn't it?
Because these ones are the ones that you are getting in, and the one-day special, and you can switch around. I like the different hairstyles. Yeah,
fabulous, lovely hairstyles, and again, mix and match with your other sets. So I love this one. I think this is Philippa, is it? She's done like the sort of quite plain background, but not plain's the wrong word, tonal background, and then just the bright colour in the one in the middle.
Focus colouring in there. And I love the, you were talking about the peekaboo.
Yeah,
I love that stencil.
Yeah, Joe's done that behind a stencil, which is very clever. It's Joe Rice,
Absolutely. And then, of course, we are talking more about those doors, which look so different. Oh, look, she's so cute. Oh, it's just, and then which one is that? Oh, that's my one. That would definitely be my one. I love the fun about the doors as well. Oh, they're so much fun. I mean, this is the thing. They look. Oh.
And that one, so that is a different head to the. So originally that was a little girl reading her book, and it's in a different stamp set, and so they've changed it to change heads.
And that's the thing. Like for instance, in the gallery we are saying, and I completely agree. This looks like our baker's son, but Baker's, I think Chris Baker, one of the directors, that has a little 1-year-old or 2-year-old son, and he has got exactly that hairstyle. But look, you also are getting, I love that. As you know, she's just amazing because she has got the butterflies wings as well, which I adore. Let me show you here, which I adore the fact that you can actually put the butterfly wings or not.
Yeah, so you can put the wings somewhere. I mean, the previous one there, Philippa had put them on the house itself, so she's got wings on the house, as well as the little girl. So, yeah, whatever you want to do with the wings, they're there for you to mix and match. That's a fabulous one. I love that with the guy peeking out from behind the flower, Yeah,
I just want to show again the butterflies' wings in there. Right, and remember that you are getting, of course, in here, 6 stamp sets, brand new from Janet Klein. You can see multiple individual stamps. You have got a £10 saving in the one-day special, £49.94 is your price. However, it does have a freedom price, which means that your saving as a freedom member goes up to £14.99. You also have got flexi, which means that you can spread the cost, and as a freedom member you will be paying £22.48 today. That is the delivered cost today, and then of course the same amount next month, interest free of course. Now, we are over half the stock gone. If you want to have the latest from Janet Klein, this is it. This is, I mean, I have to say, it's one of my favorite collections as well, because you get flowers, you get butterflies, you get sentiments, you get the shops, you are getting the house, you are getting the peekaboo. Like, you know, so many possibilities. Now, if you wanted to check out your baskets, 629935 is your item number. Now, if you want to add to your collection, or there you have missed out some, here there are some more characters. This one is a set of 9 stamp sets. Now, this stamp set features, of course, the inspired in Alice in Wonderland, I believe, because it's curious, and also it features, of course, follow the yellow brick, basically. Now I cannot think of what is it, Dorothy. I can. What is this? Oh, the Wizard of Oz. I couldn't think of all those sentences, but not the actual name of it. Wizard of Oz, of course, and Alice in Wonderland, you can say here. I'm late. And look at that. There is no place like home. Indeed, there isn't. There's so many beautiful borders as well in there. If I only had a heart, I would be a nice person, wouldn't I? 304058 is your item number with a £5 saving. Yeah, when I said if I only had a heart, I would be a nice person. The gallery, Charlotte went like, yeah, you will. Anyway, no, he's just joking. Anyway, let's head to the demonstration. All right, let's start with you, Janet.
Okay, so I thought I'd start today just with mixing the stamps with some of the previous stamps that we've got from this is actually from the pick and mix. So I'm going to be using the home stamp because I wanted the clock and the vase of flowers. And the have a seat, because I like the sofa and I like the idea of the little girl peeking out from behind the sofa. Okay. So we're going to be using those as well today.
And this showcases that kind of investing in Janet Klein's stamps is investing into more possibilities and more possibilities.
Absolutely, they'll mix and match. So once you get them home, have a look through all your other stamps and you will find all sorts of things that you can use them with. They just will work really well with your other stamps you've got in your collection. So I'm just going to start by just quickly doing a little background. So I'm using the lined pluses,
right?
Which was the bundle that was in the not the one day special, the weekend wow when Abs was here. So he did that. So I'm just hoping this isn't going to come out too dark. So I'm going to add just a bit of water, just to blend it a bit.
And that will react with the
And that will react. Right? It just mixes the colours as well, because I've put more than one colour on there. So this is mixed media cardstock I've got here. So I'm just going to pop, and do a bit of that.
So it will absorb well the water and the ink.
And it hopefully it will just, I just want a little bit of this all over the place, really. Just to give it a bit of background. That will do. And I'm just going to, I will blot that. Normally I would leave that to dry, but I'll just blot it for today.
Okay.
That's it. And I think that should actually, because I didn't add too much water, so I'll just pop that to dry, and then I'm going to stamp out my characters. So I have got all my different stamps here, so I'm going to use, this is the have a seat. So we've got, I liked all of these actually, so I'm going to stamp all of these out. So I'm going to use my A6 block for this, because I want to add a few more. Oh, this is a clean one.
I love how you hold your acrylic blocks in, is that a quilter's rulers stand?
No, this was designed especially for me.
Oh!
By Debbie Martin's husband.
Oh, nice.
So I was doing a show with Adam, and I kept losing my mounts because I just put them down and they get lost. And he suggested, he said, oh, what you need is one of those little stands. And Debbie Martin was watching, and she got her husband to make one for me.
Isn't that nice?
So it's got my name on it and everything.
Wow, that's nice.
So as far as I know, I'm the only person that's got a bespoke one. There may be others now, I don't know, but just
well, you know, it's because whenever we have got those stands for quilter's ruler, quilting rulers, and it's I always thought it was made perfect for you know, die cutting plates, and also acrylic blocks. So, but this is kind of a really nice, neat one, a smaller one in size.
Yeah, I am beginning to need another one, Debbie.
Oh, putting your order
just
through.
Putting my order in, because I'm getting quite a bit more collection of mounts now. So I think I've got at least 3 of every size mount. So
it's handy to have.
It is.
You're using VersaFine, aren't you?
So this is VersaFine. I like. Yeah, I'm still like the traditional VersaFine.
Well, it's very similar to VersaFine.
It is,
isn't it?
So there's my stamping. So I've done my home set with my teddy bear. I love this set as well because you've got really detail. I like the details Janet puts in with her stamp. So she's got the teddy bear and the cushions as well as the little girl. So that's a really nice set. And then I'm going to use the other set, which was home, which is here. Yeah. And I just want the clock and the little vase of flowers from here. So I'll switch now because I've got my A7 blocks as well. So the A6 blocks and the A7 blocks, obviously absolutely perfect if you're collecting Janet Klein stamps, because they just fit these stamps perfectly. And I think when you're using smaller stamps, it's lovely to, you know, obviously you want your bigger blocks for other stamps you may have, especially from All and Create, and we do the A4s, and so you need a big block to go with those. But for the smaller stamps, it's really nice just to have the smaller block that will go and do everything with those as well.
Do we have the stamps on the pick and do we have a pick and mix on the website? Yeah. Oh, there they are. There are details. Yeah, sorry, it's like they are there. Yeah, sometimes they're kind of my, you know.
Yeah, it should be on. Yeah.
Yeah, you can choose 2, and then there is another option for the pick and mix to choose 5. If you wanted the 2 that Janet is using, of course, you can just go for the 2, and you're saving £3.
So I have got those all stamped out and ready, and then just from the one-day special, I'm going to use the little girl, and I am just going to quickly stamp her out as well, if that's all right. So I want my peaky ones. So I've got my little girl peeking around the door. And these are fantastic. I love these stamps.
Oh,
and
yeah.
they were a bit, when you just look at the stamp, you think, well, that looks a bit strange having half a person on the stamp. But once you start to use them and you sort of peek them behind things, they look amazing.
And they are the sort of thing that kind of, because you have got the stamp there that it has that, you know, kind of half or just the half head or something like that. It just kind of gives you the, already starts the kind of creativity, like, you know, matting and layering. It would be really fun. But, you know.
So this one didn't stamp out because I had my block underneath my card when I had stamped it. So
it's kind of reassuring that it happens to you.
Oh, believe me.
You're so neat. I'm so
it
like
happens to me a lot.
You put everything back to its place, and you're so organised.
No. I'll only try here because otherwise it ends up in such a big heap. I can't ever find anything.
Well, yeah, but welcome to my world.
At home, it's just like, I don't know where anything is. Oh, yeah. And do you know what? Sometimes I've got something in my hand and I put it down and I instantly can't find it. It's just, I don't know where all these things go. And then I'm just going to do the door as well. So we've got the one of the front doors.
Which is also from the one-day special.
From the one-day special, yeah. So these are fabulous as well. So obviously they go really nicely with the peekaboo characters because you can just peek them from behind the doors. You can arrange it, or you can actually, I'm going to just, won't quite do it because I want to cut them out, but you could have her just peeking out from above the door. So I've left a gap, but you can have her peeking out from above the door as well. So those are all my little things stamped out. Let me just pop my blocks away so I know where to find them next time I come to look for them.
Yeah, that's a problem. I would have that, but I still not use it.
You have to remember to put them away, exactly. Yeah. So I've cut everything out, so I've got everything all cut out and ready to go. So I've got my sofas. And then this is the bit I like. So I'm going to start thinking about where I want everything to go. And I was saying last night, when I first know I'm going to be doing the shows and I know that I want to use the stamps, I tend to cut things out. And then I can play. So if this is like a little journal spread, and I thought, well, I can play and I can then decide where I want everything to go. So I've got my little there, and have my clock up here, a little vase of flowers, and then I can fiddle. Do I want it like that? Do I want it like that? Obviously my cushions can go on there. And then I thought, so this is, I like little stories to go with my stamping. So this is little girl, so she's in the lounge or wherever. Her friend's just popping round, so she's going to just pop in from behind the door. So she's just peeking around the door to see if it's safe to come in. She's sat there with a little glass of something. And then we've got this one here. She's just peeking out from behind the sofa because she's got something a bit scary on the telly. So she's been watching the telly and she's a bit scared. So that's kind of going to be my basic layout of how I want that to go. So I'm just going to add a little bit more now around the edges. So I'm using the border stamps.
Oh, that's from the set of the characters.
That's the Alice one, yeah, the characters. So these are the borders. So these are fabulous as well. And because they, obviously they're designed by Janet, and a lot of Janet's stamp have these kind of arches in, obviously a much smaller size in the smaller stamps. But these are fabulous just to go with all of the stamps that Janet does, because they just complement everything that she does in the range. So I'm going to use... Oh, I'm going to use the other one. I'll use the other one. So these are the circles, so these are fab as well.
Yeah.
I love these ones.
Both of them are just so
very useful.
So useful. And it's if you want, you know, you like your kind of really little doodling and things like that. You can do even more if you wanted to.
Absolutely, you could add more doodles. And the nice thing with Janet stamps is because they are quite doodly.
Yeah.
You can add your own touches and it doesn't look out of place, because if if it's a beautiful proper sort of image, if you like, if you doodled with it, it would stand out that you'd done it and not it wasn't part of the stamp. But with these ones, because they are just doodly anyway, you can just do them yourself, so it's fabulous. So we just add, it's quite nice to have these here so I kind of know where I want things to go. So I'm just going to pop that. I hope that's not going to come out. I didn't ink that bit up. Yep. And then I'll just do one more along this edge here.
Right.
Get rid of all that ink.
All right.
And we'll pop
Then,
this one along there.
That will frame it really nice.
And that frames it.
And this is the thing with those borders, that they are such a cool. Just even half of them, even just a little tiny bit.
I like half circles coming in off the edge of a page. It's one of the things I like, and fortunately we've got a lot of nice stamps that you could do that with, but the borders are fabulous for that. So I'm just going to put my little girl back.
Oh, I love it.
And then I'm going to just add a bit more, because the background still... I'm very all and create these days. I can't have a totally plain background anymore. So I'm just going to add a little bit of stenciling to it to add a bit more in.
Of course, yeah.
So I'm using this fab stencil from Abs. So it's his newest stencil
the one from,
called Bug Hotel. So this was in the Weekend Wow collection. And I love, this is a fantastic stencil. I love the two halves. And you can use one half or the other half, or both together. And it's a fantastic stencil. So I'm going to use my brush, and a little bit of blue. So I want a slightly softer effect with this. So I thought this would be quite nice, as it was very traditional girl sort of thing, but we do it sort of quite soft and pretty. So we'll add a few of the little circles around, just to fill in some of the background. And I don't really want, I just want a little touch of it. I don't want loads of...
And of course, this one comes with the bundle with the first stamp that Janet used in the demo, which is a scripted, I think was it plus or a scripted cross. You can see there the bundle. So you're getting two stencils, A4 and A5, and then 4 stamp sets, 2 A6 and 2 A7 stamp sets, 452917. And remember, you can flexify it even if you just go for this with a £4 saving. £27.47 could be all you're paying for it today. I love how you're just using the circles there.
Yeah, I just wanted the circles for this. I like the circles in the background, so I just thought I'd just use the circle part of it, and it just adds a little bit of bit more interest in the background. Yeah. And then I'm going to pop all my bits back in now. So I've got my door here with my little girl. Oops. Popping in through the door. This one here. I had to say, when I coloured her in, I made her look as though she's drinking a pint of, I can't say the name, can I? It's a well-known Irish drink.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I know the one you mean. I know, kind of. I was thinking. I was kind of thinking. Oh, what's it?
The Irish. Yeah. I don't know what it is.
The one that has got like a very, very white frothy
That's
on the
the
top.
one. That's the very one. I made her look as though she was drinking a pint of that. So that's my layout. And then just to finish that off, we've got some of the washi tapes on the show. So this is one of the ones from Abs. Called. I can't read that. I don't know what that. I can't read it. But I'm just going to add. So 2 things. I'm going to add some of the words.
Yes.
So we'll maybe put that under there. And I quite like with these, just tearing it and just using, sort of splitting the word up a little bit.
See, I really love that.
That's a little abs trick. That is, you saw him do that. I like that one.
That.
And then the other words, I'm just going to tear the
Broken
edges.
embrace there.
Embrace, and she can go. Oops, that can go in there. Oops.
I really like that.
And then these little bits that you tear off, they just go around your edges as well, so you can do a little bit more to add some washi tape around the edge to help just add to the frame. So that can go there.
That's really, I never would have thought of tearing a word.
Oh no, it looks that was, I
it.
saw Abs do that. I thought, yeah, nice idea, I like that.
It's just clever. And it's just very, I don't know, it's just, and you could colour through them as well, couldn't you?
Yes, you
and
can,
then
yeah, you can. I've used alcohol inks or alcohol pens or whatever, they work really nicely with those.
I have to say, I own this washi tape, so I know what I'm going to be doing. They are so fabulous, this collection.
And you can tear a little bit off the edges because you can still see the word, so it doesn't, you can still see what the word is. Even though you've torn a little bit off, I just need to tear a little bit.
It says China, so a bit of a broken chime.
But
it's just
kind of
I
there,
love that. Yeah, it's true. You can still read it
more around the edge
perfectly.
as well.
It's such a good page.
So.
It's just all those details that you are adding.
Yeah, just add all your little details to make it.
It makes the eye travel through the page. You know, it's kind of a journey through the elements that you're putting in.
Okay, and then that's kind of once everything's coloured in. So the only thing, I'll just bring in my finished one now. So that's the same, I've done the same layout. Obviously different words. And then all I would do, obviously colour everything in, but then just do a bit of shading to ground everything, just to make it look a bit more complete. And a squiggly black line around the edge. Just to complete
I
it.
love that. And of course it's a little story. Thank you so much, Janet. We'll let you get ready for the next demonstration. But the one day is special. This is the latest collection from Janet Klein. You are getting in here a bundle full of, joyful characters and clever elements to create scenes in here. You are getting, of course, the latest, the heads. I love the boys' heads because you can kind of mix and match with other characters. So, for instance, you have got here, you're getting the beautiful butterfly house with the girl in there. Now, if you wanted to put a boy's head or a head with the shorter hair with the girl's body, you can do that. You can incorporate mixing and matching. Also, what I love is, do you know those spring-loaded adhesive things that you can create them. So you could put the heads in there, that they're all wobbly heads, picking up bows like that. You could create, that sounded weird, but that's frightening. Apparently that was frightening. Anyway, but you can do those things as well. And I love the peekaboo. Peekaboo probably is my favorite element in here because you can pick in a bow in there. Look at that, behind the tree in there. But the girl with, of course, the butterfly. Look at that. Isn't it just gorgeous with those offset, gorgeous butterfly wings? And look at the heads. You can put, look at that. Isn't that glorious? Because you can change it. You can add it with whatever you have in there. But what I love as well is that if you have, for instance, the stamps, which we have in a bundle as well, with the Polaroid frames in there, you can put the characters within those Polaroid frames. You also are getting flowers in here. You are getting, of course, the true flowers. Oh, that is, messing with my head, the French accent now. But you can see it in here, the flowers, the gardener. You are getting the peekaboo and cuckoo. Then we are getting, of course, love the sentiments in here. I love that sentiment of be the change. Don't hope for change, just change, be the change. I love that. And her wings unfolds. And I love that kind of flying out and kind of this, let your dreams soar as well. Look at the details that you are getting in here. You are getting, of course, those. Let me show you the stamp itself, because if you come in closer, you can read every word that is inside of those houses. Look at the detail that you are having in there. Whether you want to color in with alcohol markers, whether you want to use your watercolor markers, these have got like those gorgeous elements in here. Find me in the garden.
I love the peekaboo. I love that you are having, those 4 characters. So you are getting, of course, the boy peeking over, or girl with short hair. Look at the girl with this beautiful, like, popping out. And then, of course, you have got the side ones. I want to show you another sample. I know I'm showing the stamps, I'm showing samples, but it's just one of these exciting collections, because look at that on your planner. It's maybe like seeing a friend. Maybe that could be that kind of reminder. Maybe, this is a work day and you're kind of so inundated by work, so that kind of the list is very long. There is a lot of different possibilities with these stamps. If you want your one-day special, well, £10 is your saving, £49.94 is your price. But remember that as a Freedom member, your saving is even bigger, £44.95. £44.95 is what you're paying. Your saving, of course, is £14.99, and you can flexify it as well as spread it cost into payments. Approaching 60% of the stock, so if you want yours, do check out your basket. 629935 is your item number. Then also we have got another collection. Now this is the characters collection, and this is it's full of joy. Again, we kind of immediately recognize those characters from The Wizard of Oz or Alice in Wonderland. When we look at them, we immediately kind of transported to that place. Now here we have got Alice, we have got the Queen. Whenever I see that, I see Alex, presenter Alex, I see her as the Queen. I don't know why. There is something in her that, well, I would be probably more like, Alice, I would remind me of more Catherine. Then, of course, last year that we did the promo, I was Dorothy, so that would have to be me, and that was like, lovely, Sabi. And then Yannis said that he was once in the promo, he was courier. So, yeah. Anyway, moving on from that. So look at those gorgeous stamps that you can see in there. But also, you are getting both of those border sets that, Janet showcased, and you can see it in here as well, how you can incorporate. Just wanted to show you the samples of those ones, because then we are going into the wonderland that is the stamps here from Alice. Look at that. Love the monochromatic in there. Love as well how you are getting the Mad Hatter and the rabbit. And this one, it's just the best one. Look at that, Alice Shrine. Look at her. And it's just like, there is so many possibilities. I absolutely adore these images. Adore the possibilities. Adore the way that you can look at this one as well. Look, that's so cute. 304058 is your item number. Now, you can flexify it if you want to. Your saving is still there, so you could pay just £38.46 today, and then the same amount next month. Right, do check out your baskets. We have got two more sets or 3 more sets, depending how you look at it. Now, this is Janet Klein collection from May. Now, this one you have got set number 1 and set number 2, or you can go for both of them if you wish to do that as a full bundle. Now, if you go for the set number 1, you have got a £6 saving in here, and you also have a flexi buy, which means that you would be only paying £24.97 there. Now, this bundle incorporates the Polaroid frame that we were mentioning. This is one of my favorites. Capture the good times and stay focused as well. That's such a cool element. And you're getting flowers, and you're getting, of course, follow the rainbow. The greater the storm, the greater the rainbow. And you have got like little the peace sign. Look at the dove. I saw 3 doves today, and I was all excited. Now, of course, they grow with that gorgeous garden. And then, of course, that's my favorite. It has to be sleeping, staying in bed. That's the dream. Anyway, if you want to go for this collection, 100637 is your item number. We also have set number 2 from Janet Klein's May release from this year, and of course it features, it has to be said, Mark from Pata Mark from Totally Patch, flipping the bird, guys. And then, of course, we have got Nana and Papa. And then, of course, we have the all essential, the healthcare heroes there, which works so well with the one-day special, because, of course, we have got the doctor's office in there as well. So we have got the doctor and the doctor, or both nurses, or whatever you want to put it in. And, of course, we have got the garden in there. And I love that kind of combination, because if you're using And for both sets, you can create that rainbow image as well in there. Also, the fact that you are getting, I love the clotheslines as well. I mean, she's a little bit, you know. Now, look at that. You have got so many possibilities if you go for both sets. Now, if you're thinking, I love both sets, well, there is that set. That is the biggest set that, of course, has, you know, both of them, £99 and £88. Remember that the savings are carried forward, so even if it doesn't appear saving, you have got the savings that are in each of those bundles individually. 717220 is your item number, and of course you can flexify it not in 2 but in 3 interest-free payments, which means that if, for instance, the one-day special has flexi-buy, but it's at 2 flexi-buys. So if you wanted to make the one-day special into 3 flexi-buys, you add it to this one, and then you can spread the cost as well of that one. 717220 is your item number. Now, I'm going to create also a renown for the stencils. So we have got a set of stencils here as well for you. You can see there 050325 is your item number. Saving £13, you are getting all 7. Dandelion, Field, the Sunrise, Starry Nights, Petals and Pods, and Saturday Morning, and Art and something else. Trifuori. £35 and 93 pence is your price. Now, of course, now those ones you will find it all on the website, thecraftstore.com. But right now, let's rejoin Janet for another demo.
Okay. So I thought this is my style of card. I love doing cards like this.
Oh, that's
so it's just really quite simple, but I just think it shows off the little characters, and I just love these sort of little bit of humour with it as well. So as always, we just start off by doing my background, and I'm going to use one of the stencils that we've just shown from the set of 7. So this is Dandelion Field. These are from Janet Klein, so obviously they will work fantastically well with all of her designs as well. So so they're well worth having just to go with all your other stamps that you've got. So I just want, again, quite a pale background, so I'm just going to do, this is tumbled glass.
Okay.
So you want a fair bit of ink on there, and then a little bit of green at the bottom, just some mowed lawn, which is my favourite green.
That's a beautiful green. It's a pure green, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's a Kelly
like
green
one.
sort of.
I'm just going to add a little bit more
Yeah.
blue and give it a spritz.
Okay. So that will make the waters.
It does, yeah.
Blend,
Again,
right?
it mixes it up, but also it just
Yeah.
helps you transfer it onto the card as well. So I'm just going to. It doesn't really matter which way up this goes, because you've got your daisies. Flowers go both ways, so I'm just sorry about the state of my bit of tissue. And then you want just to mop up any excess water that comes out from the edge of the stencil. So hopefully, ooh. Yeah, I only want a little bit,
like a hint, right?
Yeah. A hint of something in the background, so that's fine. Seems to have got a little hair or something in there. So that's fine, and I just want a little bit more down at the bottom here, so I'll just see if I can just get a little bit more. Yeah. So that's good. And then I'll just do my stamping while that dries off. So I've got, again, I've used, for this one, I've used the butterfly house. Right. And I love this. You can't see it so well behind the barcode there, but this little house element of it, obviously I love the little girl as well, but this is such a useful shape. I've used this a lot in the cards that I've been doing for these demos. I love the detail on it. I like the writing. I like the shape of it. I don't know, just... Something about that appeals to me a lot. Yeah.
It's kind of elegant, isn't it?
It is, yeah. And I suppose it's because it is tall and thin, and it's a bit of an unusual shape to get, really. So that's nice.
Townhouse sort of a style.
Yeah, I like that. And then the trees. So I love in the trees as well. So this is from the house, the to market set, and I absolutely love these trees. these, so don't overlook the trees. Obviously, when you get the set, you'll see the shops and everything, but the trees are a really lovely part of the set as well. They're really useful. I've used them, again, I've used these a lot in everything as well. I'll just say in that set there is I think Janet should have named it Ab's High Street.
Yes, it is, because it's like you can
shoes
see.
and flowers and coffee shops and
and shoes, you know.
Yeah, and flowers.
Yeah, you can tell. Yeah.
So I think that should be called Ab's High Street.
Yeah, definitely. Although there is in the market this says sale, and I don't see him being a sale person, sort of going on the sale. Yeah.
No. Right. So, and then what else have I got? Oh, and the sun. So the sun has come from the flower set. So I've used the trois fleurs, and I've used the head of this flower as the sun. So look at different ways of using your stamps. You don't just have to use them as flowers. I often use the heads of flowers as suns. I think it's quite a nice nice way of using them. So I'll just pop those on there as well. And then I've just got my little boys to stamp out. So I've got my little... And I like the way the boys are similar. So you've got, they've got kind of the same look about them, the same hairstylish. So I like... and the girls as well. So the two of them, the two boys and two girls, look similar to each other. Yeah. And then we've got the little boys. Put them down there. And again, using the A7 block. And just because they're A7 blocks, you can still get 2 or 3 stamps on at a time if you want to. So yeah. So the only thing with those is when you're stamping them, if you're stamping them directly onto your card, if you're stamping them behind something, you'll get the image through the hands. Yeah. So you may want, and I did do this, to just cut the hands out and stick them over the top, so it kind of gives them that 3D look, but it also means that they're not, they haven't got the image going through them. Now, the only reason I didn't bring them was because I thought if I could stamp and cut them all out, which I would do, but I would just lose them. They would just not be here by the end of the day. So I thought no point in doing it. So I'm going to use my border this time as a piece of ground, and I really like using this border set for that. So I'm using my border block, which obviously works really well with these ones.
It's great to have acrylic blocks that are sort of inspired by the sizes of the stamps, you know.
They're really, and they do work, somehow they do make it a lot easier to use. So I'm just going to pop that, do that about there. And then you do just want to let your ink sink in for a minute, well not a whole minute or two, but just for a little while. And then with these ones you can flex. So with all your All and Create borders, blocks, you can flex them so you get a nice image. Excuse me. I don't like having black on here because I do pick it up and it just goes everywhere. Right, so then I'm going to just again start to position everything. So this is, I like this bit, I like playing and I like deciding where everything's going to go. So he's just going to be coming out of there. Got this little guy. And if you cut these, if I'd stamped that, I would need to cut the hands out. But if you actually cut this out, you don't need to because the hands are already there. And I like, actually, you don't need to... I was a bit worried when I first saw them. I thought, oh, how do you cut across the bottom? But it's very forgiving, actually. And as long as you've got a line, you can just pop them anywhere and they work quite nicely. And then I've got my trees. So I'm just going to cut a bit of an end off of that tree. So that's kind of how they're going to go. I
love that.
And then I've got my sun. So I've got my flower here. So I'm just going to chop that bit off. And that can be my sun. And then I like the words in here as well, so I think you have to add the words as well. So you've got cuckoo.
Oh, cuckoo! I love
cuckoo.
That. It's so
so this is French. It's kind of hi, hello, how are you? That kind of not how are you, but just hi or hello.
Yeah, Like the equivalent to the Italian ciao.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ciao. Just put that there. And with words, I always just give it a little wiggle.
See, in Spanish, cuckoo is literally when you are hiding and you say,
Right.
oh, cuckoo. Like you go
yeah.
like, so it's funny because for me it was like, oh, you can do it as actually for what it is, like they're playing hide and seek.
I
and
guess
you're like,
it's yeah, it could go either way. It's just quite a nice word, isn't it?
It is, yeah. And also it could be like just a random words like, you know, to add text and detail to the background, you know.
And then you've got your little O.
I like that. It's like, oh.
And the words just add that little bit of extra, I don't know what the word is, sort of composition. It adds to the composition of the card, just makes it a bit more complete. And then we've got peekaboo, so that's going to go there. Yeah. Peekaboo.
I love that.
And then you've got our little guys. Can't find where that goes. We're here.
Oh, there it is.
There you go.
You're so organised, so nice.
And then I just bring in my finished one. So obviously I will colour everything in,
Yeah.
but that's all I've done is just colour everything in from there. So that's exactly what I've done, apart from just colour it in, and I always give a black edge to everything.
Because that kind of frames it, doesn't it, and brings
definitely.
it out. I love that card. I love the simplicity. Thank you so much,
Thank
Dan.
you.
I mean, I say it's simplicity, but it's all about the thought process, about starting with amazing images that create those stories, those kind of beautiful traveling through. Now, of course, the one-day special, over 60% of the stock has gone. So if you want yours, do check out your basket. It is busy. Now, if you are a Freedom member, you can flexify it, and you would be paying today £22.48 for the complete collection, the latest collection from Janet Klein for Alan Create. What you are getting is not only the characters, you are getting the butterfly girl there, you are getting the house, you are getting the street of shops, the high streets, the hubs high street, as we say, with the flowers, the shoes, and of course the market and the coffee house. Then you are getting, of course, those doors, the doctor's office or welcome, or could be a new home. And then you are getting the boys in there, the heads, which I love the boys because, well, I love the slams. Yeah, I love the boys. Well, certain boys anyway. Now, of course, you have got in here 4 heads that you can mix and match and create all sorts of hairstyles in there. I love them because they have got character, each one of them. But I think one of my favorite is, of course, it has to be the butterfly house, which you can see in here. Janet was using it in that demo, but look how different the houses look. And then, of course, the butterfly wings behind the girl that comes with. Or look at this one. I just adore it. I really, really love this one. And look, as well, you are getting the garden in here with the peekaboo girl. I don't know, I'm going back and forth which one is my favorite, but you don't have to choose, because remember, you are getting them all in here as well. And also, as a Freedom member, remember that £14.99 saving. Am I correct thinking that you are not paying for one of the stamp sets? And a little bit more. One of the A6, so one of the A6 is £11.99. Your saving is bigger than one of them. So that is how much you are saving. So you're saving a stamp, one of the largest stamp sets and more. I have to say, the way that you can incorporate the flowers and then fussy cut them and then create this wreath, and of course incorporate another girl in here as well. Find me in the garden. Look at that. I love these ones as well. Look at the houses. I like the shops in here with the girls from other sets as well. So you can mix and match. You can create all sorts of characters, all sorts of stories. And I love that. I love the storytelling. I love the fun element. I love the fact that I remember the first time that I got one of Janet Klein's stamps, it took literally 2-3 minutes to color in. If I would do it very plain, so there is that element that it doesn't take that long. If you want to do, just a simple coloring, you can choose how you make it. You prefer alcohol markers, that will work for you. You prefer watercolor that will work. You like monochromatic, it will work for you. What also can work for you is the FlexiBuy option, which is spreading the cost into interest-free payments. And of course, as a Freedom member, you still have that £14.99 saving. So you would be paying £22.48 today, and that is the delivery cost. 629935 is your item number for the one-day special. Over 60% of the stock has gone, so make sure to check out your baskets. Back to you, Janet.
Back to me. So I've got ATCs.
Oh, fabulous.
I like using, obviously Janet's stamps work really nicely with small size projects. Obviously you can do bigger size, but obviously they're absolutely ideal for ATCs. And I thought I'd try and do something to swap heads. So I'm going to use the little boys, but I'm going to swap the heads. And the heads I thought I would swap are the Tweedledee and Tweedledum.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm going to just stamp them out. I have...
Yeah,
and then I thought I would just swap the heads on them with.
By the way, we have got 8 minutes left,
yeah,
so
that's
just
fine.
to give you time to check.
So, just because it's a bit quicker, I'm going to use my A6 block here to stamp them both out.
And again, VersaFine to give you...
Yeah, I just always stamp it.
Do you colour mostly with watercolours then?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I use... I have tried alcohol pens and I can't get on with them. I don't know why. I like the look of them when other people do it. I think they're fabulous. But for me, I can't seem to... I don't know.
I always say that whatever works for you is the right medium for you, so...
So I prefer watercolours. So I like my pencils, and I like also just picking up ink from the ink pads as well. So I'll put ink on a mat and just pick it up from there. So I'll do that. So this is our little Tweedle. So this comes from the set of 9 characters. So these are Alice, aren't they? I get Alice and Dorothy muddled up. And then I just need some heads from the boys. So this, I love these little boys. I'm with you. I like the boys. And these are fabulous. So I love their different hairstyles. I love the cheeky little faces that they've got.
I love the glasses.
And you've got the glasses as well, yeah. And also just the words. So happy birthday, grandson, son. So really useful words as well for obviously for any stamps. So I'm going to use, get 3 on here.
Oh.
So I'm going to use those 3.
Okay. I too love the fact that you can change heads, and I love the fact that you can, personalize them very much. Like you can create. I remember we got a card that we sent last year or so, with all the presenters in it.
Oh right.
So like the lady had coloured and made them, so it was very identifiable who was who.
Yeah.
And
nice.
I think the more that we are getting characters, I mean, I do see, different people I haven't met before.
And depending how you colour them, what colour hair you give them, what colour skin tone you give them, they can look like people that you know, or kids that you know, or not only kids but adults that you know.
I think
as well.
I'm looking, and we have got Ben behind the cameras here today, a floor manager Ben. And by the way, congratulations on his promotion.
Oh.
Now, of course, I see the spiky hair. That could be Ben. That could be totally Ben. Yeah.
This one.
Yes, that one. Ben. Yeah. And also, if we make it into dark hair, it could be our.
I think I don't look like that at all.
I was thinking as well, it could be Andy, one of our tech supervisors, and my little brother. I mean, fake little brother, but I call him.
So I just thought we could cut these out, and obviously it depends actually. If you can cover it, I know he's got 2 ears if you do that, so you would have to cut the head off and then put that one on. But they just look really cute. Just super. I mean, obviously, again, I would.
So cute.
But really, really cute. And if you've got someone who's got 2 boys or twins or whatever, and you can make them look a little bit different, I think they're fabulous.
It's funny because when you put the curly hair, also I could see there's somebody remind me, a girl that reminded me with curly hair, short curly hair as well. So it's not gender specific.
You could make it into another one. So I'm just going to. Quickly do a little background.
This is the thing about also Janet Klein's stamps, that they just put a smile, and they are fun to play with, easy to play with. Because I'm not I'm not somebody who naturally is drawn to characters in terms of stamping. I'm more of an abstract person. Janet Klein, immediately I know what to do. I know what I want to do with them.
Yeah.
I know how to color them. It's not difficult. You can do them very plain. And in fact, a testament to that is the fact that John Lowood was earlier this week with
some
alcohol
of the
markers.
colouring, some of the samples we've got are from John today, yeah. So
And it was just really amazing how he was just using alcohol markers to colour them in.
Yeah, he did. He just used the alcohol markers to colour them in, and they look amazing. And Corrie, who does all our most of our colouring, we've had a few problems with post and getting all the samples, so I haven't got any here today from Corrie. But she uses alcohol markers a lot, yeah. So it's just a little scruffy little background because I wanted to.
Love that.
And then I'm just going to chop these heads off.
By the way, very busy for the One Day Special. Details left-hand side of the screen. We are approaching 2/3 of the stock, and there's still 2 more live hours to come today. So make sure to check out your baskets, and so you can relax and watch Janet's demos. And I love also the way that you break it down, how simple it is to start the stamping and then play around, create the background, and there you have it.
So, and then we can swap their little heads. Things like that amuse me. I don't know if it was Leonie, because I know Leonie was sort of suggested it, but I don't know if it was if Janet thought, oh, that's a good idea, and we'll do that. Maybe.
Yeah.
So so then we can just pop I'll put that one in the middle because he's different. That's it. He's got different arms. And then I would just add some washi tape to ground them again, and you can use, Janet's got some lovely washi tapes on the show as well, so you've got some nice, if I ever find the end. So again, just little bits of washi tape to add to the ground.
And then look at that.
That would go like that.
I like that. It just makes it like it's such a clever use of the washi. It's just.
Yeah, the washi is really useful, and because it's again designed by Janet, so it's got that same kind of feel to it. So it's.
I think the word. I mean, I use the word whimsical. I'm not sure if it's the right one.
Yeah, it's a good word. Yeah, it is.
You see?
Yeah, definitely. I think it's a nice word to describe how Janet does everything.
Because there is an element of, I would say, it's cute edginess.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, because it is cute, but it has an edge to it as well. It does definitely have a very, and I like that. And I like that you can take it if you wanted to make it cute and cuddly, you can. But definitely is the edge there, the quirkiness, and I think that's not easy to achieve because.
No, she's very clever, Janet. Yeah, and then the only other thing I want to do is I've used the semicircle above the door from the houses. So I've just stamped and cut those out, and I'm going to just pop this around so I can add this in just to so it'll just stick things down. So I can just add that in just as an extra and put it in different position each time, so it can just go.
That is just gorgeous.
There.
I love that.
And put this down here maybe. That way around.
Okay. Yeah,
and just to add a little bit of extra to the background. And then I will add as well some words. You could just add your little words to go with here. So you could put I might do I like the peekaboo ones. I'll put those back on again. So it doesn't just have to use these for the peekaboo stamps. You can add them in with the other stamps as well.
Right. Okay. Okay.
I could add those.
I love that. It's just that kind of elements, and I was just thinking, it's just all these characters, all the way that you can use previous stamps that you have from Janet Klein to use them for the bodies. And by the way, we have less than a minute left.
Oh yeah, that's fine. It's finished then, really. So again, just add the other words in place, and then.
Gorgeous indeed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And all I would do with those is I would edge them in black, because I always edge everything in black. And then you've got a little set of ATCs. You can maybe add a little bit more detail in the background. But
Thank you so much, Janet. We will be back at 12 o'clock together. And of course, do remember to check out your baskets. They are 2/3 of the stock of the one-day special has gone. And remember, as a Freedom member, you have got a £14.99 saving, and you can flexify, which means that you will pay just half of that today and half the next month, and that is the delivered cost. Remember to check out your baskets. It's a fabulous brand new collection from Janet Klein, the latest release into this fabulous collection that keeps on growing. Now stay tuned here at the craft store, because we have got the jewelry box after the break, and of course do check out your baskets. Indeed, at 9 o'clock we have got the jewelry box, and then at 10 we have got Gina B Japanese crafts. I cannot wait for that one. And then at 11, Apple Blossom season projects.
Did you know you can watch the craft store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using our app on Roku? Just like your smartphone accesses an app store to add new applications, your Roku streaming player on Roku TV accesses the Roku channel store to add new channels. By downloading the Craft Store channel, you'll be able to access your favourite craft channel on your TV anytime you want to watch. Here's how you do it. Turn on your TV and connect your Roku device. Next, turn the power on and press the home button on your Roku remote. Scroll up or down to select Settings. Select your network and select Set up Connection. Roku uses a wireless connection, so select your router name and add your password. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. If this is the first time using Roku, then you'll need to set up an account on the device or by going to the Roku website. That's it. Now it's time to add the Craft Store app. Simply press your home button on the Roku remote. Scroll up or down using the arrows on your remote to select streaming channels. Then open the Channel Store. At the top of the Channel Store, you'll find a list of featured, new and popular categories to explore. Enter the Craft Store into the search bar, and this will take you to the Craft Store app. Now simply select Add Channel. When you see the Added Channel screen, press OK and return to the home page. Scroll down to the Craft Store app and press the star button on your remote. You can use the arrow buttons to move the Craft Store to the top of the screen for quick and easy access. And that's it. You can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your favourite TV whenever you feel crafty.
Hi, my name's Barbara Gray from Clarity Stamp, and how did I get here? Well, when my children, Grace and Mark, were born, I left the corporate world and I took up crafting full time. If you like my style and you like what I do, then please join me, Barbara Gray.
Hiya, I'm Hazel Eaton from Pink Frog. Pink Frog is an established company. You may have seen us in shows up and down the country. We have a wide range of designs, and we're particularly known for our flower dies and flower stamps. On our shows, I hope to bring you many hints and tips and techniques to inspire you, the crafter, at home.
Well, good morning, everybody. Lovely to see you. So we've got a fantastic jewellery hour ahead in our jewellery box hour. I am surrounded by absolutely beautiful creations, and the inspiration behind these wonderful pieces of jewellery is the lovely Julie. Hello, Julie.
Hello, Yanis.
It's been, we were talking before the show, it must be 12 months since we last worked together.
It has. I've been missing you terribly.
Well, same, because I do genuinely love working with you. I have to say, you are incredibly talented.
That's very kind. That's very kind indeed.
I mean, and I'm honestly saying that. I'm not just saying because I'm presenting this show. We have got literally something for everybody on the show. Really have. And if you love your jewellery, if you love your beads, this is the hour for you. Now, something I just want to jump to before we get into everything, because you, Spellbound, yourself, have got a fantastic book and DVD duo, and I cannot get over the price. $14.95. It actually sold out last time we featured it, so I'm glad we're able to bring it back. Just I'm going to show you the DVD and then we'll get into the book. Great for beginners.
Yes, it takes you from first principles.
Yeah. And we're just having a look. So this is all about making beads, tassels and fringes. And if I turn it around, you get to see within this, so you're choosing your beads. You've got your simple stranding, your beaded, beads, going through branching, stranding, fringing for jewellery designs, fringing for soft furnishing. So all of this explored in one DVD. That's 90 minutes. And then the book. This is such a good book. I was actually thumbing through it just for the show. 112 pages. And this is comprehensive, Julie.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, beads are made for tassels, really. I mean, there is nothing better you can do with beads than have dangly strands with sparkly crystals on them.
You won us over, dangly strands, sparkly crystals, come on, absolute win. But what a resource to have. If you are a lover of jewellery making, if you ever wanted to explore bead making, maybe you're brand new, haven't made a piece before, this is the combo for you. $14.95. I mean, how comprehensive is this book? It's incredible. How long did it take you to do that?
To make a book is about 6 months.
Okay, so I mean, look. That is a sizable investment. You got your beads, everything in there explored, and you're getting your DVD. So your book and your DVD, $14.95. I've got to tell you, 10% of the stock's already gone. This flew last time we brought it to you. Forget the price is incredible, but look, let's just forget the price. How much would you pay to do a course? One course to learn, say, one piece of jewellery. Imagine this effectively is, it's not, say, a class, it is a full course, learning multiple designs, and you can revisit it as well. This is a resource you want in your stash, genuinely. 473-370 item number. Okay, now we are going to start looking at jewellery. We're going to start here. This is a Turkish knot.
Yeah, Turkish knot tassel.
Beautiful.
Yeah, we've just had the International Beading Week, and International Beading Week was all about tassels.
Yeah.
So I've brought some beaded tassels along.
So this must have been extremely well received.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I mean, it's not brand new,
right,
but it's one of the things that I am most pleased with that I've done over. I've been beading for over 30 years now, and it's one of the things that every time I see it, I think, oh, that was quite good. I enjoyed doing that.
Yeah, I mean, that is a big statement.
Yeah, I mean, it's a simple idea, but it works. And when things work elegantly, that's what sticks in the mind.
I couldn't have summed up any better myself, and it does work so elegantly. What an absolute joy to make this. You have got colour choices, so there's the purple bronze, the green gold, or your blue silver. So it comes in individual packs. I mean, comprehensive. You've pretty much given us everything that we need within
You've
the
got
pack.
absolutely everything you need, apart from a pair of scissors to trim the thread, and you need a pair of flat pliers or grippers just to squeeze the last little bit.
That's okay, and we should have those. Look, jewellery making, you need to have those core essential tools. But look at everything that you're getting here. And one thing I want to point out, and it's been my pleasure over the years to have presented a number of shows with you, you put so much pains into sourcing the best quality beads you can for the projects as well, and it shows.
Completely,
it really does.
yes. I mean, most of the beads in these particular kits are from a company called Preciosa, who are the best manufacturer of beads in Europe, and have been around for a very long time. And they're beautiful beads. They're regular, they've got gorgeous finishes, and they blend together so well, and they're ideal for this type of work because they're slightly rounded, so as you weave they fit together just beautifully, like jigsaw puzzle pieces.
And look, this is the thing, if anyone knows, it would be Julie, because obviously you're very experienced in the field and you know the quality that you're working at here. So just going through, I'll show you the finished example. You've seen what you're getting within the actual bundles, and this is what they will make. So we'll start here. This one is that's your blue silver.
No, that's green gold.
Oh, apologies, that's the green gold. Thank you.
That's okay.
Then we have our blue silver here. That's beautifully elegant. And then finally we have our purple bronze, which is there. One thing, and you're going to hear me saying this a lot, is, and something we were chatting about in our meeting beforehand, the tactile nature of the tassels too. They look good, they feel good, absolutely stunning. For £12.95, you cannot go wrong. 781459, your item number there. Now we're going to move on to our autumn tassel. So I'm guessing, because it has been a while since we've worked together, have you been bringing us tassels throughout each season?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
okay, so we're on to our autumn one. Majestic.
It's nice, isn't it?
It
looks like falling leaves.
Yeah, well, you've
over
really
the top.
captured the season in one project.
Yeah.
£34.95, but what an exquisite piece. The amount that you're getting here, the quality of the individual elements, it is an absolute showstopper. And there are certain pieces that you make, the eye gravitates towards, and you think this is special. This is one of those examples.
I mean, this is a beader's project. It's also an embroiderer's project because the top bead is actually covered with a mesh that you then embroider into. So all of those leaves are actually embroidered onto the top bead, and then it's beading technique to add all the crystals underneath.
And beautiful crystals in here is what Julie was just alluding to. That's beautiful. I mean, each element, such a joy to make. What a project. And ultimately display it. It will become a conversational piece. Everything about this just screams quality. £34.95 is your price. 693 item number. Seeing here, another comprehensive bundle. We get good instructions from yourself there, Julie, as well.
Everything is from first principles, so even if you're a complete beginner, you can do it with patience. As long as you can thread a needle, you can bead, basically.
Right. I like that.
And so we take you through from the very beginning right through to the end, hand-holding all the way.
And we're getting an awful lot in this kit.
Yes, there's an awful lot of beads in there because you can make design decisions yourself if you want to.
Yeah.
There is a strict protocol with how much work you do, but if you want to change it a bit, you can do. There'll be some left over, so you can have a little play.
Lovely. Details on your screen there, 806-693, your item number, already very busy for this. And I get the impression, and I wouldn't be surprised, I know that Julie has a lot of fans out there and a lot of people going through the seasons, so they might have done previous seasons and now been waiting for autumn.
Yes.
Because we are busy for that one. Okay, now we're going to move on. This is an Ottoman tassel, and it's kind of a nod to the first option, the Turkish. Obviously, Ottoman, Turkish Empire, Ottoman Empire, I should say, and Turkey. So, having a look here, this is a little bit special.
It's a bit glam, isn't it? The Turkish tassel has a very special beadwork bead at the top. It's made just with seed beads. But with the Ottoman, we've embellished it. We've added more strands. We've made it a bit more exotic. It's very much, well, I'm addicted to old films.
Yeah.
And show me Sinbad and I'm there. And it just reminds me of old Sinbad films.
Love Sinbad the movie. I'm getting very much that Ottoman feel that you're saying. There is something special Far East. It's funny because this is actually lovely. Ross, our producer, now his partner Katie, together for years, for a while she went for a phase, she was doing belly dancing classes and she really liked it, had the full garb, and he was saying, I think this is a compliment to Ross, he would love to make us something like this, he thought, just to reflect that period in her time, and she'd appreciate it. You never know, she can incorporate it as part of her I want to say uniform, her dress. Three different options, absolutely exquisite each one. Shall we start here? Let's have a look. Now this one is the bronze, copper and teal. there's so many elements to this. I really like the Turkish knot. And this is kind of like, as we said, the Turkish knot, and then they even elevated even further.
Yeah, there's embroidery techniques involved, there's more stranding, and it's really, I suppose it's a little OTT, but it takes it.
It's not OTT.
Still elegant.
I think it really is very befitting. Obviously, colourway is a personal taste, and for me, this middle one is my favourite. This is your red AB black and gold. It is exquisite. Do you know, I kind of find you say about movies. To me, it feels like the kind of thing you would find in an Indiana Jones movie. Other movies are available, but you know, discovering something that is truly exotic and special. That one is really nice. And then up here we have our final option. It's a scarab blue, gunmetal, and silver. And one thing I thought just show just up here as well. You've got a beautiful crystal at the top too, and this is a good endorsement of the quality that you get with anything that Julie brings. Do you see how those facets capture the light wonderfully? And as we traverse down, it's like a wonderful chandelier type effect. It's the drape, the movement, the colours, everything about this is so special. But also, what you do really well, Julie, you're original. You bring us stuff that we don't. I mean, I haven't seen anything like this before.
No, well, we try to be different. We try to sort of start from a left field position and come in with a design that nobody's seen before.
Well, you are, you know, you're really good at what you do. I have to say the bronze copper teal is in the lead at the moment. Will it change? We'll find out. Oh, yeah. Stunning. Absolutely stunning. I can see why, because it looks so good on screen. Okay, your item number there is 190862. 19.95 is your price, and you have got options to choose from. So now we're going to talk about bookmarks. I read a lot, and you can never have enough bookmarks, so I really cover a good bookmark.
That's right, yeah.
And also, we were discussing this because I know it's summer holidays, but thinking about younger members of your family going back to school, university, anyone who's studying, don't have to be studying, just anyone who loves a good book will appreciate a good bookmark.
That's it, but I thought it was a nice sort of going away present, first year students, second year students, something from home, isn't it?
Well, that owl is lovely. Isn't it beautiful? And you are getting everything that you need within the kits.
Absolutely everything you need, yes, including the ribbon ends, everything. And it's a really nice high quality ribbon, so it won't damage your book in any way. It's nice and slim.
Well, I will just show you, because I have got the completed owl in a book here, because obviously we've got them both facing out so you can see all elements on the counter. So that is how your bookmark will work. Isn't that lovely? Oh, the owls, I mean, come on. For $9.95, you've got the joy of making it, and then maybe keep the bookmark. You don't have to give it away as a present. That could be a little present to yourself, or equally, if you wanted, you could, and I love that detail going through there. Equally, what you can do is give it away as a present, and whoever receives it, I think, would absolutely love that. So that's your owl, $9.95. The price, they all share the same item number. We'll go through the options. Then we have our duck, which is duck is brand new. You've never seen the duck before. That's cute, the little mallard duck.
He is. He's really nice. I had to visit from some family recently, and they're all duck obsessed.
Yeah.
And I thought, okay, duck it is.
Well, it just translates incredibly well into the bookmark. What an original bookmark. And finally, we have our elephant. The elephant, which is symbolic of very lucky.
Yes.
Creature, so there we go.
Yes, and he's an Indian elephant as well, because he's got his little cover on his back and a little Indian tassel at the other end.
That's very cute. A lot of people, I think, elephants are just a popular animal anyway.
Yeah, well, but I think she is a girl because she's called Nellie.
Oh, Nellie dear. Oh,
yes,
there we go.
Obviously. Obviously Nellie.
We have got a couple more options for you. We'll show them on the website. We've got our sheep, which is cute. And we also have the cat and mouse. Now, this is very clever, because obviously one element being the cat, and then you've got the mouse dangling on the other side.
That's right, and you've got the mouse on the owl we've got today as well. So
I like
yeah,
that.
2 ideas in one.
Well, it's a nice little nuance, I think, to the piece.
Yeah,
It gives it a little
it's
something.
cute to start with, and then there's a bit of humour.
Yeah, I like that. $9.95 is your price. You are just picking your favourite option. Great. Look at the feedback and the reviews that you're getting there. So 4.5 stars, just shy of 5-star reviews there. Eric the Duck, good name.
Yes.
No, we like that, Eric the Duck. Okay, so we've got more for you. As I say, there is something for everybody on the show today. And here, look at this. What statement pieces to wear going out. And we are slowly, tentatively starting to start meeting people, going out, parties. This is a lovely necklace, the Strauss necklace.
Yeah.
Really nice. So tell us a little bit about this.
I brought Strauss along because we've got duck and owl. You've got these sort of feather motifs on the Strauss, which come from sort of ballroom dresses and feathers and that type of thing. And it's a really nice, elegant necklace. It's a good length. It sits just right to wear with a blouse or over a thin jumper. And it's made with twin beads, which are special 2-hole beads that we weave together to make that feather shape.
It's so effective.
Yeah.
You've got an option within this, so I think for everybody, my eye gravitated straight towards the pastel tones. That is so refined and elegant, fantastic, I think, for any season. But you can imagine that, spring, summer.
Yeah, it's an unusual combination,
Yeah.
but it seems to suit everybody. And I think it's the nicest one as well, I have to agree with you.
That's
It's
your
unusual.
soft pink and tanzanite. It is unusual.
Yeah, and it's got a Colorado topaz crystalline, which is that sort of pale, smoky, sort of honey colour, and it really lifts everything. It's a beautiful combination.
Stunning. $16.50 is your. I mean, come on, $16.50 for a necklace. I'm just going to hold this one up so you can see. A necklace of that quality and size for $16.50 is just breathtaking. I'm just holding up one of the options. Obviously, they're all the same. I just happened to pick this one up because it was the nearest to me. But when you start looking through and seeing, oh, there we go. I've just messed that up. Now, let's have a look at the black and gunmetal silver. That's very elegant, and you can imagine that with a little black dress. That's
Yes,
good.
it's very smart. It's a sort of, you can wear it to the office, but equally it's an evening type look.
And over here, finally, we have our scarab blue, teal and turquoise. There is no bad option. Each one has their own particular personality and charm. Very, very elegant within this too. $16.50 is your price. 306-602 your item number. You're getting your complete kits, your instructions, everything that you need to make these fantastic pieces of jewellery. 306-602. Now we are going to move on. We've got more stunning necklaces for you. I don't know how you do it, Julie, because you're able to, and you bring us necklaces, but how you're able to keep on, every time you visit us, bring us a different necklace, a different design, and markedly different. Like you're seeing even on the counter today, how the Strauss is so much more, it's very different to the anemone. And in anemone, you've captured that movement and feel of the organic nature of the anemone.
That's right. It's got a lot of beads on, but they sit beautifully. They sit around the neck beautifully, and it's such an easy technique. Obviously inspired by sea anemones with all their little waving fronds. So it's sort of inspired by sunshine and sea.
Is that a conscious decision when you're designing jewellery? You want it to look good, but are you conscious of the fact you want it to sort of sit well?
Oh, it has to wear well. It has to wear well. There's no point at all unless it's robust, it's wearable, and it's fun to wear. It's something that you should be looking forward to putting on, or in fact, make the necklace, then get the outfit to go with the necklace.
So that's the way to go. And I would imagine all your pieces, they do spark conversation.
Oh yes, yeah. I mean, it's rare that they're not admired, to be honest.
Do you tend to find when you're out, people, I know the last year and a half's been a bit of a funny one, but before that, would people kind of stop you, or if you're on the train, sort of say, where did you get that?
They do, yes, and we get lots of comments back and lovely pictures of people wearing them. And,
oh, that's nice.
especially special ones like the anemone have been worn for a wedding or something like that. And just delightful.
That's beautiful. And look, I can see your smile on your face. It means a lot to you as well. $24.95 is your price if you do want to get hold of this breathtaking necklace. Let's have a look at the different options. We'll start here. This is your teal and your topaz. I have to say, those two colours just harmonise wonderfully together. Isn't that a nice combination? That's your teal and topaz. Then as we move on, we've got a symphony of pinks and purples here. It is your pink and purple option. Love the movement though, it's so organic in nature, and you can see how well it will drape around the neck. As we progress, we got our green and turquoise, such a lovely, fresh, vibrant colour combination. And then last, certainly not least, we got our AB purple and black. It's refined, it's elegant. I think this would suit very well for a big event, a lavish event. You can imagine yourself wearing a very smart dress and just finishing it off with this necklace. $24.95 is your price, $929,406, your item number. And finally, these are, can I just say, these are genius. Now, how you're able to achieve these, the cherry effect is so striking, because you'd be forgiven for thinking these were embellishments you just put on, you hadn't actually made with beads. So how you're able to create that so effectively, I'm in awe.
I must admit, sometimes you do things, you think, oh, actually, that's worked.
Well, this
and
has
that
worked.
one did. It's a subtleness of the choice of the beads versus the count of the beads, and it just came off perfectly.
And look at the price. Now, I want to stress, you're getting the necklace and you're getting the earrings for $14.95. You just choose which option you want to get. That is such a good price point.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
But it's easy to make, and it's so satisfying to wear. I'm afraid I've been watching reruns of old movies again, and of course Grease was on, 1950s.
Yeah.
And you see the type of jewellery they were wearing there, fresh and young and wonderful, and it just inspired me. Had to do it.
It's got a bit of the kitsch about it, in the
It
very
has,
best
but
sense of the word.
it's elegant summer kitsch, isn't it? It's summer fate, or it's. I think you could get away with it with a very formal suit, actually, because it shows your personality through.
I think you're right. But also, you can imagine this for a picnic or going out for the day, very light and airy, and it has got personality and charm and a lovely burst of colour. The design's so original, and that's something that you always get with Julie. $14.50 is your price there. You just choose whether you want the white or black option, so whether you want it on white or whether you want it on black. 570-812, your item number. Now, if you do want to shop by brand and see everything that Julie has brought with us here to the craft store, you can have a little look and see on the website. Lots. And also, if you want to just revisit any item that we might have discussed, the website's a really good way to just have a little look and maybe check out details and pictures. So, no, we were going down the counter, so if you just want to refresh your memory, if you want to read reviews, now have a look at, if we just pause there, 5-star reviews for the DVD and book combo. Last time we featured it, last time Julie came in to visit us, it sold out. And we're already a third of the stock gone here again. $14.95, you're not only getting the book, which is incredible, but you're getting a 90-minute DVD as well, a comprehensive DVD exploring beads and tassels. So, I mean, what a wealth of knowledge at your fingertips. The book's incredible, and the DVD's fantastic too. I think enough from me. We're going to start playing. So what are we going to make then, Julie?
Well, I thought I'd start with an edited highlights of how to make a Turkish knot tassel.
Beautiful.
And how to develop it into an Ottoman tassel.
Okay.
So it's like a 10-minute whistle-stop tour.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so what I thought I would do is show you how to start to make one of these wonderful 3-dimensional beads that we've got at the top of both the Turkish and the Ottoman tassel. Right. Now this is completely hollow, and it's just made with seed beads. It's just a clever little trick with the beads, and it makes it into this spiral. So we start off with a single thread, and we tie a keeper bead, which is just a spare bead, and we put it on a single knot about 15 centimetres from the end, and that's how we start all beadwork, because it's a removable stopper for our work.
Perfect.
And then we put on a row of beads.
Right.
And the row of beads we put on goes around the circumference here of our knot bead.
Okay.
And when you're making it, you actually put on 44 of the background colour and 2 of the stripe colour. So I'm not going to sit here and thread on 44 beads, but we put on sufficient of these to match the pattern, and then we put on 2 of our stripe.
Yeah.
Now stripe goes up the spiral there.
Okay.
And then if you imagine I've got 44 beads on,
Yeah.
we pass through all the beads again to bring it round into a circle.
All right.
And that is, if you like, the middle or the waist of our bead.
Yeah.
Now, I've already done that with a slightly larger circle. It's not 44 beads, because I want to be able to go all the way around and show you.
Yeah.
44 beads would take too long. So I'm now going to start row 2. Now, I've put on a plain row and it's all completely flat at the moment. I'm now going to start using a technique called peyote stitch,
Okay.
which means that I put on 1 bead, I skip past the next bead along, and I go through the following bead. And what happens is we pair up
Yeah.
the bead I've skipped past with the bead I've added on. So it makes a little pair.
Oh.
Okay.
Peyote sounds like it could be, I was going to say Native American, but is it Mexican?
No, it's Native American,
Yeah.
and it's one of the traditional weaves they would have used for their traditional beadwork.
Lovely.
And it's a very, very important beadwork stitch, but it's culturally also very important.
Significance. I love that, and I really like how you've introduced that into your work as well. So.
Yeah, it's a stitch that's very popular at the moment. If you're doing any sort of beadwork at the moment, you'll be familiar with this, but it's a good beginner's technique as well.
Okay.
You can see I've been putting on alternate beads as I spoke there, and you can see we've got a 2 and a 1, a 2 and a 1.
Yeah.
So if I put on a 1 and through the second one along, I pair up. And what we're actually doing, I call these keys and keyholes. So the key is the bead that sticks out, and the keyhole is the gap in between. And on the next row, we put a bead into the keyhole. So if I just come round another couple of beads, and there we go.
Lovely.
And
Now
that's
we're
my
just gonna-
row finished.
We're just going to flash the details for the Ottoman. This will work with your the Turkish knot or the Ottoman. Ottoman, very, very busy, and it's that originality. You're still getting this beautiful sweeping design from the Turkish knot, but with the Ottoman, it takes it, elevates it that step further, and I think you'll agree with me on that one when we're having a look at the completed design. So you can see that the knot is there that's featured within that Turkish knot, but all of a sudden it's bejeweled with all these wonderful crystals, and thought it's just such an exquisite piece. So whether you go for the Ottoman or the Turkish knot, there's no bad choices. And I love the little jewel at the top too, encrusted. Lovely. Beautiful. It's got that Prince of Persia feel to it.
Yes, very good, Phil. Okay, so I'm just showing you putting a bead into a keyhole now. So I've come through the previous bead that stuck up, put on a bead, and I go through the next one along, and it slots into the hole. Yeah. And you can see we're starting to build up a little cylinder of beadwork.
Lovely.
Now I'm going to skip ahead.
Okay.
Because to make that helix shape, we need to start doing some reducing stitches. So when you're reducing, it's like putting darts in when you're doing sewing, dressmaking. Sorry, I'm just caught up there. That's it. So what we do is we reduce the number of beads on the row.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm coming along here. with my normal peyote stitch, which I've just been doing to start off with. And you can see this is the start of the stripe here, and I've started to reduce. So if I put that down flat and then pick it up, you can see that this is starting to pinch in.
Okay.
And that's because I've started to reduce. So to reduce, I've got 2 beads in my next keyhole. I just put in 1 bead to go across the top of that. And I pass up through 4 metal beads.
Right.
Okay. I put on 2 metal beads to make my next stitch, and then I jump across a gap.
Okay.
And I've already done that 2 rows for 2 rows previous to this, and that's how I'm starting to get that stripe. So if I work round again, and I will repeat. So I work round in peyote stitch, and this is why I did a smaller row rather than the 44 beads, because otherwise I'd be going 1, 2, 3, and you'd quite rightly be thinking, when do we get to the bit that I need to see?
Yeah.
So I'm nearly round again. Get the end out of the way, and I repeat. So I'm coming up to the stripe. Here we go. So that's the last bead before the stripe. So I put on 1 background bead and I pass through. I miss 2 and I go through 2. Then I go through another 2. That's my stripe starting to build.
Yeah.
Then I put on 2. I go across a gap, and I go across a gap without adding a bead.
Perfect.
And you can see
that's nice.
that's starting to happen.
Yeah.
Now it's all done out in diagrams in your instructions, and this is our... So you can see you've got the beads going all the way through, and the red line is where your needle is making that stitch. It explains it in words, shows you in pictures.
You're incredibly clear with your instructions.
Takes you through everything. I like building things, so I like to get a result.
Okay. Well, I know. So you bring us such beautiful inspirations, and you show within the instructions. In my view, and having a look at the instructions, you've really thought about them as a crafter, the kind of information you would want to see from the point, and you're seeing there, having that larger illustration makes a big difference because you can clearly follow.
It does, and we have them tested. We test them and we test them and we test them, and it's really important to make sure that everything is absolutely clear, whether you understand beadwork or you've never done it before.
Stunning. Okay.
Anyway, I would continue on with this and keep reducing, and the size of this hole on the top gets smaller and smaller and smaller. And we can see on this one here, that's our reducing line going all the way round and up to the top. So I keep going until I run out of space, and then I turn it over and I do the same again. So I work up from the first circle up towards the other end, and that gives me this lovely 3-dimensional bead. It's completely hollow, but it's really robust.
Well, it's so wonderfully original. It's got an architectural flair to it. You can say, like, beautiful modern building with that wonderful twist of the knot. But then also it allows a wonderful opportunity to really showcase these beautiful crystals that are in the kits as well. So you've got these wonderful beaded crystals going through there, and the colorways, the design, everything about this just works. And I would imagine hanging this somewhere, when the natural light catches through, it just brings it to life.
Yes it does. Yeah, it really, really sparkles, and you can't resist just sort of turning it round a bit.
I just want to say very quickly, we're extremely busy for the DVD and book. We knew we would be because it sold out last time. Half the stock has gone here. Let me just show you. You are getting both. Now look, odds are, if you're into your jewellery and you just want to get a really good understanding, a grounding of tassels, this is the way to go. So within the DVD, this is a 90-minute DVD, you are getting an exploration in your beads, making your beaded tassels and fringes. So within this, you can see all the different chapters coming through. So it's not just one project. You're getting such a good understanding of choosing the right beads. I mean, what Julie's so good at is going back to those basics. So choosing the right beads, simple stranding. You've also got your beaded beads in there, branching your stranding, and then exploring your fringing work as well. So all of that, 90 minutes within that DVD. But then you have the book too, and look how good. We saw the pattern that Julie was showing, all the instructions for the individual pieces. That is taken to the next level within this book. It is such a great read in general. The amount of information that you are getting, you see how clear it is to follow all the pieces, but look at the amount of different makes that you're going to get. So that's your Moroccan tassel. Then we have in there, that's the Kasaba tassel. We've got a Turkish knot tassel in there, which we're just exploring. We've also got in here the Helter Skelter. I mean, this, I could go on and on and on. The amount of different projects. That's beautiful. Let's stop there for a second. Look at that, the Babylon necklace. All right, just for that alone, imagine going to a class and learning how to make that. How much would you pay? Just for this one piece. And you've seen how many pieces are in the book. And not only that, you're getting the DVD as well for $14.95. It's an absolute master. It's not a course. It's not a class. It's a course, a master course in beaded tassels with Julie for $14.95. You can't go wrong. And 2/3 of the stock has gone there. Very, very busy. It looks like it will be selling out for a second time. Apologies for interrupting you there, Julie.
That's quite all right. I don't mind. Right, I just wanted to show you the difference now between the Turkish and the Ottoman.
Okay.
For the Turkish, you just put on, you make a lovely beaded tassel with all the fringy strands, and you pull that up through the plain bead, and hey presto, in a couple of hours you've got something really spectacular.
Nice.
With the Ottoman though, we start to re-look at this bead and we start to embellish it.
Yeah.
So I've started here with the fringe strands, and we add a fringe strand to every other of our stripe beads going up through the spiral, and that's what gives you the swoosh of spiral beads. So I've already put on one, I've threaded on the beads for the second one, and if you've not done fringe stranding before, it's really straightforward. You put on your sequence, you have an extra 1 or 3 beads at the bottom, in this case it's 3. You leave out the 3 and you pass back up through everything else.
Oh, okay.
And that's all there is to it. So if you want to put fringes or strands on your embroidery projects, or if you want to add a tassel to a cushion corner or something like that, it's all the same technique. It's just we're doing it with really beautiful beads, and we're making really exotic tassel tops as well.
Now, this is an interesting question actually. Chris, our director, just wanted to know, what, as a beginner, somebody very, very new to jewellery making, could you make, say, the Ottoman or the Turkish knot?
The Turkish knot, certainly. The Ottoman, yes, you can, but you just need a bit more patience.
Okay.
If you've never, ever picked up a bead before, I would suggest the Turkish is one you can do. Right. It's basically just counting. The Ottoman one takes a little bit more confidence just to do the embroidery on the bead, but the beauty with beadwork is if it's not quite exactly how you want it, you just snip the thread and redo it.
And obviously we've also got, I mean, for absolute beginners, the cherries as well, which we're going to look at, which is a really good one.
Yes, I'm going to do the cherries in a second.
Now the reason why I've got, this is a nice story behind this, the reason why Chris was asking, so he's back on the dating scene, and he's been, he was getting teased for this. Actually, you can answer the question because obviously being an expert in jewellery, Julie.
Okay.
He has bought jewellery for dates. So say, not on the first date, but second or third date. No. That'd be a bit weird. But you were saying, like, if he's seeing someone for maybe a second or third time, he'd buy a little piece of jewellery. You said rather than flowers, you'd like to get a little piece of jewellery. Nothing too extravagant. But watching this, he was talking to the team. He said, "Why? I mean, spending a fortune on jewellery. Why not make the jewellery and give it, and then talk about the fact on the day, you know, the process of making it."
There's nothing more attractive than the man that can do things like anything with a drill or a hammer or needle and thread. That's just like amazing. So we'd definitely be very interested.
And can you just settle the debate? Because we were saying 3 dates in, possibly a little bit early for jewellery. Where do you stand on that?
Oh, I have no idea. No idea at all. It's a long time since I've done
Chris's
dating.
argument is, if it puts a smile on someone's face and makes them feel good, what's the harm?
Well, indeed, and you should take something to your mother every time you visit her. So perhaps you should take her a necklace.
There we go. You should take forget all the ladies you go on dates with. You should take your mum a nice necklace on there. That's good advice. Now, are we moving on?
We're doing a cherry. Yes, we're doing a cherry. Okay, so the cherry necklace is a straight string of beads with lots of little cherries.
These are so pretty.
Attached. Now, these little cherry motifs, I think you could use on so many things. You could use them on cards, you could use them on little tokens, all sorts of things.
They are... I love everything that you... genuinely love everything that you bring, but I think these cherries could be up there with some of my favourite little pieces that you brought up.
They're super cute, aren't they?
And they just work. They work incredibly well.
They do, yes, they do. And you can't go wrong with something sweet, can you? Right. So this is the main strand.
Okay.
The main strand has a definite pattern for the central section. So from sort of either side of your neck, you've been given an exact pattern to follow, and then you add on to the end the right amount of beads to make it up to fit you. Right. So it's one size that you can adapt to fit you.
That's really nice, because I know within jewellery everyone has their preference of where they want it to drape.
That's right, yes. Yeah. So we come along and we start the central section and we do a little bit of pattern, and then we come to a point where we'd like a cherry to be, and that is prescribed in the instructions. It's 15 beads in, and you introduce a green bead. Okay. And then you go through the string bead again, so the green bead dangles down below, and that's a marker for your cherry. Okay, so we go on and we work the rest of the strand. So I've just shown you that little bit there, but I've worked the rest of the strand, and you can see I've got a full necklace there with the fastener on. That's my extra bit to make it up to length. And I've brought the needle back, same needle, same thread. So you go backwards and forwards, and you come back to the first position to make a cherry. So I'd like to show you how to make a cherry, because that's the exciting bit.
Everybody is waiting to see. I'm including myself in this. I'm desperate to see how you make these cherries. When I first came set, it was a necklace I kind of gravitated towards and really had to look at it closely, because I didn't think
that it was made with individual beads.
Yeah, really
it looks like a pendant, doesn't it? But it's not. It's made with beads.
Okay.
Right, so we've got different sorts of beads to make the cherry with. We've got the centre of the cherry, we've got cherry stems. This goes over the top of that to give the cherry shape, and we've got some larger green beads for the leaves.
Right.
So I'm going to start with a cherry stem, and I need 8 of these little beads.
You're very accomplished in picking up the beads.
Lots of practice. That's the centre of my cherry. That goes on next, and then to coat the cherry, because a cherry isn't round as such, it's sort of a bit heart-shaped, so we need to give it a bit of rouge. So I put 5 little red ones on, and then I go through the base bead again, and that makes a strap on the side, and then I repeat. So that's 5 red beads on, through the core bead, that's 2 stripes.
Okay.
And I continue this until I've got 8 stripes. Now I'm only going to do 3 on this to show you the principle, because you can see what I'm doing.
It builds up, and this is something I've noticed on all your demonstrations today, and whenever I work with you, Julie, they look so intricate, but what I do love in any piece, it builds up quite quickly.
Quite quickly, and it's all simple stitches. There's no secret to beadwork.
Yeah.
It's just whether you go forward through the beads or backwards, that's all. Now, at the moment, if I put my 8 straps on, it would be looking a little bit more lush like that one there.
Right.
But 3 will do for now. Now, at the moment, my thread is pointing in the wrong direction. It's going downwards from the cherry, and I need to come back up.
Okay.
So I put on 1 red bead as my anchor, and I go back up to the top and out through my marker bead next to the stem.
Okay.
Okay, and then we do another cherry. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I'm in my happy place now. I'm just counting beads.
Well, it's lovely to see, and actually that's a really good point as well, because this is not something that you want to rush. Enjoy the journey, and that's the whole point, and that's why we craft, because it's that time where you really get to have some time to yourself, enjoy building up this piece of jewellery, learning new skills, and going on to make more. And I know you're particularly passionate, Julie, about educating, getting people excited, discovering new patterns, and then going on and exploring their own design.
Yeah, I mean, that's the purpose of the books. We do a lot of teaching online, and it's all about becoming a designer yourself just by experimenting. If you saw the number of experiments I've got in boxes of half-made things, it's a bit horrendous, but I'll come back to them because I've learnt, and I'll come back for a new idea.
Nice. I'm really sorry to interrupt. I just want to say, speaking of starting your journey or exploring, the book and DVD now, we're at 85% of the stock. So next time I mention this, it will be limited stock. It's sold out previously last time we brought it to you, and I do, look, I can't blame you for wanting to get this into your basket, because it's an absolute bargain. 90-minute DVD, comprehensive book for $14.95 is exceptional value, really is. 473370 item number.
Okay,
Sorry, Julie.
That's okay. So I've done the same again. I've made a second cherry. I've only put 3 straps on. Normally you'd do 8.
Yeah.
I put on my anchor bead and I've come back up the stem. And hopefully you can see I've made the stem slightly different lengths, because that's what you want. You want a bit of movement. And I've back up to the marker bead on the stem, and now we do the leaf, because that's really important. If I bring in the little cherry earrings, we need these leaves sticking out either side. That's what gives it that sort of fun look.
For $14.50 to have a necklace and earring combo, so to fully coordinate, I think it's just an incredible price.
Yeah, it's so easy to do, and it's so satisfying. So I put on 6 of my green beads from here. These are slightly larger than the stem beads, because it's all about scale.
Right.
I put on 6, and I came back through bead number 5, and I've put on 3 more beads, and I'm going to go back through bead number 1 and the marker bead. And when I pull through, there's my little leaf.
Oh, that's pretty.
So if I do that again, so it's 6 of my larger green seed beads. Okay, so that's 6 to start with. I push them right up to the marker bead, and I go back through bead number 5. So I'm going in the opposite direction, and that means bead number 6 forms an anchor. I put on 3 beads, same green, and I look to where my number 1 bead was of the 6, and through the marker bead next to the stem, and there we are. One little pair of cherries, and the needle now goes along the main strand and starts the next cherry.
Love that.
And the earrings are done in a very similar way.
So once you do all 8, because I know that you, just for time you wouldn't have been able to do all 8, but seeing the difference to what you've done with the 3 and then seeing the ones 8, it makes such a beautiful.
It does.
Quite full.
Well, this bead in the centre, this sort of base bead, it's got a silver lining, so it glows, and that's what you're just seeing on these completed ones, and that's what gives it that cherry look, because a cherry has sort of, I want to say, a cleavage. It has this little crease down it, and that's what you're seeing there, and that's what makes it
So
look like a cherry, not like a red ball.
That's and it's a good description. Now, I tell you, we want to squeeze in, because we've only got 7 minutes left. We want to see the bookmark if possible. So if I let you get set for that, I've got to tell you, the book and DVD... No! Book and DVD sold out. I'm so sorry. We didn't actually get a chance to call limited stock, but it is back. It's on extended delivery from Monday. So that's not long to wait. Just Monday, 2 days, and then we're going to be dispatching that. So if you want to get hold of the book and DVD now, it's sold out. It is back on extended delivery. Dispatch from Monday. $14.95 is your price. 473-370, your item number there. You can also check out the website as well, because we've got a lot on the show. The bookmarks, which we're just going to take a look at. Feel free to see those. We've got some such showstopper necklaces, beautiful, elaborate necklaces there as well. So if you want to wear something that is visually striking, a conversational piece, there's the book and DVD that's absolutely flying out the door as well. And the cherries are busy. So all you need to choose is whether you want it on black or white. But seriously, if we think about this, what a beautiful thing to make, just to learn how to do those cherries. And I would, once you've learned how to do those, I'd put them on everything, because you can have them little charms on bags. I'd be putting them on cards, and obviously making the necklace and the earrings fantastic, but you're learning the skills to do it. And I think that's a good one. Chris, our director, come on. You want to make some jewellery for someone, what about jewellery and earring combo? $14.50, you cannot go wrong. Genuinely cannot go wrong there. You've got 5 minutes.
Okay, I'll do my best. What I wanted to do is show you how to do the technique for making a little duck. Now this is made in brick stitch, and on the instructions you've got 2 little grids. So we make 2 grids and we put them back to back to make our duck.
Such a character. Actually, all the bookmarks, whether it is the owl or the cats and the sheep, they're all characters.
That's right. The owl is made the same way. It's made flat, and then you fold the wings in, and the duck is made with brick stitch. Now, brick stitch attaches to these little loops of thread along the side of the previous row. It's all in the instructions, and so you pick up those threads when you're making your weave. So I go down through the bead, I pick up the thread loop there, and then I go back up through the bead I've just added. And that's brick stitch. So if you're a cross stitcher, this is very like following cross stitch. So it's under the thread loop and back up through the new bead.
That's a good way of putting it. It is, isn't it? It's very much like cross stitch.
Very much like cross stitch. So this is another basic classic technique that lots of beaders will know. But it's also an easy one for beginners, and you can see it lines up like a brick pattern in a wall.
And I have to say that finish is one of the appeals of the design, because it gives the brick finish gives it such a wonderful aesthetic to the finished design.
Yeah, and it allows you to do really strong diagonal lines, so we can get nice shapes around the edge of our little duck.
So was that a conscious thought when you were thinking the stitch to use for this design?
Absolutely.
Having the strength of the angular lines for the duck, you felt that the brick stitch was the way to go?
Yeah, it's nice and strong, and it's also the best one to get curves and things like that.
You're very talented, Julie.
No, not really.
No,
I just enjoy it.
You're extremely modest, but you are very talented.
Right, so I've done 2 duck plaques, and I've put them back to back, and that makes it nice and strong for a bookmark. And then we're going to put on some feet, because a duck isn't a duck unless it waddles. So this is the waddle equipment.
Get some feet there.
So we're going to add some orange beads to the bottom, and you can't go wrong with a bit of orange. So we put on a loop of 6.
These are the best bookmarks. I think anybody who is a lover of reading, you give this as a present, or even if you just want it for yourself, they will fall in love with these bookmarks.
I mean, it's a really special thing to do, and to give people as well. Once you've given them the bookmark, make them a cup of tea and send them off to just read for 10 minutes.
Oh, that'd be lovely.
They'll love you forever.
They really will. But it's, I know this from personal experience, you tend to covet your favourite bookmarks.
Oh,
and
gosh,
moving along.
yes.
And this is instantly going to be a favourite for anybody.
Yeah, well, I've got about 6 books on the go always.
Yeah.
And there are various bits of paper in them, but the nicest book, the one I'm really enjoying the most, has a proper bookmark in.
It's a good one.
It's a good one, yeah. Right, so what I'm doing here is I've made 2 columns of 3 beads. That means I've got 2 legs. I'm just
a minute left.
Okay, I'm just coming out to the side to make the feet. And normally I would do a row of 6, but I'm just going to do a row of 3 there and join it to there, and that's our little feet made. So there's our little quacky duck, and we join him onto a piece of ribbon with a ribbon end.
It's been such a fun show, and I really have learnt a lot this hour, so thank you so much, Julie. I think it was exceptional.
That's great. I'm glad you've enjoyed it. I've enjoyed it too.
Presenting it I have, and I can only imagine viewers at home would love it as well.
Yeah.
Can we follow you on social media?
You can, yes. There's a website for the company, and we do social media through that, and we do lots of online tuition.
Brilliant.
And I'm there a lot.
Spellbound, just looking for Spellbound.
Just look for Spellbound.
Okay, now I've just got to tell you the DVD and book, and it's so nice to see a lot of you popping these into your baskets. Back on extended delivery, you're getting the DVD and the book. It's going to be dispatched on Monday, so you're not having to wait long at all for this. $14.95 is your price. DVD and book, incredible value. Julie, thank you so much. It's been a wonderful hour. When are you back? Do you know when you're back?
In about a month's time.
Okay. Well, we look forward to having you back.
That's very kind. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hope you've enjoyed this hour as well. Plenty more coming up here at the craft store. Don't go anywhere. The wonderful Gina B is up next with Japanese craft. After that, we've got Apple Blossom Seasons projects with our lovely Lou. And then All in Crate will be here with the incredible one-day special.
Hi, I'm Ali Reeve. I'm from the company Stamps Away. Stamps Away is a family-run company with my husband and I. We create all things crafty, especially with a passion for mixed media. So I hope you won't miss the shows with Stamps Away.
Hi, I'm Donna and this is my brother Simon and we're Pearly Winks Craft Supplies.
We have a good selection of inks. We started with our Winks, which are just a water-based ink, and then went on to the pearls. We've added some chalks, we've got some glitter sprays, and then we've added some beautiful stamps to complement the inks. Our pearl sprays and our Pearly Winks are loaded with mica, so they give you amazing results on your projects.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts 2. My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking, and loads of different things. I've been working with Crafts 2 now for over 3 years, and they produce the John Next Door brand, distribute it, and make sure that everything is perfect in that. This allows me to work with the fantastic Crafts 2 tools and products, as well as some of their other amazing brands such as 2J Stamps, Press Cut, and the Craft Artist range of glues and consumables and inks. I really find that this partnership is extremely strong and helps me bring out the best of my products and all the other products within the Crafts 2 stable and the ones that I design.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. Over the 40 years, Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows.
Good morning. Well, we have got one of my favorites, and first is the amazing Gina B. Gina, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm really excited because, well, I'm always excited when you are in the building because your way of looking at traditional crafts into the modern maker, I just find it very inspiring. But also this time, you're bringing something that is from Japan, so it makes me even happier.
Yes, yeah, just a little bit different. I actually came into certain ones of these, the different Japanese sort of handcrafts, because of their similarity, in actual fact, to Western trimmings, but completely different.
Yes.
So it's nice to have a little bit of a, you know, flowers are brilliant, and I bring a lot of different ways of making flowers for trimmings. And the kansashi flowers, just with the whole thing of folding the fabric is really quite intriguing.
It is, and of course we're talking about kansashi. I mean, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it correctly. But
you're pronouncing it as well as I know how to pronounce it, so
we will say call it kansashi. But tell us a little bit more about specific of kansashi.
Okay, it's a technique to create. Kansashi actually is the word for a hair comb. It's not the flowers at all. But it's come into the English language as the word for the flowers and for the art of the flowers. But technically it isn't. It's just the hair comb itself, hair decoration. So these types of flowers were traditionally made with silks, using a rice starch to help to keep the folds. And the artisans are just absolutely fantastic. And they're worn by... traditionally by, now I've forgotten how to pronounce it, so I'm not even going to try so I don't offend anyone, but the trainee geisha wear the fabric flowers.
Oh, I know the word. Makeup.
Okay. So they wear the fabric flowers, and they wear them according to the seasons.
Yeah.
As their hair decorations. When they sort of move up, they then wear the ones made out of jewels and jewellery and enamel and so on, but the fabric ones are for the trainee, and there's some stunning ones, and they're all obviously they're primarily two folds, and then it's just slight tweaks and how you put the petals together and everything to create different flowers.
We'll be seeing some of the demonstrations.
Absolutely.
And I think the first bundle is an amazing bundle. Now, in here, the kansashi flower bust stamping bundle, you are getting the printed fabric. I mean, it's incredible amount of stuff that you are getting, the printed fabric, but you are then getting the instructions. Of course, you are getting, sorry, I'm kind of jumping into the elements, but of course, you have got the instructions on how to make different projects, how to make the maple leaves in here as well. You can see it, the instructions, how detailed, and they're printed with really good quality.
Yes, they're all printed on card. They're project cards, basically.
Yeah.
So to take you through, to give you other ideas on what you can do. I mean, you can just make basic flowers, and lots of basic flowers. But if you want to stretch yourself a little bit, here are some other project ideas. Now, so what you're getting within that sort of bundle are, as you say, the fabrics. You're also getting plain fabrics. The colours may vary on the plain fabrics, but you're getting a set of stamps.
Yes,
now this is where we've sort of brought it, you know, full force into the Western modern type of making, and that is because with our original kansashi kit, we designed squares that, when folded, create a particular type of looking flower, as opposed to just using the plain colors of traditional Japanese folding. And so then we said, well, why don't we bring out stamps for these so that you can then make your own combinations? And by putting them all together and repeating and so on, you can create repeats of your own favorite types of flowers. So again and again. So that's the idea behind it. And of course you can, you know, they're patterns. You can use them for any other pattern stamping that you want to do as well, of course.
Then you are also getting these ornamental displays?
Yes, so that you can string or glue your flowers on to make hangings.
And including these really beautiful...
Yes, and that one, it will be one of three designs, but they're of a more oriental styling of those ones. And then the modern ones, the red ones, you might get black, or you might get red.
That's good. And then also we are going to go show the Kansashi adhesive. So
Yes, the Kansashi starch adhesive. We've had that specially made.
Okay.
And this uses a potato starch as the starch base, as opposed to the rice starch of Japan. But basically, it's a really super slow drying, but it acts as a starch.
Yes.
So it helps you to keep the petals in shape until you glue them with PVA or whatever else into the flower shape. So it's important for the petals themselves. But you can also water it down, and you can starch your fabric to stiffen up your fabric as well. So it's got quite a lot of different properties.
Indeed it does. And now also, I mean, it keeps on going, because you're also going to get a VersaCraft. Colors may vary, but you're going to get VersaCraft ink pad there, perfect for the stamping. Is VersaCraft the one that you will use for stamping onto fabric?
I like that for stamping onto fabric, definitely. So far I haven't had any sort of issues with it. When you're working with Kansashi, you are best to work with natural fabrics, and so of course that works really well. You must heat seal it, of course. Particularly because you'll then be using the glues, which if you haven't heat sealed it, then you'll get your colours running. But it heat seals beautifully, and it's really, really nice to use. So yeah, definitely.
Indeed. And now, of course, if this is a fabulous bundle. No, what? Oh yeah, the bag of beads. I mean, I thought I mentioned everything.
Yeah, beads, centres, gems, all sorts of different things, so that you can just finish off the insides of your flowers. So a nice little selection there.
1412948 is your item number. Very busy already. 20% has gone. One word of advice from me when doing lots of GNB, these beautiful shows: check out your baskets. They do go far. Now, of course, £29.91 is your price. It's a fabulous bundle, including, you have in here non-consumables, as is, of course, the stamps and the knowledge and those cards in there with all the information.
Yeah.
For just £29.91, which means that you can do so many possible flowers there. Do check out your baskets. Now, we have got more also from the Kansashi beautiful collection, and this one is a different set in here. Now, in this one, this is the Starte tools. Can you talk us through the tools?
Yeah, so basically what you're getting with that is you're getting what we call a making and drying table. Okay, so as I do the demonstration, you'll see what the point of these are. But you lay out your glue, you fold your petals, you leave all of your petals in the glue until you go to put them onto the base, okay? And then when you've made it, because the glue is so slow drying, having something that's perforated helps the air to circulate, okay? And so, because you will have glue right the way through. You can force it along a little bit with a heat gun if you're really impatient. Which I have been known to do. So that's what those tools are in there. So they're a very, very basic tool set to get you started. Again, you've got the Kansashi starch adhesive.
You're getting beads. And then
you are getting the fabric. Now, the fabric, there's 2 booklets in that kit. This is our sort of starter kit. So booklet number 1, which is actually that one, that gives you basics of how to fold, how to get started right from the beginning for making the Kansashi flowers. And then the printed fabric relates to each of those flowers. So it will say to cut out those speckled ones, and then you will make that particular flower. So it's an exercise each time in making the flowers. And because you have those squares already printed, you will create that flower. So that's quite a specific. The second book is then more advanced flowers, and just use whichever fabric you want. So you have more printed fabric, and you have some plain colors there, so that you can just go at it, practice them. Of course, any of the flowers in the first book you can use with your stamps. You can make up more. They're basic flowers, but what it is it's showing you the different petal shapes as you go through. So work together, you will be able to make all sorts of different flowers.
And of course, the only thing that is in both of them is, of course, the actual starch glue.
Yes, yeah.
Which is the actual thing that you are going to end up, you know, more consumable.
That's right. That's right. So you'll need that. It's also available on an end of call, a larger thing of it. So you know you can sort of stock up.
They are
if you like. Yes.
I love the fact that you have the ability to then sew it into projects.
Yeah.
But also pendants.
Yeah, you can really. They are really, really versatile, actually. Because of the way that they're made, you make them individually, and then you trim around each of the flowers. And so in doing that, that enables you to then have all of these different flowers, which you can choose what you want to stick them onto or what you want to do with them. So yeah, you've got a lot of options with it. And during the demo, if I get a chance, I'm going to also show you how to make a basic petal. It doesn't work with all of them, but a basic petal using only sewing, so you don't even have to use the glue if you don't want to.
I mean, look at this as well. I love the addition of three-dimensionality and kind of elements of shape in there as well. Now, these, of course, the starter kit has a Freedom price, which means if you're a Freedom member, you're just paying £25.19 deliver cost. But we are approaching 20% of the stock, so we'll be quick to check out your baskets. If you're not a Freedom member, of course, you can buy it. You just pay a little bit more, and of course, you pay PNP, which is one of the reasons to become a Freedom member, to get those discounts and not pay PNP. 731632 is your item number. Then we have the next bundle here. This is one of those tools that I want to get for not only for your amazing crafts, but also I think in Martin and layering for crafting.
It's very handy, actually, yeah, because it's engraved in 5mm increments. So basically, if you're thinking about the sort of big quilting rulers, this is the same sort of thing. So you can measure out your squares. You can use a pencil if you wish. You can use a rotary cutter if you wish, and just cut along just as you would if you were cutting large squares for quilting. But it's small because obviously we're working with small squares with these. So again, with the 5mm increments, you can sort of make very, very tiny petals, or you can go up quite large by using the whole width of the ruler.
Look at that. And also I love the fact that it's so much handier to have a smaller ruler, but it's also handier to have the 5mm, which you wouldn't get it in, usually traditionally quilting rulers are imperial, right? So of course that gives us that kind of consistent smaller sizes. I mean, look at that. Then of course you can go into the tiny petals. And I love how in this sample, for instance, shows that you can just use the petals individually.
Yes, of course.
Like you were mentioning.
Yeah, so the petals become leaves. You can also sort of make them into sort of feathers or things like that. If you're attaching them on in different ways. Some of the Japanese artists are just absolutely incredible. But all you need to do is learn and practice the folding, and it's really quite simple.
It is indeed. Well, if you want to go for the Kansashi Hanabira ruler, there you have it. $9.99 is your price. 157386 is your item number. If I must have correctly, if you put the first bundle, the second bundle, and the ruler, you can flexify it and pay just half of it today. Now it's over £60, so then you can just pay 30, well, whatever it is, half today and half the next month. Or you may want to add this instead. No, because this is another toolkit, but this one has a turntable. I like that.
Yes, yes. So this helps you to sort of place your petals round and round to make your circle. And of course, it works for any other little craft that you want to sort of work in the round. In the starter kit, we basically give you a square of acrylic to do that job. So you have to turn it in your hand to place your petals, but that just makes it sort of a little bit easier. Yes. So the large table is your gluing table. Then you have the square perforated sort of drying table. You have a stick to help spread the glue, and as you say, the turntable.
I mean, can I show this Kansashi? Because this you could, I mean, this is incredible. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it.
They're lovely, aren't they? They really look nice.
They are incredible.
They look great on your hair.
I mean, well, my, you know, multicolor hair, I don't know where it's going, but look at that. I just adore it. Adore it. I just think it's, and I like the way that you have put the wire in here. I mean, this is, like you were saying, that once you learn the folding, then the...
Exactly, then the sky is your limit. And I mean, the traditional, they sort of wobble. So by having them on the wire so that they move, it's supposed to be that they move when you walk, so that there's a little bit of life. Yeah, so they...
Okay, I don't know if I put
so that they're not just, you know, the flat thing. So, yeah, and they just move a little bit.
Oh, yeah. Oh, well, I just didn't put it right.
But the thing is, that is just made with literally scraps of plain cotton. You know,
That's
so
the thing,
this is it. So all of the bits that you've got left over, prints that you've got left over, everything like that, make some flowers out of them. It's a nice, different way of using your
scraps. You can use all the scraps. Right, of course, if you want to go for the glue spreader, the drying station, the flower turntable, love that it's not just a lazy Susan, but it has that flower element, so you can rotate it very easily. 378257 is your item number. And then finally, the Kansashi, we have got from the Kansashi kind of family, we have got the petal holder and medium drying station in here.
Right, so this is an add-on, okay? So you've got the larger drying station. Now, the things that look like fish bones, these are to hold petals in place. You do not need these, but some people find these incredibly easy to use when they're folding their petals, as opposed to just relying on placing them in the glue. You can place each petal into a slot according, you've got the different sizes, and that just helps to keep the wall nice and neat and in line.
Yeah, indeed. Now, £14.99 is your price. 385,549 is your item number. Now, we have got end of gold offers as well. And by the way, there's a flower turntable as well in a larger size. But when you go to check out, there are things to add on that you don't pay PMV even if you're not a Freedom member, including, of course, that Kansashi starch adhesive, if you want to stock up on that. If you wanted to go for the Kansashi koi brooch kit, I was going to say brooch, brooch kit in there. We have got also the stamp blocks if you want to go for those ones, and also you have got the amazing DVD, CD along with backing cards as well. So there is lots to have a look. So when you go to check out, just make sure that you have a look to them. And if you are giving us a call, well, at the end of the call, they will ask you if you want to add those, any of those ones. Right now, we are here for the demonstrations, aren't we? We love the Gina's demonstrations. So what are you going to show us?
Okay, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take you through some steps of actually stamping. Let's make some petals. Yeah. Okay, so using the ruler, I'm going to roughly line up one of the lines with the straight of grain of fabric. It's not absolutely vital, but try to get it as straight to the grain as possible. It makes your life easier in the long run. And I'm just going to mark out, let's turn it around so you can actually see the grid. I'm going to do 25 millimeter squares. So I'm just lining up the line I've just done with the 25, which is marked off at the center. Now you can, if you wanted to, you could do strips with your rotary cutter. You can also mark through the holes if you want to sort of mark. Otherwise, it's really up to you, but I think for TV purposes and because I'm stamping, I personally find it easier to work the squares first and do the stamping, then cut out. Now, there's a straight line engraved across the top, so you can line that up to one of your lines so that you get the first of your square, and then carry on again, lining up to the same line. So very simple, and decide how many petals that you want to do. So that will be enough for now. And I'm going to, let's see, shall we use red because it'll show up nicely, I think.
Well, you know, I love red, so I kind of...
Just a little zigzaggy. And the thing about kansashi is you always fold, the first fold is always across the diagonal. Okay? So you have to think that you will have one diagonal, which will be the center of your flower, one that will be the back of your flower. So if we do something like this, it should run roundabout, either on the inside or the outside, depending on how we fold. When you're stamping on fabric, it's a good idea, don't know if you noticed that I did this, I'm leaving it, I'm not just stamping and going and stamping and going, because you want that to soak into the fabric a little bit. So I'm just going to do a few, very simple. I'm going to do 5, so I can take you through the process of a 5-petal flower. Now you can mix this up, because you could go ahead and put another stamp in.
Yeah. And you
with
can,
a different
you can do the
design,
layers,
different
yeah.
colors, move them out. I could double that up. I could bring it in if I wanted to. If I was going to bring it in, I would probably cut them out first so that I could bring in the same thing again.
Oh, of course, yes.
And then work over something so that you can have it go off the edge. That's absolutely fine. Now, the next thing to do, of course, is to heat set it. This is really important.
So the ink won't bleed.
This is so that the ink won't bleed. And you press, not iron. Usually, I do like to leave the ink to dry a little bit naturally before I actually press it. I also always press at the highest temperature that the fabric will handle. So cotton, it's hot. I just find that when you heat set anything, any inks, anything like that, any paints, if you go to the highest, then you're going to, you know, really heat set that in, especially if, I mean, you're not going to wash these, but if you were doing the same thing with garments, because obviously you can just do the same thing and print up your own fabric, you want it to be hot if you were going to wash it. So then I'm just going to cut the squares. So I'm just going to cut along the lines. Now, again, you don't have to worry too much. You're not going to be in a situation where it's going to be terrible if it's not perfectly square. But if you can get it as square as possible, it will help you create better petals.
Yep.
I didn't mark that last line
Is
off.
there a particular fabric we should avoid for the kansashi?
Don't use anything, any sort of polyesters or anything like that. They don't form a fold properly.
So natural fibers.
Yeah, natural fibers are absolutely the best. Traditionally, it's silk, but cotton, plain 100% cotton works beautifully.
I imagine the silk kimonos, the leftovers, the old ones, that would have been used, wouldn't it?
Yeah, there's a particular type of silk that, again, I don't know how you say the name of it, but there's a lot of flowers being made traditionally now with them. And it's got a slight texture to it, and they do use that a lot, I've noticed. So, next thing. Now, this is where your gluing table comes into play, and if you get the kansashi starter kit, you would work on this little section here, okay? So, but with the tool set, you've got the larger. So, I'm going to put the glue, and you can see it's a really thick glue. It doesn't sort of run. Try to keep everything neat and tidy. So it's a nice thick glue. Now I would advise that particularly the smaller you go down, using tweezers is a help, okay? So we fold across, so we're folding it into a triangle shape.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. Now I want that, I think, to be the center of my flower, so I will fold again into another triangle. So that will, and I'm pressing these folds, just finger pressing them, but that's why you need a natural fabric, because a polyester or something like that won't hold a fold. And then I'm going to make a round petal, so I'm going to fold that half in, and I'm going to fold that half in. Okay, so that is the basis of the petal. Now I'm just going to do a little flick like that.
Oh, that's
okay, so that
cute.
brings it in, but you can also put a little bit of glue and make it a little heart-shaped, or you can make it into a point by putting a little bit of glue and gluing that, but I'm just going to do the round. So then set your petal into your glue, and leave it there. Okay, now that bit, the first one, will always stick up, but this is where these come in. Okay, because if that bothers you and you don't like the fact that it sticks up, the first one always does, and then you sort of line them up. You can place it backward into the holders and just sit there and hold it while you go. Okay?
That makes so much sense.
So now that makes sense. It makes it easier. There's two sizes there. It really does help a lot of people to get these, because they, you know, they're small, they're fiddly. So let's fold the rest of these.
Yeah, that makes so much sense. This is like when I'm such a visual person that as soon as I see it,
yeah,
like,
you
I could follow the
understand
principle, but then it was like, no, when you see it done, it's like, yeah.
Yeah, I understand now why they need to be there. I've used the small one though. I should have used the slightly larger one for this particular
It's just
fabric.
visual. You understand why it's making life so much easier.
Yes,
like the difference
exactly.
between, you know, being okay and making it so much neater and practice. Yeah. And of course, if you want to go for the petal holder and medium drying station, details at the bottom of it, £14.99.
So you can put them in either way that you want, but the point is that they're in and they hold and they don't bounce about. And the better that you finger press, the
And is it
better
because
your
of
petal will
the
be.
slow dryness of the starch adhesive that means that it's only the fabric that is absorbing it rather than
Yes,
the sides
that's
of it?
right. That's right. When you see the Japanese masters doing this, they literally have rows and rows of petals. And then they start doing the arrangements. And of course, in all that time, the petals have not glued to the surface. Because if they glued, they have big bamboo tables.
Yes.
And obviously they don't want those petals to glue to that.
No.
They want it to glue to the hair pieces that they're making.
This is also, I kind of love the mindfulness element of it. I mean, I find it so relaxing
It's
watching you.
very relaxing, actually. I had a really bad week. Well, bad. I had a really busy week. It wasn't bad, it was busy. And just sat down last night and just making some flowers and just kept going. It was very nice.
Yeah.
Right, so the next thing to do is we're going to take a little piece of fabric and I'm going to mark, you don't have to do this again, but I'm going to use our circle gauge set, which is also on the website. And I'm just going to make a little mark to mark out the placement for 5 petals. Okay. And I'm going to also mark out the center. Now, this just helps you to get your petals lined up where you want them to go. Now, I'm going to put a little bit of the starch onto the back of this, just to hold it steady on my turntable. Now I'm going to use clear drying PVA. Okay. So.
Oh, I see why it's so good at all, because it will make equidistant
Now we want the
petals.
strength.
Yeah.
Now we want these petals to stay put. Okay, so what we have to do now, take a petal, remove any of that excess, and the reason that you remove the excess is because it is so slow drying. If you didn't remove the excess, you might still be here tomorrow waiting for it to dry. and I'm going to put a petal down into the glue, and I'm just going to press on the tip a little bit. I'm going to spin that round, and now I'm going to flatten out the center. Now this particular part, how you glue this down, will have a lot to do with how the petal, the flowers is created, and that's where the booklets and so on come in, because a lot of the different flowers, it's all down to how the petal is placed into place, if that makes sense to you.
Yes, it does, yeah.
So there we go, another one. And just hold that down into the glue a little bit.
That's gorgeous. Is there a particular flower we should attempt first as a beginner's one, or
I would just make 5 petals and
just go for it,
and just put them together, because the thing is they're very stylized. There are sort of traditional flowers that are made, but if you look at something like this, you're looking at the plum blossom or the cherry blossom when you have 5 petals. So that, you know, is something that you would see. Yeah. It's not so much going in for realistic flowers anyways with these. There are ones that sort of look more like a rose in the petal placement and so on. But you can see that because we've stamped that, we've got a hint of color as well running at those inside edges. And so you can see that, you know, however you create with your stamping, and you can just manipulate it a little bit.
Yeah.
And there you have your flower. And you need to leave that to dry. And that is where the drying tables come in, just to help the air circulate. As I said, I tend to think, oh, I can't wait any longer. And I'll go ahead and leave it to set off a little bit, and then I'll use a heat gun.
Yes.
Or in the winter, place them all on top of your radiator.
And that would be perfect. Or air drying covered.
Yeah, exactly. And then, of course, you can put any of your sensors in, anything else like that that you actually would like.
I love that. I love that.
And really easy to do. Really easy.
Really beautiful as well, the end result, because look at that. Thank you so much, Gina. Well, Gina resets for the next demo. Let's have a look in closer detail. Now, this is from the stamping bundle. Very busy for it. Half the stock has already gone. You can see in here that following exactly the same technique that Gina was showing, a stamp onto colored fabric with two-tone. If you have got more of VersaCraft inks, you can use them, or you can use other that are hybrid that will say you can heat set and use it for fabric. There's plenty of them there. Now, of course, you have the printed fabric in here with all those beautiful fabrics. Sorry, can hold it there. You can see lots of possibilities because you are also getting the plain fabrics. The colors may vary. You might get the purple and yellow or other colors, but it's perfect to go with the stamps. Now, the stamps are fabulous, aren't they? The stamps give you the right sizes, the right placement, so you have got those beautiful elements. Look, can you see from this stamp to that flower? I mean, imagine you could use it also for card making. I mean, you could use them for like little rainbows if you wanted to. There's no reason why you cannot use them for anything you want. But also, look at this board that Gina has created. Every single stamp, look at those gorgeous flowers that it creates. My favorite has to be, I think, this one. Because I love that kind of, when you see it like this, it looks like a fan, which is pretty in itself, but then into a flower is just amazing, isn't it? Or maybe like this as well, a kind of Christmassy. So many possibilities. But that's not all. It keeps on going. Now you have, of course, those pendants as well, so you can hang them up. You may get the red or maybe the black, but you're going to get two, of course, of one in color and the other one in clear. You're going to get also a hair clip. You're going to get that beautiful oriental, beautiful geometric pattern hanging as well. You're getting two of these. I love these ones. This is very contemporary, like kind of something really out of an art museum or something like that. Then you are getting, of course, the embellishments for the centers of the flowers in here, all those beads in there. Then you are getting the Kansashi starch adhesive as well, and then you are going to get one of the VersaCraft ink pads. In colors will vary, but you would have one of the inks, and then you are getting, of course, those projects, the project cards. You are getting 4 of them, including, of course, the large butterfly, the maple leaf, which is absolutely incredible. Look at that. That's one of my favorites. Then you are getting as well the hydrangea, and finally the pine cone. So let me show you the pine cone as well in the real thing. So look at this. This is the pine cone in there. Look at that. Isn't that gorgeous? 141298 is your item number. Over half the stock has gone. £29.91 is your price. You're saving £6. Moving on to the next one that we have got in here, which makes a perfect complement to that stamping kit. This one is the starter kit of the Kansashi flower. In here, let me open up the fabric, sorry, because I think it's great to see exactly what we are getting. We are getting, of course, the printed one. So if you are not a stamper, this is the set for you. Or if you don't want to use the stamps, or maybe you are thinking you want the stamp, you already have a stamps, this is perfect because it's pre-stamped. You have got or pre-printed with different sizes, but also look at this. This is the center, so to create those equidistant flower petals in a flower, you have the printed pattern there as well. But also you are getting that drying station, so important, so the air circulates, so that slowing glue with the starch, that will kind of make sure that it's perfectly done in here. You have got also the table here to put a piece of fabric and then glue the actual flower together. You are also getting the Kansashi starch adhesive, and you are getting the beads for the center or the kind of embellishments. Then you are getting what I think is the star of this bundle, because here we have got the fabric flower patterns in here with all the techniques in here as well. You can see there, of course, all step by step. And then you're getting the other one, which is, of course, the more kind of illustrative of different types of flower, or kind of you can see how to use the fabrics that you have got in here. So it relates very much on the eye elements that you have in the bundle. Now, half the stock has gone, so I will be quick to check out the baskets, because remember, people get enthralled by the demonstrations and then forget to check out. So if you don't want to miss out, look at this. I love that. But of course, can I show the fabric? Because it's like you cannot tell. You know, there it is. So when you do create the fold, the white, this is so nice. Absolutely gorgeous. Now, if you want your starter kit, well, if you're a Freedom member, you get a further discount, £27.99. As a non-Freedom member, Freedom members, £25.19. So considering that you're saving £3.95 makes a lot of sense if you are a Freedom member. 731632 is your item number. Now, the ruler that, of course, Gina was using, the Kansashi Hanavera ruler, is just $9.99, so it's a perfect addition. 157386. Remember, if you add that to the stamping kit and the starter kit, then you can flexify it and just pay half of your purchase today and half next month interest free as well. Now, the flower making kit here with the flower turntable, the gluing table, the glue spreader, and the drying station, all of them for £21.99. 378257 is your item number. And then also you have of course, the petal holder. I think that's a must. £14.99. You also get in the medium drying station, 385549. And also to check out for the larger turntable, turntable, which we have got here as well. So there is, just have a look for that one on the website. Right now we have also the cricket cage and the paddle fan pack. It's brand new today. I adore this. This is just, Gina, it's just so beautiful.
It's lovely, isn't it?
Oh, I love it decorated.
It's a really nice kit. You can leave it, because the top and the bottom are birch ply.
Yeah.
You could also leave them, just, you know, wax them. And you've got a little piece of sandpaper in there so that you can, it's not glued, that sample one.
Sorry.
Yeah, so you could leave it bare wood, the top and bottom, if you wished, because you've got this little bit of sandpaper in there you can just take off because it's a birch ply, so you'll get the wood grain as well.
Immediately I'm thinking of creating like a kind of a reel with pictures in here, so kind of unwinds as well.
Yes, yeah, that'd be nice, wouldn't it? Yeah.
It's just, but also of course you have got hidden pocket there for your, maybe the adhesive, maybe you can have
that's a good
like
idea.
that
Yeah.
as well.
The thing is, it's really nice, sometimes we think, oh, let's make all of these things, let's make the flowers, let's make the buttons, what do we do with them? And so here's some ideas on what you can do with them. So you can, decorate the little box, the cricket cage, or you can decorate the fans. It's bundled up with the fan pack as well. So it's an Oriental style fan.
Let me show you.
And they're nice because they have the black is black MDF for the handles. Isn't it cool?
I've never seen black MDF.
I know, it's awesome, isn't it?
I think this
so
needs to be
you don't
a
have to
thing.
do anything with it. Just place your paper over the fan, pop some flowers on it.
Oh my goodness,
Glue
I
the
love that.
handles on, and it works as well. So
it is absolutely good, and it's only £15.99. You are getting enough to create 3 of the fans in there with the double-sided black handle, and of course the cricket cage, which I think is just delightful. 883032 is your item number. £15.99 is your price. On the website you will find lots more. Thecraftstore.com, including that I'm obsessed with a large flower turntable. There is other elements as well, and look at those 5-star reviews in there on those products, including of course the Shubinuki thimble and template, and the toolkit with the thread and fabric and more in there as well. And of course we have got lots more, so do check out the website, thecraftstore.com, and it will come out automatically everything that we have got on the show as well. Right, Gina, we have got about 15 minutes left.
oh, plenty of time. The first thing I wanted to show you, which obviously I can't show you on the one that is drying because it's still wet. When it's completely dry, just trim any of the excess fabric off.
Ah, perfect. Yeah.
Okay, so then you have a flower that is, it can be used on anything. It can be used on cards, it can be literally used on anything. So, if you want to pop it onto your fans, pop it onto your fan before or after you glue your handle into place. Not a problem. So that, I think, is the nice thing about them, because you can set them all up, you can batch make them, trim them all out, and then decide on how you're going to put them all together. And that's really nice as well when you're doing the hair pieces, because you want all individual flowers for that. But you can also, just as a matter of, you can back them back to back so that you can make dimensional designs as well. So that's really nice once you've trimmed them all out. Now, I did promise that I would show you how to do this if you want to do it without the glue, if you want to do some stitching. Now, I've stamped these and heat sealed them already, because why not heat seal them? Of course, if you're stitching them, you don't necessarily need to, unless but your fingers could smudge it when you're doing the folding. Okay, so I've done a larger square. This technique doesn't work. Well, it does work with the little ones, but you have to fiddle with it, because obviously you've only got so much space with your fingers. So, as before, I'm going to fold, and I'm going to fold again, and then I'm going to fold again, because that is creating my petal, just to make sure that I've got my petal, lined up the way that I want my petal lined up. But then I'm just going to unfold it and work from the back. So I've got a needle and thread, and I'm going to go from the back to the front on that corner. Let me just trim that tail off of my thread. And then I'm going to come around, and I'm going to come from the back to the front on that corner, and I'm going to pull them together, and then I'm going to do another little stitch just to hold that fold. And you can see this is why it works better with the larger square. So what I'm using at the moment is a 35mm square. And then all you need to do is put a little stitch at the bottom point, and then a little knot. Now you have your basic petal, and you can take your tweezers and flick that in, and it's stitched. So you can put a whole load of those together by stitching them together to create a little flower. So I'll go ahead and I'll do that with this so that I can show you joining them together. Now, some people sort of do it all in one with regards to the stitching, but I find that a little confusing. I tend to get into a bit of a tangle if I just keep adding on to the same piece of thread. But I have seen some people do that. The other option, of course, is you can just gather them at the bottom. Okay, so there's a couple of ways that you can actually stitch these as well. You know, you're not stuck with the glue method if you're not comfortable with it. So a little.
I suppose, like by sewing them or stitching them together, it's just like, you know, it might appeal to people that find sewing more, you know, soothing.
If you like little hexes, then you'll be absolutely fine with these. You know, it will be sort of almost second nature to you to do that. I'm just going to thread some more.
It's funny because it can be like hand stitching. For me, it's not that soothing. So, for instance, but then I kind of see it how quick it is. So I'm thinking maybe I would do it stitching because it's kind of a little bit feels faster in a way.
Yes, I think it just depends. I mean, I personally like the gluing part because it's something entirely different. I like the
well, it's the traditional technique as well, isn't it?
Exactly. But I know that some people don't get on with it, and so there's nothing wrong with, you know, sort of bringing it to the Western world and doing it a different way. And I know that there's also quite a few people who do learn to do sort of the folds with stitching. And to be fair, you know, if you wanted to add these flowers to a quilt piece, they've got to be stitched. The Kansashi adhesive is water soluble. It will wash out. So yes, you can starch your fabric to stiffen it up, but it will come out. So therefore, you don't want to do that, you know, if it's something that's going to need washing. So it's good to have a variety of different ways that you can work something, even if you choose not to. But yeah, I like the folding and the placing and the folding and the placing. I find it very relaxing to do that. I think it's quite fascinating, some of the things that are actually created with these as well. As I say, some of the work is just incredible that you see the masters in Japan creating. I mean, it'd be nice if we could sort of achieve the same, but there we go. Although my design team and Chris and Gillian have done some fantastic pieces, so.
it's just, I love the way that there are so many possibilities with this technique, because like you just, you know, in the stamping kit you are getting the pinecone, the butterfly, the maple leaf. I mean, this is so many, the hydrangea. I mean, so many possibilities, and that's just, you know, that's just 5 projects in there, and then you have got, if you go for the starter kit, you have got all the inspiration as well there. For
yes, because the starter kit includes ideas for roses, the trumpet flower, which people just adore. The trumpet flower is a really nice way of folding and a little bit different, and so because of that, you've got that many different types to be able to look at. You can also then say, okay, well, maybe I'll do the center like that, and then I'll have petals out the side that go like that, and, you know, make up your own flowers. Why not? Once you know the techniques, and it literally is just folding a square into triangles, then, you know, you can carry on forever, really. So now I'm going to just stitch these together. My little flattened flowers, flower petals. And so you really want to sort of say, well, with something like this, I want to stitch them along the base, the point. And just do them in order, and then you can arrange them.
Oh, I kind of now I think I don't know, I had this vision of you, like with all the flowers, and creating like almost like a hanging, like almost like a curtain, not even a curtain, but you know, even for the window, that kind of.
Yes.
Could you do it?
You could absolutely. You can do things like that, which is double-sided.
Yeah.
So I've put the flowers back to back.
Yeah.
And then, so you can just.
This is stunning.
And put little bells at the bottom if you want to make, or tubes to make the little wood chime, little chime with the flowers as well. So yeah, that's one of the, you know, a way to use the hangers as well.
Indeed. No, Gina, I want to give. Well, we want to give a mention to the and I need to see it written. Hishikazari. Hishikazari bundle. These are another of the Japanese decorations that you have come in.
That one is so easy to make.
Look at that. And also, of course, you have 2 of the embroidery floss in here, and then you have got a tool. The tool is it to create this
to create them in the different sizes. Yeah. Okay, so I can actually, I'll just stitch this together, and I can show you quickly how they're made. So I'm loosely stitching this around because I would place leaves and so on in the center of it, but you can see that is basically what you can do, add more flowers and so on. Yeah, that one has got the petals placed onto the hishigazari, which I've covered in fabric, as opposed to just working a normal hishigazari. Now, where did it go? Right.
He's so clever.
Basically, the tool is there to help you to unclip one of these, make the correct shape. All right. I've actually left it over there, so I'll just take this tape off so that we can open it up. So you've got the correct shape, and that is the. It shows you where to put the grid, lines, okay? So then we fold them over, and which ones we fold into place. So you can do that in 5 different sizes. So you can make lovely little teeny ones, which I have actually made into buttons. What a surprise. I know, I'm so predictable. And then you wrap them. And this is really a fascinating thing. The wrapping is really, and this is how I came about these, because it's sort of similar to wrapping for buttons. And you wrap. And you wrap. Place that one a little too far to the edge, but that's all right.
That is
just... And you wrap.
And that's definitely incredibly mindful, isn't it?
It is very mindful, and when you use sort of like this, a variegated thread, you're getting your stripes all, but you can also weave it, let's just do that in line, don't move them, and you just wrap. And you see how you're starting to get a design forming at the top.
Yeah, you can see
but
it.
But if you thread a needle, you can weave through as well, so you can actually do quite complex designs on them by
That
weaving
is so
through.
beautiful.
And they're lovely, and these are perfect to hang from mobiles, things like that, because they're lightweight. But they also, Anne made a pair of earrings. They're so lightweight that, you can have these great, lovely, large earrings, but
They are very lightweight because
it's
that's
just the
quite
card.
important. Yeah, look at these ones. The earrings are absolutely gorgeous. Now, of course, if you want your Hishikazari kit, of course, your details are there. £14.99 is your price. 180476 is your item number. You are getting a template toolkit with thread, a scoring tool, and instructions. It could be what you added to your maybe your Kanzashi flower kits to make those, £60, and then you can split the cost. But remember to check out your basket, especially for this amazing kit. Very busy, brand new today, the Kanzashi flower stamping bundle, inspired by the flowers that, of course, the makers and, of course, the geishas wear in this beautiful made. Look, you can create the hydrangeas, but look at the maple. Look at those gorgeous, not just flowers, but pine cones. Imagine the decorations for Christmas as well. Now, if you want yours, do check out your baskets. Remember, you have got a £6 saving. Now, Gina, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
When are you back?
I am back in about 3 weeks. I've forgotten the date.
It would be maybe, I think it's towards the end of August.
It's towards the end.
Towards
It's the end of August. Definitely back towards the end of August.
Do you know what you're bringing?
I haven't quite decided. I think I know.
Give
but
it a
yes.
woman of mystery.
Yes.
You give us, Anyway, so of course it's going to be fabulous. Whatever Gina decides to bring is going to be beautiful, and of course it's going to give you a chance to try traditional crafts but with a modern twist. So do check out your baskets. Remember the Kanzashi stamping kit, very busy, as well as a starter kit with details at the bottom for that one. And of course all the tools. Don't forget, if you go above 60, you can flexibide and pay just half the cost today and interest-free the next month, the other half. Gina, a pleasure as always.
Thank you very much.
Towards the end of August, but stay
Thank
tuned
you all.
because a lot more here at the craft store. Well, we have got Apple Blossom Seasons projects, and then at 12 we have got Alan Create One Day Special, and then at 1 a stamp attic, a Starry Nights.
Hi everyone, I'm Phil Martin. I've been a paper crafter for well over 20 years now and a designer for just over 10 years. Sentimentally Yours is my multi-award winning brand of clear stamps, rubber stamps. I've now also introduced lots of craft dyes in there, designer papers. I have my mediums where we've introduced the Flawless Media brand into the Sentimentally Yours family. We aim to inspire you, to be educational and to teach you how to get the most from the products that we're bringing to you. The Sentimentally Yours family has grown to include my good friend Julia Watts and our new designer Trudy Howard. Hopefully we're all going to bring something different to the show, so you're going to be enriched with lots of different ideas and inspiration.
What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments. so you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly Flexi-buy payments, offering you extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with the craft store easier.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, the craft store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from Feefo. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Well, hello everybody and a warm welcome. So this is our second look at our fantastic hour. Earlier on we were featuring Apple Blossom. We're doing it all over again. Once again, I'm joined by the lovely Lou. Hello.
Good morning again.
Do you know, I had a lot of fun this hour. Two things that you're going to find for the next 60 minutes. Price is incredible.
Absolutely.
But also how usable the stamps, dies and papers are as well.
Yeah, I said from the beginning of the first hour, they are a staple for your stash. They're an essential. They're flowers that never go out of fashion. They're completely timeless. And because of the shape, the size, the way that they're positioned on the stamp set, you're always going to find different ways of using them.
That's such a good way. And look, you're a crafter through and through.
Oh, yes.
And that's exactly how you should be seeing these. So what we're going to do, slightly different to the first hour, we're going to break this down. We will show you the individual options because there's savings there and they're carried into a complete bundle. So I'm going to move this out of the way for a moment because you can only get the paper pad as part of the complete bundle. We will start here. Now, you've got collections. This is our autumn collection. So each one, the flowers reflecting the season. First, we have September, which you're seeing here. You're getting the stamp and die duo, but can I just show, look at the price, $11.99 is your price there. I'll be totally honest and upfront with you guys. We did the earlier show, we asked the question, because it's the weekend and a lot of the team aren't in, we asked the question, there's a disparity, here the individual options are $11.99, and further down the counter they're $10.99. We think, and I can't guarantee this, but the team, we had a long meeting about it, we think this is the price they should be, which is great. The $10.99 we think could possibly be a mistake, but we're honouring it because we didn't change it from the previous hour, and obviously because we had it on the previous hour at $10.99, we're going to stick with that this hour. So I'm just going to put that out there. But for the duo here, I mean, come on, $11.99, that stamp set, and that is a beautiful, beautiful stamp. Is that a hyacinth? Hyacinth?
Yes, beautiful. It's so pretty. And you can do this in so many different colours as well.
And I'll show you the die with this. Let me show you that. Look at, I mean, Lou, these dies are huge. Obviously,
they're huge, yeah. I mean, when you look at the packaging, you don't realise actually they are coordinating dies that will cut out the stamp. So the stamp being so large, and so is that outline die in it as well. So you can do your decoupage. You can see with each floral, you've got the stem of flowers, and then you've got the additional flower head or heads or leaves or something that you can decoupage over the top afterwards.
And you're also getting the dies for the actual the name of the flower and the month as well.
Yes, that's right.
For $11.99, ridiculous. I'll pose a question to you. I'm going to just pick this up here and show you something. If, and I won't do this for all of them, but I think it's just a good starting point. How much would you pay for a stamp set of that size, an A5 stamp set? I mean, I've seen A5 stamp sets for $14.99. You know, as a general rule, A5 you're probably looking at about $14.99. Obviously, prices do vary. That, for just $11.99 for the stamp set, you're doing very well. The die as well, you've got that die set in the mix too. And again, how much would you pay for that die set alone? $11.99 for both is ridiculous. 819455 your item number. So that's effectively £6 here, £6 there.
It's
ridiculous.
Crazy money, really, isn't it?
We'll go through all the different options for you. That was September. Then we have October. So we're just going to see the October. Now the October, the flower it's on the top. Is it Aster? Here you can see there's the Aster. I mean, screaming for colour. What would you be doing with that?
So I'm actually demonstrating this for the first demonstration. Okay. So yeah, but definitely any colour you could add to this. Hopefully you'll like what I do with it first time round. There's a lot can be done with it.
Hopefully about it, Lou. We love whatever demonstration you show us. Here's the die that you are getting with, and the size of these dies are so impressive. I'm just going to show you, put my hand into shot to give you a sense of scale on how big these flowers are. No fussy cutting whatsoever. And the Aster, you're actually getting that flower, the main flower, and 2 flower heads, and the sentiment. Sorry, not sentiment. It's the name of the Aster and the month as well, October. This is the final flower, so we'll go through here. Let's have a little look. We'll look at the stamp, and then I'll show you the die. So this is your Camellia, and that's November. I know Camellia is one we demonstrated earlier on, Lou.
We did. I believe we did this first, didn't we?
We did. Beautiful flower, lovely, lovely stamp, and we have to applaud Apple Blossom for the quality of the stamps. But then when you couple it with the dies as well, special things happen. I will just show you. So we can do it. We can put them side by side. You can see the dies and the stamps together. I mean, come on, for £11.99, £6 each, ridiculous. 534463 item number. If, like our producer Ross, you love them all, we have got another bundle for you. So with the complete bundle, you're also going to get the paper pad in there as well. So the savings are carried across, and I'll explain. The £3 saving here, here, and here, that's £9 in total, factored into the complete price, and then we're taking a further £3 off that price as well. You've also got 2 flexi payments of £21.98, and you get everything. The paper pad, I will have a very quick flick through this paper pad, and you can see that way. Ooh. I'll try this. I'll try it. I was struggling to show off this paper pad earlier on, but you can see. I mean, that instantly is stunning.
You just need to add a sentiment to that, don't you? Maybe a little bit of matting and layering to make it stand out on your card base, and you're done. Super quick cards for these. Everything coordinates with the 3 florals that we've got included in this season's collection. But yeah, really beautiful, because you've got ribbon strips, sentiment strips in there. You've got A6 cards, A5 cards, or I say panels for cards. They could be inserts as well if you want to. Really nice big pieces there, so A4 you can trim down. Lots of different options with them.
And that's the whole point. You're getting lots of designs within one, lots of words as well. I will just, I'm scooting through, I'm not showing this very well.
So you've got 12 designs, and there's 3 of each, so you've obviously got your 3 different colourways.
Lovely. 180 GSM, lots of beautiful designs going through. I'll pop that down. So that is your paper pad. Complete collection, $43.96. That's your autumn collection, 328603 item number. We're going to move on to our winter collection. We'll break down the individuals for you, and then we'll show you the complete once again. I think that's the best way to do it. Let's start with December. December, we have the Narcissus. Am I pronouncing that right? Narcissus? Narcissus. There you go. So Narcissus, we found out in the first hour, same family group as a daffodil.
Yes. Thank you to Ben for that.
Interesting. Yeah, there we go. Ben Floor Manager knows his stuff. I will just show you the combo. So you are getting that die set. So the die set here. And you're getting the stamp there for $10.99. $10.99, so that's £5.50 for the die set, and £5.50 for the stamps. Is just, that's incredible. And I love the detail that we're getting with the stamps as well. So you can see, and this is actually a trademark, a staple with Apple Blossom, especially the stamps they bring, but the flowers, they try and give you a lot of detail in there.
Absolutely, lots of detail. So these are designed in-house by expert graphic designers and the team from Practical Publishing. So obviously been in the papercraft industry for so many years.
Know what they're doing.
They really know what they're doing,
OK, we'll move on to our next flower. Individually, we have January, which we're seeing here. This is Stephanotis. I apologise for my pronunciations with the flowers. Was that right? No?
I said, this is the nice, pretty foliage one. That's what I say.
We'll stick with that one. So that's your January, and I will show you, I think it's Latin, maybe Latin. Just show you the, I could be wrong, the dies that you're getting in here. So that's, I mean, you've got your large sort of focal image, but then you have your 2 dies for the actual heads. Let's just separate those, and you get the dies for the name of the flower and the season as well, or the month I should say as well. £10.99 your price there. Finally, let's go on to our last option for individually here. This is February, my birthday month. February.
Is it?
Yeah, what month are you born?
September.
Oh, you're September.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So this is the ranunculus, beautiful flower, ranunculus. February's a good month. I think I'm biased. You can see here, with your ranunculus, the die set that you're getting as well, for £10.99. Isn't it? I mean, look at the amount of die that you are getting. The size of these dies for £10.99 is just, any crafter at home can appreciate. £5.50 for that die set, £5.50 for the stamp set is incredible. It really is. You would struggle for an A5 stamp to get that for £10.99, let alone the corresponding die. 592366 your item number. Now, if you want to go for the complete collection with this is your winter collection, with the pad as well, so that paper pad, chock-a-block full. Actually, at the front, it shows you all the different designs that you're getting. So you've got, that's beautiful. Lovely, it's white, elegant.
Yeah, so they'd be perfect for weddings, those white flowers, wouldn't they? Really
That's
lovely.
nice, yeah, anyone's got weddings on their mind. £21.98 is your price, 041 104 your item number. So you're getting a £3 saving on each set. That's carried across. You're actually saving £12 in total because a further £3 has been put onto the bundle. 041 104 your item number there. Now, we are going to move on to summer. Bright, fresh, lovely flowers. We talked about the simplicity of the flowers. So if you wanted to make notelets or cards, simple background. I mean, when we say simple, super simple. Just a mopping up technique. Get some of your inks, so I'm thinking distress oxides, onto a mat, mop up, stamp on top, done.
Easy.
And here, this is your June. You've got your Lithianthus there. Wonderful flower. It's kind of evocative of a rose.
I think so. I see a rose. So I'm definitely thinking things like Valentine's with this one.
Oh, yeah. Let me just show you what you are getting within this for £10.99. Look at the size of that die set and the stamp set. So this duo, £10.99. Come on. We are busy, by the way, for all the individual options, and I'm not surprised. Let's move on. So then we've got July, and July, that's a strong flower too. This is your zinnium. Oh, zinnia, sorry, that's the zinnium. So there's your zinnia. Screams for colour. And Lou said a really good point as well. You don't have to be factual with your colouring. Obviously, you can look for reference points and you can colour it as the flower should be, but nobody's going to tell you off if you did want to have a little bit of poetic license with the colours that you use.
Absolutely, 100%. I mean, I don't think I've coloured many of these flowers in correctly at all, but I just didn't, whatever my colourway is going to be, so my matting and layering, my cardstock, my inks, whatever I've got.
Nice. There is your zinnia die, and that's getting a lot of, I don't like using the term metal for your money, but you do get a lot of die, especially for £10.99. So there we go. You're getting the die and you're getting the corresponding stamp in there as well, the zinnia. Oh, I didn't put it side by side. Sorry, Chris. And then finally, I couldn't see it. I was wondering why we didn't get both the shot. It was me. And then finally, this is your magnolia, and that is your August. Oh, it's magnolia in August. Of course it is, yeah. Here we go. So I will show you magnolia. You're getting the die and the stamp. A beautiful, beautiful flower, the magnolia.
I adore magnolia.
Yeah.
So I went, my honeymoon was in St Lucia, and I thought I was seeing magnolia for the first time out there, and they were huge. They were absolutely stunning. And then I came home and realised, actually, we live on an estate with Magnolia Drive, and when I walked around, they've got magnolias in virtually every garden, much smaller.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're on my doorstep.
Oh.
So, but I do love them. As a flower, they're very delicate, and
nice,
they
yeah.
smell beautiful. They're just wonderful.
Ross, our producer, loves the magnolia because his favourite movie is Steel Magnolias.
Ah, there you go then.
So it's a bit of a tearjerker, and he's warning everybody if you do go on and watch it. Other movies are available. $10.99 is your price if you do want to go for the magnolias. 580216, your item number. Now, if you do want to go for the complete collection, so you want to get all of these summer flowers with the paper pad, and you see beautiful designs on that paper pad as well. $43.96 is your price, saving £12 because you've already got £9 factored in to the price, and then a further £3 on top of that. 871194, your item number. Finally, we have got our spring. So spring, very popular last time. We're going to start with March, the daffodil. Who does not love a daffodil? Think of the colours that you're going to... Now, bright, vibrant yellows. Do you love a daffodil, Lou?
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Of course, yeah. We have a crop of them comes out on the meadow outside my house every year.
Oh, nice.
And obviously once they've all died down, they get cut over again with the rest of the grass, and they pop up every year. I love them. They're just in their own little cluster.
Oh.
And they're just really, really nice to see.
They're just a flower, I think, that put a smile on everyone's face. So $10.99, the stamp and die duo, both of those, 090298, your item number. As we progress down, we have got our April, and that's our socks. I hadn't heard of stocks before. It's a little bit evocative for me of kind of like a foxglove. I know it's not the same, but it's that kind of tubular.
Yes.
Oh, I'm not an expert with flowers. But there we go. You can see here, I'm sure those of you who are more well-versed with plants are thinking, what is he talking about? But very pretty. $10.99 is your price. 428565, your item number there. And then finally, we have the peony. Now, peony, we demonstrated it.
We did.
Do you know, before I show you the dies, because I've been doing it with everyone, once I show you this inspiration from Lou, and I'll be honest, and I said this in the earlier hour at 7, and you can revisit that hour on our website. Just go to thecraftstore.com or use the Craft Store app, rewind option, type in today's date, 7 o'clock, you'll be able to see it. I was saying, before I saw this demonstration, with the peony, I love the peony, I'd stamp it out, watercolour cardstock, use some delicate pinks on there, watercolours, done. And then Lou showed me this. Gold emboss, my goodness, it's the way to go. Have a look at that. Are you kidding? And I just wouldn't have thought to use a gold emboss with a floral stamp. But it works. I mean, it seriously works. And this is another one here that Lou has done. Beautiful. $10.99 is your price if you do want to go for the peony. I will, just in the interest of fairness, because I've done it with all the others, I will show you the die that you're getting there as well. So you can see the stamp and die duo, $10.99. I know! Come on! If I was standing in front of you now and just saying the stamp alone, $10.99, that's a good price for an A5 stamp, right? You can see it. Typically, we kind of say $10.99, you'd be looking at more A6. Fair to say, Lou?
Absolutely,
Yeah?
definitely.
And then once you add this into the mix as well, I mean, come on, that is a phenomenal price. 630988, your item number. Again, though, if you want all the savings, so it's exactly, well, it's not exactly the same price, it's even better. You're getting all the fantastic value of the individuals, and then we're giving you a further £3 saving. So, and you're also getting the paper pad in there as well. So, in effect, you are saving £12 because you've got that £9 saving in there, and you've got the paper pad in the mix too. $21.98 is your price, 893119 your item number. Now we have got the music set for you. We're going to show you this. So if you're looking for something a bit more musical, this is a good one because you're not only getting the dies, but you're also getting the embossing folder in there as well. This is really nice. So anyone who loves music, who loves classic, great for, I think, weddings, anniversaries, any special occasion.
Yeah, absolutely. Anyone who, like you say, loves their music, their theatre maybe, whatever. I think everyone loves a bit of music one way or another, and you've got such a range of instruments in there. You could do a rock and roll card, you could do a classic card, you know, lots of options.
We might try and squeeze in a demo here. I discovered a new love for classical music in getting my little boy to sleep. So he falls asleep to Pack a Bell. So we put it on. We discovered it when he was young because it's a really peaceful tune. And now every time we want to get him to sleep, we start playing it, and instantly he starts yawning. So
I think I would as well. Yeah, I think that would soothe me.
Soothe your body. But no, it's a beautiful tune. So there we go. £25.97 is your price. Saving £6. 817-364 your item number. Okay, Lou, we're going to start having a play. What are we going to do?
Absolutely. So we're going to work with 2 dice sets. I apologise. I told our producer it would be the October, the Aster first, but I'm also going to be adding in the January one as well. This is what I call the pretty foliage.
Well, this is nice, showing how well they mix and match and play together.
They really do. Now, when you did look at this one, I said that this is, or I think I thought it if you asked me, but I never got to say it. There we go. This is kind of my filler. I would definitely add this on with whatever flowers you're getting, because you've got lots of foliage in here. You've got some small florals in there, but you can really add this in as fillers, background stamps, just to take up that extra space if you need. So, and that's really what I'm going to be doing with it today. So I'm just going to take the smaller of the stamps. Now these are intended to decoupage over the main image, but I'm going to use them on their own, and I'm going to do the same with the Aster. Rather than using the full stem, I'm going to be using just the heads, and this just helps me build up my own cluster. Nice. So I can stamp these all together.
Perfect for batch cutting, because we've got the dies as well.
Yep, absolutely. So once you've positioned your stamps on your block, obviously ink them. I'm going to be embossing them, and then when you come to die cut, you can tape all your dies together, and you can simply keep all your stamps there, keep your dies taped together, and just keep stamp die cut. You know, 4, 5, 6, 7 dies, whatever it may be. Yeah. So let's just pop this over. So now we talked, I know you've spoken a bit about gold embossing florals. I'm going to do that again because I'm a massive fan of embossing them with gold. It's just kind of what you do with them after that, and you don't have to use gold. You could use silver, black, white, clear embossing powder. I just think with the embossing powder, what you're then getting is obviously you're not going to see that because that's clearing on watercolour cardstock, but you'll see it in a moment. Okay.
Beautiful.
So what you're going to be getting is resist with embossing powder rather than with inks. So you can go in with any of your water-based inks then. It may be, like I'm using distress oxides and distress inks and watercolouring them on. It may be pens that you've got at home, that sort of thing. So just tap that off.
We were talking earlier, you were saying you're a fan of WOW, and you tend to, there's certain key colourways that you just come back to time and time again.
Yes, absolutely. I'm a massive fan of finding new colour combinations, but with the embossing powders I tend to stick with my black, white, gold, clear, because they go with everything. So
I like what you did there with the brush, and this is just for the benefit of any new crafters. So sometimes when you're stamping out, you might get, especially putting your embossing powders on, it might stick to a page, a part of the page you don't want, so you can just brush it away.
Yeah, so I made the mistake, I forgot to use my anti-static bag, which is why, which is why I got that sticking where I didn't want it to. But also, if you've got sticky fingers and you're picking up the paper, it may be that you've got a little bit of grease or clearing or something on from something you've done days or weeks ago that you don't realise. So, yeah, it's always a little bit unpredictable when you put embossing powder on paper. It will show up every little piece of dampness or grease, but a brush like that, as long as it's a dry brush, it will just wipe away any excess. So I'm going to pop this on high, just because it's quicker, and just melt these.
Now, we are very busy across the board. This hour, it really should be, it feels like it should be a happy hour or a sale show with the actual prices. You're still getting the quality you'd expect with Apple Blossom, and it's coming from Practical Publishing, so you know that that quality is there. But what you're getting with the price, when you consider, if you're going individually, stamp and die set for $11.99, a lot of options $10.99, which we think are a mistake, by the way, then you just can't go wrong. Absolutely cannot go wrong.
Yeah, it's an say that we'll use.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I can't...
Works in our favour.
I've got to stress, I cannot guarantee that. We don't know that as a fact, but we've been trying to work out ourselves here this morning, and we think that the price should be across the board $11.99. Just happens to be lower for the other collections. Why not take advantage?
Absolutely. So, Distress Oxides here. I'm just smidging some colours onto my glass mat. Nice. So we've got Seedless Preserves is my purple, Kitsch Flamingo is my pink, and then I've got Gathered Twigs is my brown, because I know people always ask what the colours are, and I've got some water here. Let's pop that there.
I think everyone can relate to flowers. Quick question for you.
Yeah.
And this is something the team were discussing. So Ross, our producer, he's quite romantic, and he just, on a whim, spontaneously, he bought some flowers for Katie, his other half.
Oh, that's lovely.
But her reaction when he gave the flowers, the first thing she said is, "What have you done?"
Yeah.
And he was like, "You can't win as a guy. You try and do a nice little gesture. What have you done?"
Well, I think if you do it all the time, then it's fine. But if it is a one-off, it does make you wonder, doesn't it? It does. It would make me wonder.
But to be fair, he did unfortunately stain the carpet, and he covered it up with a table. So that is what he did.
Oh, so there was a reason. So she wasn't wrong.
There was a spaghetti bolognese incident.
Oh no, that's the worst as well, isn't it? Actually, no, I lie. When it comes to flowers, pollen is the worst for staining. Lily pollen.
Lily. And you've got to be careful with pets. Cats.
You have, yes. So do not get lily pollen on your light-coloured carpets or anything. You cannot get it out. But so you want these sort of flowers instead.
Okay, yeah, there you go.
So I've just wet the entire image there. Gone over with a pale pink in the centre, worked it out to almost the outside, and then I'm going in with that purple, and I'm just brushing it around the outside, or rather the inside of the petals, just outside the centre there. And I'm just going to leave that there and let that work its way out by itself while I work on the other. So I won't do all of these because I've already got some cut out. These ones here, so let's come round to the leaves here. Again, I'm just going to dampen that. And you can be quite loose with this if you want to, because we're going to die cut it. And then I'm actually going in with brown, so you'd usually assume green, but what I find is green, you then have colour matching issues. So not all colours will go with green. Even in nature, I think some colours still... If you were to put a red flower with a green leaf on a card, I feel Christmas. You know, and I try to obviously avoid doing Christmassy themed or looking cards. So I'm actually doing my foliage brown or a tan
It's
colour.
interesting because I wouldn't have thought to do brown, but it clearly works. Does the emboss then, I would imagine it acts as a resist?
Yes, it does. So what we can see here, if I just take a piece of kitchen towel, and this one's almost dry, so if I just dab that, just taking any excess off. Now I'm just going to do it to this so it doesn't run. And if I then hold that up for you, hopefully you can see that gold.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, it's gorgeous, and you've got the colour underneath. So the outline, this is why I use water-based inks. You could go in with your alcohol pens, but if you do go over the lines of the embossing, the alcohol ink will stick to that, because obviously it'll dry on any surface. So that's what I've done, and then imagine I've coloured all of those, and I'm just going to cut a couple out just to show you how easy they are to cut out. I've already got some pre-coloured and cut and thoroughly dried and everything.
Now, a point you made earlier on, I think it's a really good point to mention, is, and this is why I love working with Lou. She's a treasure trove of information, but she's a crafter first and foremost. First thing she said, I'm just hold up the dies. These are big dies, and you heard me going on about the die set. I mean, that is a considerable die, but the best part of this is you're getting a lot of value for money, but these will still go through your A5 machine. Although they're big, they're tall, they will still go through the A5 machine. Which
Absolutely.
Is important.
You'd immediately look at those and think, oh, I need my bigger die-cutting machine for that. But no, I always bring my big one in, because you never know what's going to be thrown at me last minute to have to do.
If you've got a big one, you can tackle anything.
Exactly, exactly. So I'm just going to pop my dies down around the two that I've coloured in and put a little bit of low-tack tape on them. I've got another piece here somewhere. There we go. Now, obviously, with the flowers, when they're shaped like this, you do just need to give it a bit of a wiggle round, keep twisting it until that fits. But it's fairly obvious to see which way round that goes. Look, I've still got paper in here from the last hour. Didn't tidy that away. I think poor Ben, he was getting a bit twitchy because I forgot to get a bin last hour, and I was throwing bits on the floor.
Well,
so. Mid-show, he got
I
these.
did not know that, and I was just about to comment and say, you're so tidy. Look at you putting it in the bin.
No, I was putting them on the floor, and I was feeling really guilty because I hate being messy.
Shall I let you in on a little secret?
Go on.
The floor managers are a little bit disappointed if they don't get to have a little bit of a sweep after a show.
Oh, see, if I've made a real mess, I will sweep it up before I go.
No, don't. You're depriving them. of having a
No,
little sweep.
they have enough to do. They do work really hard, don't they? They're brilliant. So let's just pop that out the way so you can see. So I've just cut out 2 pieces there.
Yeah.
So you can see those. They have got a slight outline on them, but I mean, they're absolutely wonderful. You can now go in and you can shape those if you want to. And you've got that slight border around the edge, which I just think makes them stand out a bit more when they've got a slight border.
Yeah.
So I'll save them and I'll do those another
Also,
time.
nice space. If you use the actual cutout, I'm just going to nab this from you.
Of course.
So if you just want to use that and stamp behind, this is not my idea. I've actually seen one of the inspirations, and I will hold up inspirations, use this idea. But then, raising that up, it just allows you to use both the negative cut or waste, as we would say, from our die cut.
Oh yes, there was a colour. There's an orangey colour card where I did that. It was,
Here we go.
there we go. Yeah. So that one, yeah, a little bit of masking. Yes.
So wait, that's you.
Yes, I did that.
That's a great name. I like that.
Ah,
yeah,
thank you.
Very good. Very positive. So all good. Oh no, wait. So that's from the. Is that from the stamp?
No, sorry, no. That's a different. That's the floral stamp.
Yeah.
But with a different sentiment. So I stamped the sentiment first, masked that with a little bit of paper, stamped the flower over the top. So I then got the floral around the edge, and then lined it all up.
That is genius, because you've effectively created a different span. Do you know why I got confused? Sometimes design team and crafters, they'll have their own unique stamp that
I see what you mean.
So
Sorry,
I thought that was your brand, your thing on your anything you make. You put all good vibes.
No, sorry, I meant I made that card. That's what I meant. Sorry.
There we go. But beautiful. We got there in the end.
We did.
Sorry, it was me confusing things.
No, equally to blame there. Yeah. So I am mixing this gold embossing with a gold frame. I've just taken 2 hexagon-shaped. Hang on a minute. Yes, just make sure it's hexagon, not pentagon. Hexagon-shaped nesting dies, and I've cut some gold mirror card, which I'm just going to show you in a moment. Now, gold, there's lots of different colour golds, surprisingly. You think gold's gold. There's a lot of...
Vintage gold, aged gold.
Yep, and this is a bit of a brushed gold, which is the closest I could find to work well with the gold embossing.
That's actually a really good match.
So it is, isn't it? I'm just going to do a little bit. I'm a little bit of an artsy crafter, and I really do love to have a little bit of ink splats and things. So I'm just going to do a little bit over this before I put my
Very
flowers
artsy.
down.
Yeah, we like that. And what you're not appreciating is Lou has a little bit of a flair with her left hand as she's doing this as well.
I do, yeah.
You look like Ainsley Harriott as you're putting on salt and pepper.
Oh, I'm going to be really conscious of that now, watching what I'm doing with my hands.
Don't be.
And just taking this up off my mat so I don't get it on there. That won't take long to dry at all, so I'm going to start positioning. Now, from the heat, that's naturally curled that flower, but you can curl it another way if you want to. In fact, I think I'm going to place these on with a different glue to what I had planned. I'm going to bring in silicone glue.
3D? Oh,
3D glue, if it's... Oh, is it? Is it?
Is it?
No, it needs a little bit of a mix around. Right, we'll go with foam then.
Okay. Now, I'm just going to give you some details for the Mayflower. It's interesting, actually. May, at the moment, is in the lead. Mayflower, we'll just show you here, that's a peony. 80% of the stock of the individual. Now, we are getting on for limited stock territory here. If this is to sell out, then the only way you're going to be able to get hold of it is part of the complete bundle. So my advice to you is if you want to just get hold of that flower alone with the dies, $10.99, you cannot go wrong. And I'm actually going to pick it up and show you it live because you need to see this. I hate, one of my things as a presenter, I don't like using the term hate, but I do hate being repetitive. But when you see here, and you have to see it as crafters, the size of the stamps and dies for $10.99, it's just it's one of the shows where you do not need to be an expert crafter to appreciate this is an absolute bargain. If I was just to say $10.99 for this stamp set alone, good price, right? Because it's a big stamp set, it's beautifully detailed, that's a great price. but then throwing the dies into the mix as well. I mean, you couldn't get, normally, you'd pay about $14.99 just for the stamps alone. Here, you're paying less, and you're getting the die set in companionship as well. We are limited stock. It's about to go. Once it's gone, you can only get hold of it as part of the complete collection, so you have been warned. I will be saying that when it sells out. Okay, I think that's the strictest I've ever sounded here at the craft store.
Yeah, that was pretty scared me. So I've just been layering up with a bit of foam tape these pieces that I've cut. So going between the flowers and those foliage pieces as well. I'm putting foam pads on the back of each one and just giving it a little bit of shape. And you can shape them both downwards or upwards. You know, you can lift some of these petals.
This is beautiful. Just to let you know that the peony has sold out now, so the only way you can get it is part of our big collection. But that is a cautionary tale, because if you've got your eye on any of the other flowers individually, be warned, if they sell out, then they're coming back. We're not bringing back an extended delivery. You will only be able to get hold of them with the complete bundle, which is still fantastic value for money.
Absolutely. And then you get the paper pad as well, so it's a bonus. So just tucking all the flowers and foliage. You see how that brown just works, doesn't it? Well, I think I'm going to put this one in here. Okay. Just position it before I stick it, just to be sure. There we go, that's my last one. And I've not tried to keep everything central either, so more to one side a little bit. Pop that under.
Did you say the peony was one of your favourites?
It's between peony and magnolia, because the magnolia, when it's stamped, particularly if you stamp that white onto vellum, it just looks amazing, absolutely amazing. In fact, I'm surprised I haven't done a demonstration with that.
I mean, just hearing you say that, onto vellum, what, would it be a white emboss on vellum or gold?
Yes, white I think, yeah, definitely. And then you could take your colouring pencils and you could add a little bit of colour to the reverse of the vellum if you wanted to. It would be nice and subtle, a nice pastel shade.
I've just got to say the magnolia, and oh, that's the ranunculus, sorry. And I apologise for talking over you there, Lou, as well.
Fine.
The magnolia, it looks like it's going to be the next to sell out individually, and we'll just show you details. So you are getting that beautiful magnolia stamp and the die, $10.99. Can I just say, anyone who's got hold of this, please try and Lou's spot on. If you put it onto vellum or parchment, and or I think because you're going to be heating it vellum, and do a white emboss, that would look just incredible.
It would look stunning, wouldn't it? Really, really pretty. But these flowers are, do you know, I've got issues with my glue here. It's one glue after another today. Issues with
your nemesis.
I know, it is. Foam tape. So, for whatever reason, the backing just will not come off of this one. It feels like it's got a bit damp. I think it may have just got a bit damp in there. Yeah, so these are some I prepared earlier, which already had the glue on it, or the foam tape on it. Let's see if this one's going to be the same. Yeah, it is. It's wet. It's got a bit damp, so I don't know how well these are going to hold on there. I'll fix them later, but hopefully I can just position them enough.
Intrigued to see. Time for...
Just time for you.
Ah.
I need the word take, actually. I thought I had the word take, but I've lost it.
Time for you is nice.
Time for you.
And this is
it could be retirement,
couldn't
it? Could be retirement if it's time for you. Now, I'm just conscious of those slipping off a little bit. But, yeah, I mean, those flowers, when you start mixing them, and this is a good example of how you can use that foliage flower. Is it Stefan?
I want to say Stephanos, but that's just a friend of mine.
Oh, okay. Well, we can name it again.
Okay. We'll go through. I will give you the correct name when I see it. So many different beautiful options here at great prices. I'm going to start, and this is just for the benefit of anyone who's tuning in for this hour, and I want it to be a level playing field, and we're always open and honest here. So when we went live this morning, so as a production team, we do not input the details. We bring up the details and they're already there for us. Sometimes we can change details if there's a little issue, but we couldn't understand why on this collection it was $11.99, and then as we start moving down it goes to $10.99. And Charlotte, my producer, we had long discussion with this after the show, and we kind of fell on we ended up deciding that we felt the $11.99 was the correct price. the $10.99 we've kind of gone astray. I'm not saying this is fact at all. This was just us talking. We couldn't work out the difference because all the sets are the same sort of price. $11.99 or $10.99, they're both great value for money. But the reason why I'm saying this, when we start getting onto the $10.99 bundles, we think, we cannot guarantee, we think that's a mistake. We've honoured it this hour, so we haven't made them all $11.99. Get a bargain. That's all I wanted to say on that. And I said it earlier on, so I thought it's fair to say it this hour. But let's start here, and I don't want to detract from this because $11.99 is still an absolute bargain, and it's very busy. And I think Lou said it perfectly earlier on. You're governed by which flower you like. Because let's say this is the flower for you. This is your hyacinth. Is it hyacinth? Hyacinthus. Okay. So there's the hyacinthus. I would have bet. I think it's a hyacinth, but there we go. Let me just show you the stamp and die duo. So you are getting both the stamp, and you need to see, and on occasions like this, the packaging, you don't necessarily get a sense of scale with the dies. So there we go. That's your hyacinth, $11.99 your price, 819455 your item number there. I will just show, and this is the beauty of having stamps and dies. Come on. Look at that. And Lou, what she's done here is used to great effect the extra sort of flower heads that you're getting in their die and stamp duo as well. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. As we progress on, we have a look here. This is your Aster. That's October. Aster's been very busy as well. And I think the easiest way to do this, I will pick up the stamp for you and just put it next to our die set. And there you see the Aster stamp and die duo. And it's actually good picking it up because my hand's in shot. You really get a sense of scale and size. That is a big stamp set. It's a big die set. Put the two together, the possibilities, and also just a little bit of colour in there. Absolutely stunning. Okay, so that's your Aster. And then finally, so pop this down. There we have our camellia, which is another gorgeous flower. So there's your camellia, and with the camellia, you are getting your corresponding dies, which I'll just drop that in there. So you're getting the dies with the camellia too, $11.99 your price, 534463 item number there. If you do want to go for the complete collection, you are also getting the paper pad as well. So you're getting the paper pad and all the dies and stamps we just featured. $43.96 is your price, and there you're getting a sense of everything that you're going to get in that paper pad, and you're able to spread the costs as well. $21.98 your price there, 323603 item number. The $21.98 refers to flexi payments, so you pay that today and we send everything out to you, and then 4 weeks time $21.98, so your remaining payment. Okay, now we're going to move on. This is our winter. There's the Narcissus. Narcissus. Why can I? Because I get confused. Someone can be a Narcissus, and then you've got a Narcissus. Is that right? Lou's like, don't look at me, I don't know. But beautiful flower, and I will just show you the die next to it. I think it's rather apt. It is such a beautiful flower. You can see why somebody would be, if you were a flower, you would be quite engrossed in yourself. It's well named. I'm going deep here. But that's your flower, that's your Narcissus.
I think it's Narcissus.
Narcissus. Narcissus.
So the C is a K rather than a S. Kisses.
Now you've just thrown a curveball in there. If anyone does know, and I know how clever you guys are at home, a lot cleverer than us here. So if anyone does know, if you can email in and write it
phonetically,
sort of phonetically how we should say it, that would help us a lot. There we go. Don't worry if you don't want to, but you would help us. Okay, moving on, we have the this is another one I would love some help on. Let me see the top, because at the top it's Stephanotis. Stephanotis. There we go. So there's Stephanotis. You are getting the corresponding dies in there as well. Lou's nodding. She's like, Stephanotis. She said, yeah. And then finally, we have the ranunculus. I love that. Good month, and I am a little bit biased because February is my birthday month, but that is a beautiful, absolutely beautiful flower. Bit of colour. Now, I want to say ranunculus, I'm thinking sort of reddy purple. I could be wrong, but, you know, and you can use any colours, Lou. Is it buttercup? Oh, thank you. That's Janet. Janet with our one-day special. See, Janet strikes me as someone who knows her flowers. Thank you, Janet. And it is Narcissus. Janet, I've been asking for help for the last half an hour. Now you decide. Now you decide to tell me. I don't know. So it's Narcissus. There we go. That's our February. $10.99 is your price. $592,366 your item number. That's the winter collection. If you want to go as a whole, so because I understand you might be struggling to pick a favourite. The beauty of going for the complete collection, you're getting everything. You're also getting a further £3 saving on top of the savings you would have had individually, and you're getting the paper pad. 041104 your item number. Now we're going to move on to our summer. As I'm going through, personally, I'd be going for individual options, and I'll tell you why. You could go for the complete collection, and if I did that, though, I'd want to go for everything.
Yeah.
It would bug me just going for, say, a season. So I'd want winter, summer, spring, autumn. But by going individually, you can really cherry pick, because there's certain flowers that just stand out. The ranunculus I like. If you want to go for the daffodil, unfortunately the peony is sold out individually. So, you know, think about it. Either go for completes or individually. First, we're going to show here, this is June. And that is, this one we're kind of saying is a bit rose-like. It's not. It's like a lithianthus. Looking at Janet, she's busy prepping. Lysianthus, maybe? Okay. $10.99 is your price there. 629059 your item number, and you are getting the corresponding dies with that. Actually, I can show you that because I've got it here, so I might as well just. I think that's that one. Pop that in. So you get. Is that one? I don't think it is it? Have I put the wrong one in? That's not. It might be this one. Let's try that one. It's all gone wrong. There you go. That's the one. There you go. Okay. So then we have our zinnia going through. So let's see the zinnia. Very pretty flower here. Actually, I'm going to show you something, and I'm really glad that Lou did this. So in its simplest form, earlier on I was saying if you just wanted to make little notelets or a beautiful little card, you don't need to do a lot to it to make it look lovely. Come on. Just a little bit of colour goes a long way, but it lets you pick up all the detail of the stamp. And that's just one portion. These are stamp sets, so you're getting additional heads in there, and additional worker stamps. You also get the month and the name too. Just put my hand shots to give you a sense of size. That, $10.99, and you get the corresponding die set as well. Phenomenal. And I will just show you that down here. You're able to see. Look at the amount of stamps and dies that you are getting for $10.99. So effectively, you've actually got 2 stalks in there. That's really nice. You can build up a whole bunch.
Yeah, a complete bunch or a meadow of them, however you want to work it.
Stunning. $10.99 your price there. 849,849. Sorry, 848,849. And then we have August for you. Now, August is the magnolia, and this is going to be the next one to sell out. We are 2/3 of the stock gone. There is something so beautiful about the magnolia. It's got an emotional resonance, and a lot of people love the actual colours of the magnolia. Here you go. And I will just show you, that's the magnolia die. So you see magnolia, and Lou gave such a good idea with the magnolia, and please try this if you're going for this bundle. Say, here's the next one to go. Onto vellum, just with a white emboss, would look incredible. Incredible. 580216 your item number there. We're going to move on to, this is our final option. This is spring. It's been very, very popular. We've got March 1st, which we'll show you. Now, March is the wonderful daffodil. Let's have a little look. So I'll show you. That's your die set and your daffodil. $10.99 your price there. 090298 your item number. Then we'll move on to our stock. And I'll just show you that. There's the stock. Die and stamp duo, £10.99 your price, 428,565. And then finally, peonies. Now, unfortunately, peonies, we're going to have to bring the detail for the complete because the peony sold out individually. The only way you can get hold of the peony is part of the complete. 893119, your item number there. We're going to head back to Lou to continue the fun. What have you got for us next, Lou?
Okay, so I'm actually going to work with the February flower, so ranunculus, is that right?
Yeah, brilliant,
About
ranunculus.
right? About
Yeah.
right. I'm never any good with
It's
Latin
very pretty.
words. It's a lovely flower. I've actually snipped away from the stamp set. I've cut into the part that's got the month and the Latin word in it.
Okay.
And that's just so I can use it separately. Of course, you can use it together, but the dies are separate so that you don't have to keep it in that position if you want to just use this. And I'm actually stamping with a white ink onto craft cardstock.
So we're making our own background?
Yeah, just make your own background. And
Lou,
obviously,
that's
if you're
clever.
sending this for a February or
Birthday.
whatever month birthday or anniversary or wedding, whatever it may be, this would be absolutely perfect. And then you can add in the flower
White
as
on
well.
craft card. It's classy.
It's gorgeous, isn't it? And this is subtle because it's a distress ink, so it's not sort of your perfect detail stamping that we'd expect from I don't know, something like a Versamark, for example, or Versafine, sorry. You're going to get that sort of slight blurriness to it, a little bit of distressing to it. I've got one here that I've already filled the sheet in. You can see it does hold, the ink colour does hold on the craft cardstock, because you'd expect a white ink to kind of fade a little bit after a while, but no, it does hold and it dries beautifully. So I've got a background. So I think that's just a lovely way of creating a subtle background. And you can of course do that with any month. Then I'm going to come in and I'm going to be using some oxides rather than inks, and I'm going to have blue flowers in this one, so I'm just going to create a blue, and I'm working on craft here. The reason being because I've got a craft background and I just wanted the tone of the flowers to match, so the easiest way to do that is to actually have your ink onto craft as well, and that way, I mean, if you were to put this ink onto a bright white cardstock, which is what we'd probably usually do, then you'd end up with a much brighter colour. This kind of just brings it, mutes down that colour a little bit, tones it down a bit, so it's more like the correct tones for what you're using. I'm going again with the flower heads here, and I'm just going to stamp into those that colour that I've made.
Beautiful colour.
It's a lovely colour. So I used, it was chipped sapphire, a distress oxide, and then I'm going to use my Versafine to get the detail from these flowers, but in a brown. So bringing back that craft colour a little bit. This is going to be very subtle. It's not going to be really striking.
That's a nice touch to go for the brown as well, and tying in with the craft card and background, because I think a mistake, especially when I first started crafting, a lot of new crafters make, is you go for black every time. You don't have to stamp
no,
in
you
black.
don't have to at all. Now, as that dries, that shows up more and more, but I then cut that out using the outline dies, but I've got two here that I've already cut, so I'm just going to bring those in because it's just quicker than me die cutting those out and having to wait for them to dry. But you can see there, you've got the detail on there and it's subtle, so it does just look like little bits of shading between the petals there, so you can just see
pretty.
those. They're
It's
lovely.
such a pretty flower, the ranunculus.
It is, isn't it? So I'm going to use I've got a pokey tool that has a round handle, so I'm going to pop that into the palm of my hand. And this is craft cardstock, so it tends to want to crease rather than bend. You can dampen it if you want to give it a little more flexibility, but with the oxides on there, I don't really want to be doing that. I don't want to smudge my ink now it's finally dried. So just give that a little bit of shape there. I'm going to do the same on the other one.
Good little tip from Marcus, our director. He's just said that he likes to use the ranunculus as a cravat.
Ah, okay.
I mean, a little bit Austin Powers-esque, but you pull it off.
Yeah, you never know. There we go. So we've just shaped those, and what I did as well, I put onto craft cardstock, I mixed in, this was Twisted Citron, the colour, Distress Oxide again. So I'm just going to pop those on. Again, foam tape just to lift up the centres. How long do I have, Yanis? I know we're getting towards the end.
You've got 4 minutes.
Okay, so just to make my foam even wider, I'm going to fold a piece in half so it sticks to itself and then take the backing off.
Little tip there, Lou.
And just pop that. I'll do that again in a sec.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just thought might have done that a bit quick.
Yeah, this sounds really silly. I've never done that with the foam tape. I've cut it off and laid it up, and I'll just fold it over.
Oh, it just takes you extra time then, doesn't it? So just cut a piece twice as long as you need, fold it over, and then just peel the backing off from both sides, like so. So popping that in the middle of my flowers, so I can still keep some of that depth. For this, I'm just going to shape. I'll shape these just by folding them a little bit along some of the vines.
Yeah.
Veins. That's the one. Some of the veins that we've got in the leaves.
And you really see with the detail and the veinage in all the leaves and flowers, and they're wonderful stamps.
They are beautiful, and I think the majority of the time today I've actually just used the individual pieces rather than the large stems, but we've got lots of beautiful examples with the stems anyway, so you can see how they would be used. But I'd like to show you the versatility of any set that we bring on here, so you can use them. I tend to go quite modern style cards, I think, but I think these would suit modern and traditional.
Got 3 minutes.
Okay, nearly done this. I'm going to mat this onto a card base that matches those flowers. Okay, so just pop this straight on. Now you could of course go round the edge with an ink if you wanted to. I'd probably use a brown. I think I'd edge that just to darken that craft around the edge and give it a bit of a shadow. Popping that across there, and then I know we've got these dies on the show because we kind of very briefly looked at them earlier. They're on the website, and they're the paper discovery dies there. I've got those large words. I've cut, this is Forever Friends, and I've just cut the word forever, and I just think that makes a lovely wedding or anniversary card, something like that.
And you've got your time to celebrate in there as well. 17.98 your price, saving £8, 760119. But they are large, sizable words, and I know Lou does like to cut those out and use the words individually as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So just popping that right over the top of the flower there. In an ideal world, I'd put foam pads on the back of all of that, so I have a nice drop shadow, but obviously that would take me a while to layer those up. I've got a little bit of glue there, so just take that away. That will dry clear. And there, I have one more thing, if we've got time, that's just some gems, just some enamel dots.
That's right.
Just taking that green, I think it makes all the difference. It's like my splats that I like to do with the watercolour.
Very artistic splats.
Yeah, so like either do the splats or do some randomly placed adhesive pearls, gems. These are enamel dots, so you've got the more contemporary look to them, just around the area, keeping that cluster sort of down in the bottom corner.
Lovely.
So we get some white space.
Time's beaten us.
There we go.
Perfect.
All done.
Lou, what a beautiful inspiration. We created the background, we really got the best out of our flowers, and you can add any sentiment you want on there as well. Now, just going to show you, this is the ranunculus. If you do want to go for the ranunculus, you're getting the stamp and you're getting the die. Being really busy for this as an individual option. So you're getting that stamp and the die that you're seeing here, $10.99 your price. Best way to look at all the options, especially if you want to go individually, is on our website. And if you do have a look on the website, everything is there. October, really busy. We've also, February I know was busy. We sold out of the Peony, which was May. August, Magnolia, another really busy option too. So those are some of the front runners, but everything across the board has been popular, and I'm not surprised at these kind of prices. Take advantage, because I can't guarantee if we ever see these again, they're going to be at $10.99. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
When are you back?
Next Saturday morning again, 7 a.m.
We'll see you there bright and early.
Yes,
thank
absolutely.
you. And thank you for your company. I really hope you've enjoyed the show. The fantastic All and Create is back with the one-day special. After that, Stamp Addicts will be here with Starry Nights, and then paint pouring with 35 Design Space and Dina.
Hello, I'm Sue Trangmar, and I started Daisy Chain Designs 20 years ago. Back in the day, there were very few quilt patterns in the marketplace, and so I started to bring patterns into the UK from America and Australia, and along the way I've been lucky enough to work with some fantastic British designers, and that is what really the essence of Daisy Chain Designs are. At Daisy Chain Designs, we're passionate about sewing and quilting. We design projects that hopefully will inspire you to pick up your needle and thread and have a go. We have great fun in designing things from the very start, and then the end product is always very exciting when you actually see it made. So don't miss the Daisy Chain Design shows.
Hi, I'm Abs from Holland Create. I've been crafting for over 10 years now, and I love stamping, stenciling, creating layers of colors, textures, and creating depth and dimension. Holland Create was established in October 2016, collaborating with a group of designers and artists from all over the world. Make sure you don't miss the Holland Create shows.
Hi, I'm Katrina from Rowan Dean. We're a small family business that design embroidery kits. Embroidery has always been my passion, and I'd love to show you how to do some of the stitches and some of the kits. We're based in Derbyshire, and I'm really inspired by the landscape and flora of Derbyshire, and I think other people will be too. Our kits are really easy, and I hope they inspire you to have a go at stitching. A great time. Everybody's been really friendly and really good. We've met loads of people all around the country who watch and find it really inspiring. Don't forget to join me on my Rowan Dean shows.
Good afternoon. I hope you are very well this Saturday. I think it's a Saturday. I always lose track of it. Is confirmation in my ear. Right, so for, of course, at 12 o'clock here at the craft store, whether it's Saturday or not, it is a Saturday, but, you know, every day of the week we have a look at the one-day special. And, of course, what a one-day special it is. Now, it is very, very busy, and, of course, it couldn't be any other way because it's Janet Klein's latest release for Alan Create. We are approaching 70% of the stock, and it features, well, it features what it doesn't feature. It features the gorgeous shops with the flowers, the kind of the flower shop, the market, the doors opening to maybe a new home, new job, maybe new possibilities, and of course the doctor's office as well. But also you are getting, look at that, the peekaboo. You can see her in there in that corner there as well. And of course you are getting in there as well, you are getting flowers and you're getting the butterflies, and this hour we are also getting amazing demonstrations in the hand of Janet Pring.
Hello, Janet Pring, yes. So there's Janet Klein design the stamp, she's the clever one.
Oh well, both of you.
I'm here doing the demos. Yeah,
well, both of them is a creative take, because I have to say, like, if we just hold, I mean, there's so many amazing samples, but look at that. I mean, I just love the door and the peekaboo.
They are just lovely. And the peekaboo ones are just lovely. You can put them with anything, and I'm sure when you get the stamps home, you will have a look through your current stamp stash, and you will find all sorts of things that you can use these with. You can just have them peeking out. And this is the butterfly house. So this is beautiful little girl with her wings and her lovely house. And more peeking.
Look at that! And I love that. Yeah. How, of course, one of the things that we love about Janet Klein is, of course, the mixing and matching from different sets. So the hats in here as well.
Yeah,
look at
so
that.
That's come from a different set, and the bunting as well will have come from a different set. Well, and everything in there else is the sofa and the plants and everything, the windows all come from different Janet Klein sets.
It is in there. I love those, and of course we have them here. The peekaboo, and look at I love the doors. It's also the way that you can decorate it.
Fabulous.
Cuckoo.
Yeah.
I love that. I was like, peekaboo, peekaboo. And look at the girls as well. Can you see that the girl is here, but then when you open it up, it's kind of like the surf. Like, oh, there it is. Absolutely glorious. Now, of course, if you want to go for the amazing one-day special, the brand new release from Janet Klein from Alan Create, you are getting 41 individual stamps. Now, that means that you have got plenty of possibilities. Can we have a look at the boys? Because I do love the boys. Now, of course, that's of course that you are getting 4 heads in there, which sounds a little bit, but we can mix them and matching with different bodies in here, like the spiky hair, maybe the curly hair. And you are getting also happy birthday, son, grandson, and sweetheart. And I love the curly hair as well. That one is really cute as well. Then you can see that, of course, then there is the kind of, how you call it, the other cat as well. And the long, the ball cat, that's it. And then, of course, you have got the kind of hair coming down as well. And the glasses. I mean, give a man the glasses and, I'm there. Anyway, so £49.94 is your prize in here. There you can see the way that you can color them and highlight the hair as well. Look at them, and with the pupils as well, that you can color the eyes as well. So many possibilities and so many ways of incorporating. But the butterfly house, you can see there a sneak peek on the next card. Her wings unfold, and you can pair the butterflies whether you put them in the house, whether you put it with a girl, so many possibilities. And there is a little, we were saying about the stamps, of course, Janet, the fact that we have in this bundle, well, in this bundle, no, Janet Klein's style, this whimsical but at the same time cute and edgy. Yeah, edgy is a good word as well, yeah, so they're definitely a little bit edgy as well. So they're not really cute, so I think they're perfectly suitable for males as well as females, because they're not sort of cutesy cute, but they are just absolutely lovely. And whimsical is a good word to describe them. But the peekaboos are fabulous, and also the heads as well. So you can put these on different bodies, so that as you sounds a bit gruesome. But throughout the range, there's lots of other stamps that Janet's got in the range, and it just makes them more useful. If you can, you think, oh, I like that one, but I'd sooner have this head on it, then you can do that. Yeah, and of course you can see in here. So, for instance, you have got there. Look and say, you can say, please enter, and then of course you can put the characters in there with the peekaboo. Right, of course, if you want to go for the one-day special, you have a freedom price. So if you're not a freedom member, you have a £10 saving. If you, of course, are a freedom member, automatically your price, your saving is £14.99. That means that you are paying £44.95 as deliver cost, one-off payment as a freedom member. Now, if you are a freedom member and you choose to spread the cost because it makes it a little bit easier to just pay half of it this month and half next month, well, you can do that, and of course using Flexi Freedom, so only paying £22.48 today for 41 stamps that mix and match. You can work with them on their own, but then of course you can bring whatever you have got from the previous one. I have to say that, for instance, there is a previous stamp set that is the doctor's, right? Yeah. And of course, with that, doctor's office creates the glorious kind of, look at that. I love this one again here. Look at that, doctor's office, and then you have got a caring hearts, capable hands, of course. So that's, of course, using the one-day special door and then the character from another set. 629935 is your item number. Now, of course, do check out your baskets. Remember, approaching 70% of the stock, and this is the penultimate live hour of the one-day special. You will find the one-day special alongside lots more on the website, thecraftstore.com. There you will find, of course, the individuals, I think they have gone, but you can get, of course, different bundles, including the Alice in Wonderland. There are also, may I pay attention to the pick and mixes as well. There is pick and mixes as well. And remember that, of course, there is flexi-buy options in different sets, bundles when they are bigger as well. But remember to have a look on the website. Remember there is flexi-buy options to spread the cost. And also remember that there are 5-star reviews on those stamps because they are quality photopolymer stamps in there as well. Not only Janet Klein, but also Alan Create using, of course, this gorgeous I think they are bipasha. No, that's is it bipashas?
Those are bipashas.
Yeah,
the insects,
bipashas,
yeah.
as well as the washi tapes. I love the part 2, those ones with all those words as well. And then, of course, there we have the pick and mixes where you can curate your own collection from Janet Klein. Right, that, of course, on the website, thecraftstore.com. But right now, let's join Janet for the first demonstration.
Okay, so I thought what we'd do is to combine some of the older stamp sets with the ones in the one-day special today. So I'm going to just start with using one of the ones from the pick and mix, which is the car. And I just thought that would be nice to go with the shops and the guys doing their shopping. So I am going to start just by stamping my houses out this time. I normally start by doing my background. So I've just done a little bit of colour. So I've just done a little bit of weathered wood and, scattered straw and weathered wood. But I'm going to add a little bit more to that. So I'm going to start with my shops. So I'll do the one in the middle, which is the shoe shop.
Okay.
So I just wanted these to be in the background, so I've actually just stamped them straight onto the card. So I'm using my A7 block, so obviously these are perfectly sized for Janet Klein stamps.
Perfect.
So I'm just going to pop that in there. And they're the usual all and create, so they are slim, they're easy to hold, they're flexible. So you, with any luck, you get a good print. I'm only saying with any luck because I'm on television. At home, it normally prints really well, but when I'm on television, it all goes wrong sometimes. So then I'm just going to pop in my market here.
And I love the way that the lines, even on the glass, you know, to recreate that effect of, the shine through the reflection of the glass.
Absolutely.
Even that detail.
Yeah, there's lots of detail. And the flowers, if at some point we look at the flowers shop, the detail in there is absolutely amazing. You've got the little flowers in the window with the pots, and you can see the individual flowers, you can see the pots. So it's really quite a detailed stamp.
That's gorgeous. Oh, look at that. That's just gorgeous.
And I'm just going to pop a coffee shop in here as well.
That's beautiful.
So hopefully, just put that down there a little bit. And I hope I've left myself enough room.
Yeah.
To get the car on afterwards. So that's my little shops. And again, with the detail here, you've got the little sort of plants in the pot there. You've got your coffee cup in the window.
Yeah.
Your market's got your sale sign on there with all the little notices on. So it's very, very detailed. And those are the little details that make it the quirky sort of little stamps that they are. And once you start to colour them in, all that detail you can bring out. So now I'm going to use my stencil just to add a bit more to my sky. And I'm using, this is from one of the 7 that's in with Janet Klein set. It's called Starry Night.
Okay,
it's in the bundle of 7 from Janet Klein.
Okay.
So because I didn't want to colour these in, so I just wanted to leave them. So I deliberately did this first so I can see where I'm going to use my stencil so I don't go over the houses. That's my plan anyway. May or may not work. So I'm just going to add in a few of these little crosses around.
Perfect, yeah.
There. Just to add a little background detail. Oop.
That looks nice. It's one of those stencils that I remember when the first stencil that I got from Alan Create was one of the words, and kind of those words, and half of it was kind of
oh yeah,
and the love. Oh, I
that's
don't know.
quite an old one.
Yeah, it is. It's the first one I got.
Yeah.
From Alan Create. And one of the things that always strikes me is that there's so many different sections within Alan Create stencils. And this one is a perfect example that you can select.
Yeah, so you can select which parts you want to use, and they're really versatile. I mean, there's different styles of stencils within All and Create. There's kind of ones you use sort of definitely for backgrounds. There's one you would use a bit more like this. There's ones that sort of lend themselves to washi tape.
Yeah.
So I'm going to leave that. And then I've got, also in this same stencil, you've got this, the kind of little...
Dashes.
Dashes, that's a good word.
Yeah.
I'm just going to wipe me other colour off. And I just thought that would be nice along the bottom here for kind of road.
Oh, that's a good idea, yeah.
It all has to make sense in my mind when I do these things.
Yeah, well, it's funny, you have got such a... Because you are a scientist,
I
right?
am a scientist,
well,
yeah.
retired scientist.
A retired scientist, yeah.
You know, and I love the fact that you have got such a methodical, logical approach to card making or kind of crafting. Are you enjoying the retirement?
Oh, I'll tell you what, I don't think Abs understands what retirement means. I did say, do you understand it?
He probably says,
I'm
well,
very
you
busy.
have retired from your scientific job. You haven't retired from, you know...
No, I haven't retired from crafting, but I've been more busy than I ever... I'm thinking of asking him if I can go back to work, actually, so I can have a little rest. Only joking. That is never going to happen.
No.
So, yeah, so then I've just done my, my tracks in there for the background. So then I'm going to do my stamping. So we need to stamp my car. And the car comes from the Pick and Mix.
Oh, okay.
So you've got the fantastic car here, so he's wonderful. Just with the, I think it's called Road Trip.
Okay.
So this one I would use a A6 block.
Okay.
Fits really well on there.
And then, I love that car.
It's a fabulous car.
Yeah. And then you have got two options for the Pick and Mix. The A6, you're choosing any 5, the details on the screen, for £35.95 with a £9 saving. If you want just 2 of them, details at the bottom of the screen. And of course, you have got a saving, but it's less than the £9 saving of when you go for all 5. It's up to you which one you want to go for. Back to you, Imogen.
So that's my car. It stamps out really well.
Oh, I love that car. It's so cute.
It's fabulous. And you can kind of make it whatever type of car you want it to be as well. So, and then I'm going to do, crash, my little boy. So I like, this little one's my favourite here. I like him. So I'm using the boy's head.
Okay.
And he's my favourite with the little stray wisp of hair. And then I'm using the butterfly house. So I thought you don't have to use this lady with this little girl with her wings. You can just use her on her own, so I'm using her. I thought she could go quite nicely with this little guy. So I just love these guys, the boys, but the girls as well, but somehow boys seem to have much cheekier little expressions.
Yeah, they do have got cheeky expressions. Yeah, the girls have more of a dreamy expression.
Yeah, they do. The boys are really cheeky. I love them.
Yeah. Like, and especially with the car, you can imagine perfectly, like, kind of driving through the, you know, the streets and with that cheeky eye, you know, it's like,
Well, I shall tell you my little story behind this one when I've done it.
Ooh.
I always have to have a little story behind my
Nice.
my cards. Oh, I hope I haven't missed that. So that's my little butterfly
she's
lady.
adorable. And I love her dress with the
It's beautiful, yeah,
writing
it's
there.
beautiful. I don't, I'm going to cut her head
It says
off
something
in a minute,
like,
but,
Sink your eyes.
yeah, I think it's just part of something. You can't. I don't think it's the whole
Stitching
saying like
into
the
the
Pashas are.
ever-passing
But...
winds.
So then I'm going to bring my background in. So I have got all these cut out.
Yeah.
All ready to go. Oop. And people at home, please note I even cut out the windscreen.
Of course.
Which is a nightmare for me. So my car's just going to go there.
Yeah, perfect.
And then we've got my little boy's going to go in here. So I like these hedges. They're really good for the car. You can pop them in. And then I do just need to chop a little bit of this little girl off. Sorry. Because her feet show below the bottom, otherwise I don't need to. And then she's just going to go in there. And then she's going to pop in there like that.
That's perfect.
So, and then all I've done really extra is I've just added a little bit of shading, and just to sort of tie it into the edges, so it kind of
what sort of
goes
pencil
into the
is
edges.
it?
This is an Inktense pencil.
Fabulous.
And then I just...
So watercolour.
Watercolour, yeah. So I just sort of blend that out a little bit. And then I'm going to add some trees as well, because I like the trees in here are fabulous. So the trees come with the shops as well. And you just want, if you just add in a few, I'll show you my coloured one in a minute. No. Anyway, they're going to go there. I'll do that and I'll show you my finished one. And then what I thought would be quite nice, because I quite like, so the trees are kind of going to go in there, and I like the trees, they just make it, turning it into a scene somehow, rather than something about the trees that really works. And then I just thought, I'm not going to cut them out now, but we've got a washi tape, if I can find it, which of course I can't. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Yeah. So we've got a washi tape. This is one of Janet Klein's washi tapes, and I just wanted to have a little hippie vibe.
Yeah.
So I've just cut the flowers out from the washi tape, and I've stuck them onto the car. So there's one more little bit to add.
That's
but
so
I've just
cool.
added. So I just wanted it to be like a little hippie vibe car. And so this guy, he's got a little twinkle in his eye, because he's got points now, because he's just taken his girlfriend shopping, and she's just bought a new pair of shoes, so he's feeling good about life at the minute.
I love your stories. I mean, what a guy! What a guy that takes a girlfriend and buys some shoes.
Yeah.
I mean,
so and then I just wanted to add one more piece with one of the other stencils. So this is from Sunrise, again in that bundle of 7. And I just wanted the sun coming in just in the corner here. So I've just used some texture paste.
Okay, yeah, sometimes add some dimension, and also will mean that it will be opaque. So right.
Yes. Yeah, it should. It sometimes.
By the way, of course, we have got the is it the stencils on the show as well that Janet is using, so you can see them there. You're getting all 7 of them, including, of course, the beautiful fiori, tre fiori, and of course petals and pots and Starry Night. Details there, so with a saving of £13. Grab it, put it in your baskets, and check out your baskets. Right. Oh,
so there we just add. Hopefully that'll be okay. So we just add the sun in the corner as well. So that's all I've done. It's coloured everything in. I've coloured in just a little bit of red from each of the shops with the shoes, and then just added a little bit of glossy accents to those. Oh, and I've added a few more dots across the top here from the stencil as well. So yeah, so
that's really great. I love that. Thank you, Janet. Thank you so much. Well, you're set for the next time. Let's have another look at the one-day special, because you need to check out your baskets. It is, of course, the penultimate live hour with the one-day special, and over 70% of the stock has gone. Now, one of the things that whenever there is a Janet Klein release, we are always looking for those characters. We are looking for those words. We are looking for those elements that create a story. And here we have got the high street with flowers, with shoes, the coffee house, the market. And I love the fact that you have got the trees in there, but also the gorgeous doors. Please enter. And of course you have got the doctor's office and the welcome. And it could be a welcome home. It could be a new home, new jobs. It could be, of course, the children kind of playing around. And you have the peekaboo characters there with the cuckoo, peekaboo. This is so funny. It's just like 2 characters kind of coming in, and then the 2 characters at the top of the head, and then you're getting the butterfly girl with a butterfly as well, a house, and then those flowers, those kind of bold, whimsical, sketchy flowers. Then you can create absolutely stunning projects in there. I love how you can create a high street without any characters, or if you want a character coming out, you can. And if you want to create the sun, you can trim one of the flowers and create the sun coming through. I love how the happy birthday, Nana. I mean, that's so cute. The 2 children there. One has definitely a teenage attitude, the one with the longer hair, and the other one is more of the cute stage of life when it's about 2 years old or 3 years old. Yeah, probably 3. They're not terrible 2s, but yeah. And then of course we have the butterfly girls in there as well. Not that I would know that, what's the adorable age of any children, but there is one. I'm sure every child at some point is adorable. top. Anyway, right, you can see them there as well. Do you know the distractions I go into? But look at what you can create. And I love when we were saying with Yanis before the show, he was like very jealous that I was doing this show, and I know, because it's like, and then we were saying, look at the finished samples. Even Lewis, one of our floor managers, he was looking through all the samples, because look at how you can color. Look at the little stories you can create in here. Look at as well, you know, the way that you can bring in other elements in here. Look, all the stencils, all the stamps if you have, but you can do very simple cards, and I love that. This immediately reminded us of one of our directors, Chris Baker's son, Bob, because it's just totally like Bob, isn't he? And what Joe has done here is use one of the previous Janet Klein's stamps, which of course is the girl that is reading, and then put Bob's head in there. Well, I call it Bob. This is going to be forever Bob. But look at that. Find me in the garden, creating havoc. And look at this one by Philippa. I mean, if you like neons, why not? Why not? I mean, and I love how it's converting the glasses into sunglasses. I love that as well. And she's so cute, isn't she? Cuckoo. I love that. £49.94 is your price, and of course if you go for the one-day special as a Freedom member, you have got a bigger saving, not the £10 that is the standard, but you can, if you want to flexify it and also not Freedom, you can do it. However, as a Freedom member, you have got an additional saving there, so your saving comes to £14.99, which actually is a why not, because $3.95 is what you're paying as a PMP if you're not a Freedom member. As a Freedom member, you're not paying £3.95. The cost of a Freedom membership is, of course, £7.97 per month. That means that, you know, with the extra $4.99 saving and the $3.95, you are covering the cost of a Freedom membership for a month. And then, of course, you can flexify. £22.48 will be the first payment, and the same amount next month, of course. That means spreading the cost without any interest. 629935 is your item number for the one-day special. Right, now, Janet, are you ready?
I am.
Perfect. So, back to you.
Thank you. So I thought we'd do something just really simple, really clean and card this time, because I really like, this is my style of card. I like doing these sort of cards, and I just think that the little characters just lend themselves perfectly to this kind of peeking over the top of things. So I'm just going to start by drawing around my stencil. So this is the A4 stamp by Abs, which was on the weekend wear. It's called Bricks and Bubbles. It's in a bundle with the stamps as well. So I'm just going to pop this, I think that went about there. Oh, I did get a pen out that worked. What have I done with my pen? I just had it in my hand.
Oh, there it is,
no,
yeah.
This is like being at home. I have it in my hand, I put it down and I've lost it just immediately. So I don't know how that happens, but I found it again now. So I don't want all of this. I'm just going to draw around. I'm going to draw around the top bit first of all, so I don't go too far up once I've don't get too carried away. So I just want to do those two. And when you're doing these sorts of things, I always, before I start on my nice card, I always just do this on a bit of copy paper and just see how much of this I want to actually do, and what kind of shape would look nice with what I want it to go with, because you don't always want the whole stencil. I mean, obviously most of the time you're not going to use the whole stencil.
So you're using a permanent fine liner?
This is just a micron pen, yeah.
And I love your techniques with the stencils, because you make stencils which traditionally we associate with a lot of messy imperfection and kind of the textures. You make them look so neat and, again, logical and contained.
I like doing this, but I do like, so that's all I've done with that. I've just done those little shapes because I wanted quite tall elements to go on here, so I thought I'd just leave a space at the bottom at the top here to be able to do that. And then all I'm doing really is just, I decided I'd colour them in. Sometimes I don't colour them, well most times I don't colour them, I just leave them and just shade them. But this time, because it's not that long since I've done one of these, so I thought I'd just do it a bit different. So I've just coloured them all. I'm not going to do all this now, I've got one I've already done, but just coloured with my watercolour. And you could quite nicely as well use, if you wanted a nice solid colour, you could just use
Of course.
alcohol pens as well.
Right,
So I've
yeah.
just coloured them in, added my water to it, and then I've just, so I have done one that I've prepared so that you haven't got what to colour them all in.
Yeah.
So, and I thought just for something a bit different, to be honest, I didn't like my colouring.
Oh!
If we're being honest, I didn't like the way my colouring went.
Really?
So I decided I needed to cover it up with something. So I found, oh, I've lost it again.
What are you looking for?
My washi tape.
Oh, shall we?
No, found it. I put these things somewhere so I can find them easily, and then I can't remember where I put them. So this is by Janet again. So it's got lovely colours in it. So this is in a washi tape by Janet Klein, and I just liked the colours kind of went with what I've got. So all I did was just pick little random bits of washi tape and just added them in, just to give it a little bit of
texture, and
a bit of something. Just.
I mean, I say texture, but I mean visual texture, visual elements, right?
Visual elements.
Kind of.
And I just...
It's just flat, there's nothing. I don't want to do that. Yeah.
So just here and there, just little bits added in. And not to cover the whole thing, you don't want to cover the whole element or anything, but just add in little bits.
Okay,
and I didn't want to come out over the edges, so I will tear those little bits off. So that, and even these little ones, I did a little bit in those as well.
I love this technique. I love it. You know, it's funny because I would have never thought of, again, to use washi in that sort of way.
No,
and
it's only because I didn't like my colouring. It wasn't very even, and I thought, oh no, I don't like that. So I thought, oh, I need to cover that up.
Well, but there's nothing wrong with your colouring, but I know exactly what you mean about not being happy with something that is perfectly fine, but if it doesn't make us happy, then we can cover it up.
It's a funny thing, because quite often I'll think, oh, I don't like that, and I'll go away and leave it, and then when I come back to it, I think, oh, I don't know really what was wrong with that, and you quite often you find that you do quite. So I've just got washi tape stuck over every finger here, so I just need to just to untangle myself a little bit. Just little bits of washi tape here and there, just to add a little bit of an element to it. So then I just need to stamp out my other things I'm going to use. So I'm going to use the flowers, which are beautiful. So I've got one of each of those. So I'm going to use my A6 block just to stamp those three out.
Right. Oh, look at those ones.
I love these flowers.
Yeah.
I love these flowers.
They're very useful as well.
They are,
because like that sample that I was showing, that you can trim off the flower head and put a roll of the boy's head as well in there. So that's
somebody's that, or this one I've used quite a lot. The middle one here is a sun, so you can just chop that off, and that makes a nice sun to go in the sky. So those are those. So I shall cut those out and use those later.
Yeah,
and also the trees. The trees, I can't tell you how, I think just about everything I've done has had the trees in them.
It's fun, isn't it?
I love these
Those
trees.
extra elements that we get.
Just the little extra elements, but these are so useful. They're just, I absolutely love these.
And I love the idea of mixing the stamps, like the trees, the different proportions. By the way, if you wanted to go them for the truffler, if you wanted to go individually, that has now sold out. You can only get it as a one-day special. I think we have got a couple of individuals, but not a lot of the individuals of the other ones. So make sure to have a look on the website for those ones.
So then I'm going to decide where I want everything to go. So I have obviously cut everything out as per normal, because I don't think you need to see me doing that. And I didn't with these. No, I haven't. I didn't cut the people out. I stamped these straight onto here.
Right.
So for this one, I've actually stamped these straight on.
So the peekaboo.
So the peekaboos.
Yeah. Do we have peekaboo on its own? No, that has sold out as well. So the only way to make that card is actually going for the one-day special.
So we're doing my little boy.
I love that.
He's lovely. Yeah.
It's just so cute.
And this, as I said earlier, this is actually quite forgiving, so it doesn't matter if you leave a little gap. It kind of looks okay. It does. You don't have to have it exactly in the right. Said she. Fingers crossed, this will look all right. Yeah, so he looks all right. So there's a teeny little gap there, but that looks fine. Yeah. And the only thing I would do with that is I would, because his hands look a bit strange, I would actually just cut the hands out. As I say,
and layer them
and layer them up. So I have done that on my actual sample, but I just thought there was absolutely pointless me sitting at home cutting out a load of hands, because the chances of me ever being able to find them when I get here were just nil. So I thought I'll just tell people I've done that, and I'll show you properly I have. But then I'm just going to have my little girl. She's going to be about there. She's peeking over there.
And I love how the girl has got the kind of almost kind of signature flower eye.
Yeah, they all have the flower eyes. Now she looks a little bit too high up for me, so I would just go in with a pen and just extend her eyes a little bit to don't know if I can do it, just to kind of
link it all,
bring that down a little bit, just to link it so it doesn't look quite so.
Yeah, that kind
so
of
you can just do
finishes
that.
it
So
off,
it just ties it in. And again, I would do her hands over the top of that. And then it's a case of deciding where you want everything to go. So this is my favourite bit. This I love sitting and just deciding. I've already decided on this because obviously I've already done it. But just sit and think, how do you want everything to go? Where do you want your trees to go? And obviously you don't have to use the whole tree. You can put it down here and chop bits off. That's kind of how I went with my layout. And then I like to add the words into these as well, so I'm going to add, not that one, these ones. So we're going to add my peekaboo.
Oh yeah, peekaboo, peekaboo. I love this one. Sorry, I am like I'm a child. I'm a child with a peekaboo and
cuckoo, peekaboo. I would add cuckoo, but I'll add it on this one.
Oh, I love that. It's just, and I love the blocks that you have built with the flowers in there as well. Oh, then this one even makes me even more laugh more or smile more. So the cuckoo.
So cuckoo can go there. And then there's also on the boys' stamp, there's the happy birthday. So if you did it for a birthday card, you could actually just use the happy birthday. Obviously, if you didn't want it as a birthday card, you could use any other greetings, any other words that you've got. But the words do add to these. They just add a little bit of design to it, really. Just balances things out. And there. Goes back there. And then in the butterfly lady set, I think she is, there's the word, no? Find me in the garden. Oh, it's in the flowers. So I can't always remember where the words are. So you can't quite see it here, it's hidden under the thing, but that says find me in the garden. And I just wanted to do the find me, because he's hiding. So I'll just see if I can just stamp up that bit.
And you're again. I mean, I always ask the same question, or I kind of. But the ink pad that you are using is it? It's VersaFine,
it's always
right?
just VersaFine, yeah. And I'm just going to pop that.
Just because sometimes the larger pad looks are now very similar to the Memento one, so sometimes it's like I know.
Right, can just go there. So then that's sort of everything I've done. So I'll bring in my finished sample, and the only thing I've done extra, obviously coloured the little people in as well, and just added a black line around the edge.
I love the find me. Just find me.
I know.
I love that. It's like find me. Right, of course. Thank you so much, Janet, for that demo. Well, you're reset for the next demo. We are going to have a look another bundle. Look, another bundle in here. This is the characters bundle, and in here it features characters from you need to know it. Alice, and of course we have see Dorothy there and Toto. Don't be silly, Toto. Scarecrows don't talk. And I love hearts will never be practical until they are made unbreakable. I need that stamp. That is so beautiful. I love that. Exploring is the only thing that brings knowledge. I need those words, these stamps. Definite courage. If only I had a brain. If only I had a heart. Those stamps are featured in, of course, the Wizard of Oz's Inspired collection. And then I see I'm late, and I think two people. One of them you know, and the other one is my sister. She's always late, always. Curiouser and curiouser, obviously. That reminds me of Janis. Just because he featured as a, Tweedledee or Tweedledum, whatever they're called, in one of the promos. And then the Mad Hatter, and then of course we have Alice and the Queen. The Queen always reminds me of Alex, presenter Alex. And then, of course, we have those borders that Janet was using as well. I love this bundle. I love it because it's automatically characters that resonate, that evoke memories and kind of stories. You have a Freedom member price as well, so you're saving £12.69 as a Freedom member. But also one of the things that is worth mentioning is, of course, that you can go for individuals. However, that's bigger the bigger the bundle, the bigger the savings. So if you wanted to go for the individuals, you are not going to get as big a savings. So that's a consideration. Also, you have got a FlexiBuy. Even if you don't go for the one-day special, you can split the cost into interest-free payments of £34.61. Freedom members don't pay PNP either. 304058 is your item number. It's absolutely... There are so many samples I wish I could show you, but I'm just going to say, do check, of course, Alan Create Fanatics on Facebook, because there is a fabulous community there in which, all crafters share their makes as well. Then we have, of course, Janet Klein's collection from May 2021. And here we have got set number 1, which, of course, features the rainbows as well in here. I love the way that you are getting such fabulous stamps in here, that you are getting. My favorite has to be this one. I mean, this is like in bed, that's perfect. Sleeping. Now, of course, you have got the Zs in there, you have got the cards, and you can create those scenes as well. And remember, you can change heads. So if you wanted the bed, but with somebody else's head, you can trim, chop heads and, chop heads and put them in the bed. That sounded so wrong, sounded very much wrong. But this is one of my favorites. It has to be the girl with the camera, smiling, capture the good times, and stay focused. And then we have got flowers. And remember, Janet Klein's flowers kind of mix and match all the time, are different, yet they are the same style. That sketchiness, that kind of almost, I would say, doodling a kind of a style that means that there's lots of possibilities. Then you are also getting Follow the Rainbows, and it's like kind of love the words as well, and that the greater the star, the brighter the rainbow. Love that sentiment as well. It's so hopeful, so much about brighter days ahead. And then the little hippie, stay trippy, little hippie. I love that. Peace out. Yeah, I like that, peace. And then, of course, you have in the next set as well, Grow. I wish I could grow. I'm just staying the size. Well, there's only one way to grow, and it's not the right way up. It's the side way. And of course, we have the little ways of using them as well in here. Absolutely stunning, the way that you can mix them and match. And I love, isn't she cute? Depends on how you're coloring. And of course, you can mix and match with the one-day special. I mean, the heads of the boys could be in the bed. That's what you could do. Now, of course, if you wanted to go for this bundle, remember to check out your baskets. And look at the little hippie with the rainbow. Look at that, gorgeous, isn't it? And of course, you can make the Grow Girl, red hair or whatever color hair you wanted in this bundle. Right, if you want to go for the set number 1 from Janet Klein collection, 100637 is your item number. Now, we also have got set number 2, which is the bottom of the screen. And there is even an option to go for both of them at the same time with a bigger saving, of course, because you only have got £6 and £6 saving. Now, the set number 2, you have got, of course, the laundry line in there, and you can see the details are on the left-hand side of the screen. If you want to go for both of them, details at the bottom for both sets. And of course, you have got laundry can be I don't know. Laundry can be lots of fun. I don't know about that. No. Then we have got, of course, Mark from Totally Patch, flipping the burgers and doing the barbecue. I love that. And then, of course, we have the healthcare heroes and caring hearts, capable hands. I love that. And then, of course, we do get more flowers to create a beautiful, belle beautiful. And, of course, we have got grow, and then we have got other words like le jardin, which is, of course, the garden in French. And then love, those who fly solo have a strong winds, the birdie birds, and of course we had them in there as well. And of course then we have got Grandpa and Nana and Papa in there. They're so cute with the grandchild, isn't that so good? And of course we can mix and match them. I mean, of course you can bring them with the, you know, the home one that you could sell, and welcome home a baby or something like that. You could have Grandpa and Grandma coming, you know, kind of with the baby. And look at that one, the laundry today or naked tomorrow. Well, you know, I don't know. There are some people who might prefer, you know, not doing laundry. Anyway, you can see here. I love the burger element here. It's kind of a. Well, it could be vegan, you know, it doesn't matter. And then just happy, live a sweet life. Those sentiments are, of course, the Janet Klein washes, which are also in there. I'm thinking also to create like a family tree, in which instead of the faces, so you put the body and you put like the face, you cut the picture as well, so you could have that as well. So you have a little bit of collage, because I think when I look at these stamps that they lend themselves very well to traditional collage. La vie c'est belle. Life is beautiful. I know in Italian, la vita è bella, but I don't know in French how to pronounce it. 008 351 is your item number. Again, you have got a flexi-buy option, and remember the bigger bundle includes both sets. On the website, thecraftstore.com, you will find A6 stamp pick and mix. Of course, you do, and including the hat rama. Of course, you do the puppy toys. You have got the bacon. You have got windows as well. If you want to go with the please enter stamps, you could go for the windows as well in there. And then, of course, you have got the felines, which obviously have to be one of my favorites. I mean, cat lady here. And then, of course, the road trip. It was the card that Janet was using, and the first demo. And if you want to have the girls, if you love the heads separately, you can use the head star, because that is the girls' version of the head. And you can, of course, choose any 5 of the stamps and then add them. Remember, if you just want to go for 2, there is that pick and mix option as well for that. Right, of course, all of that you will find it on the website, thecraftstore.com. So have a look there if you want to, and then make your own selection, and then check out those baskets. Right, Janet, we have got about 11 minutes left.
Okay, cool. Yep, we can do that.
Right, fabulous. Yep. So take it away.
So I'm just going to start with a background for this. So I'm going to use the lined crosses, which is in the bundle by Abs, and I've got this is cracked pistachio I'm just using on here, so I'm just going to do this as a background. So I'm going to spritz it.
Fabulous.
I'll put quite a lot of water on because I want it quite watercoloury.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, and then
I just want it sort of quite pale, so little pale bits there. Yep, very nice. Happy with that. So okay. I'm just going to leave that to. I might dab it a bit.
And the excess, right?
Yeah, just well, I don't like that gap in there. Hang on a minute. Just got to fill that in. I'll do.
Okay.
Didn't want a gap there. Right, so I'll just leave that to dry, and then I'm just going to stamp out my characters again. Fabulous. So this time I'm using the door, and I've got the front door, and I thought I'd use this one because I've used the other one before, and also the window thing. I don't know. There is a proper name for that. I don't know what it is.
If you know the name for the window above the door, the semicircle one, or whatever shape it is, do email us in studio@thecraftstore.com, or have a look, Kirsty, if you want to. Just gonna have a look
I think there's a proper name for it.
Yeah, Marcus cannot think of what it is, but there is a definite, he's saying that there is a definite number.
Right, so I'm going to stamp my door out. And that could be a slice of lemon or something as well, couldn't it? If you wanted, if you were doing a sort of tropical sort of vibe card, it could be slice of lemon or orange or something like that.
Or watermelon as well, a kind of thing. We have had, Kirsty has found it.
Okay.
Tramson? Doesn't sound right.
No, it's not.
Well, I don't know. Don't ask me because
if that's what she says, I believe her. But it's not one I know. But, and then I need. So I'm using for this. I thought I'd mixing this in with some of the other stamps. So I've got. This is from the May collection from Janet. So I've got sort of a selection of stamps from there. So I want the little fence. This is from Grow.
Oh, I love that. Yeah.
And the watering can as well. So I like mixing, I like looking through all my stamps and thinking, oh, which little bits can I use to go with this, what would look good, and which elements can I use? And you'll be surprised how many bits and pieces you can find that you think, oh, that'll go. And sometimes in the most unlikely of stamp sets, you think, oh, that's, there'll be one little element out of a stamp. Maybe the whole stamp set doesn't go, but there'll be one thing that does. And it's really good to look through all those. So my little hippie, is, I want the bird.
Oh, of course, that's perfect. do you store all your A7 stamp sets in the same, so you can flick through them?
Yeah, I've got all my A7s, all my A5, all of them in different, and all in number order.
Oh, a number of them. You win. I like my storage and my organisation, but I think you definitely win.
Well, because Abs talks to me in numbers, so he'll say, "Have you got set number so and so?" And I'm like, "Oh, no idea. I don't. I probably have because I've got most of them, but I don't know the numbers of them. One or two I do, but not most of them I don't. So I think that's all the elements I've got from other sets. So I'm just going to sort of start to put my little scene together. So I've got the door, it's going to go here. I'm not sure I like the colour of the background with that, never mind. And then I've got the fence is going to go there. And pop the little watering can in front of that.
Very busy for the one-day special, approaching 80% of the stock, and remember this is the penultimate live hour. Now you're going to be back at 4 o'clock, aren't you?
4 o'clock,
so if first, make sure to check out your baskets.
So that's going to go there. I've got my little bird's going to go in the sky. And I thought as well, I'm not going to do a person behind here this time. I just thought I'd just do the flowers and have the front garden there. But also just that barbecue guy, you could easily swap his head if you wanted him to be somebody else. So that's kind of going to be my layout, and I need a little sun as well. I'll drop a little sun in there. So that's the other flower that's just. That's going to be my layout. So I might just add a little bit. I've got quite a lot of time.
Yeah, you have got about 7 minutes.
Okay, so I've got a lot of time.
So less than, like 6 more, like 6.
I will use, I think, because we haven't used these, so I'm going to use the other. So this is the scripted pluses.
Yeah. Perfect, yeah. And I love your stand for your acrylic blocks. It's just like
even that gets into a muddle. Debbie did her best to try and organise me as far as that goes, but it's still a little bit of a muddle. But so I'm just going to add in a few little elements around the edge here as well. So I like this. I like because although it's quite, you think it's a solid stamp, but you get lots of lovely, little interesting little bits. This is a fabulous stamp by Abs.
We have had an email from Brenda, who has emailed us in to tell
America?
I don't know, maybe. She hasn't said, but she's saying that window is above the window, the door. It's called a quarter light.
Oh, that sounds more like it. Yeah.
Yeah, and Marcus, who is very much peekaboo from the quarter light. She says that sounds like the as well.
That could well be. Yeah, that might be more what I was thinking of.
And by the way, we have had also emails in from, we have got, I don't know who they have sent it because there's no name, so I can't tell you who has sent them. But loving the new collection from Janet Klein and Janet as pranks inspirational demos. Looking forward to the shows later today. This one is from Elizabeth. And this is the finished sample that she has done, the finished beautiful card.
Oh, brilliant.
Look at that.
Wow.
Gorgeous. And then we have got another email that says, hello and good afternoon. Janet has been so inspiring. I never thought I'd get addicted to Janet Klein stamps, but oh, what fun and the Alice stamps have been. So I took a step further, at least a few till it's really Christmas time. Not sure I should color them all in. I think that is of course, this one is from...
These. Henning, her name's Henning.
Yeah, in London, yeah. Absolutely.
Fabulous.
Yeah,
Brilliant.
fabulous, isn't it?
Yeah, I saw those on our Fanatics page. I remember seeing that one, yeah. Fantastic. So the Fanatics group as well, just while I remember to mention it, I'm just going to add washi tape around the edges of here as well, just to... so the Fanatics group, the All and Create Fanatics group, if you're, it's a group on Facebook that you do have to join, but it's just full of inspiration from obviously the design team post on there, the stamp designers, so Tracy and Janet will post on there as well. But what's really nice is that the customers post, so people like Henning there and people will post their own projects, and it's really fabulous to see. I love seeing all the projects that people do, and if you get any inspiration from what I do, do tag me in. When you post, tag me in, because I love to see what people have done. So I'm going to pop that back there. A little fence. And I'm not cutting out the little bits between the slats and the fences, I'm afraid.
Oh, Janet, you disappoint me.
No way.
No, absolutely not.
Absolutely no way is that going to ever happen. I know there are people that do, and I absolutely salute you, but that is never going to happen in my world. So then I would just probably find, I don't think I've got one now, but I would just find maybe that would be nice for a new home card or something like that. And then again, all I would do here was just to add, I'll find me black, just to add a bit of shading under here as well, I always like to do a little bit of sort of ground just under where that's going to go, and just tie that in, and then again watercolour that out. I can't find my watercolour pen now, but no, lost it.
Okay.
Never mind. So, should I stick that together and then I'll just show you at the end?
I'm going to give her the details, of course, the one day is special. Remember to check out your baskets. Now, you are getting 44 stamps in total. 41 stamps in individually. And, of course, you are getting the amazing stamps. Now, you can get some of them individually, but the truffle flowers or the... I cannot pronounce French with that. It just messes with my head. It's because, of course, I speak Catalan as well, so it kind of really close, so it's just very... My head gets into a mess. Anyway, it's three flowers, basically. Now, of course, the top three have sold out individually, so the three flowers, the amazing butterfly house with the wings, and the girl with that... She has no arms, she has got wings to fly away. And then, of course, you have got the peekaboo and the cuckoo stamps in there as well, with one boy and a girl in both positions, like kind of sneaking or kind of peeking a boo from the side, and then of course the eyes just coming through that quarter light window, and the beautiful doors, both doors in there, and of course the frame in there as well. Then you have the high street shops to the market, with the market, the shoes. I mean, look at the detail, look at the elements, and they're so much fun. And then I have to say, I love those ones. The heads in there, the boys with the glasses, and the happy birthday, which is always useful to have in that signature style font from Janet Klein. Remember to check out your baskets, you have got a £14.99 saving as a Freedom member, and then you can spread the cost if you wish to do so. Kind of half the amount today and half the amount next month. Janet, a pleasure as always.
Thank you very much.
You will be back at 4 o'clock.
Yep.
Of course, we will look forward to that hour. I'll see you tomorrow morning, but stay tuned because Yanis is next with the Stamp Addicts, and it's a fabulous show, to stay tuned, but do check out your baskets. It is indeed Starry Nights from Stamp Addicts, paint pouring with Dina, with 35 designers paid, and then every crafts at a bargain. I'll see you tomorrow at 9.
Did you know you can continue watching the Craft Store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using your smart TV? It's just like watching us on your computer or tablet, only now we'll be on your large screen smart TV. Follow these easy steps to get your smart TV set up. Firstly, make sure your smart TV is connected to the internet, either through a wireless connection if your TV supports it, or via the Ethernet port on the back of your TV. If it's not already connected, use your remote control and select network settings through your TV's menu and follow the instructions to set this up. Remember, you will need your router's password at hand, whether you are on a wired or a wireless connection. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. You can always refer to your TV's help menu or instruction booklet for more information. Once you are set up, press the Smart Hub dedicated button on your remote. This will vary between brands, but it's usually located at the centre of the remote. This is where you'll find your internet web browser app. Select this to open and then type thecraftstore.com into the search bar, and this will take you to our website homepage, which includes our live broadcasts and access to previous shows. Now you can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite TV shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
Hi, my name's Barbara Gray from Clarity Stamp, and how did I get here? Well, when my children, Grace and Mark, were born, I left the corporate world and I took up crafting full time. If you like my style and you like what I do, then please join me, Barbara Gray.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with the Craft Store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888 and join Freedom today.
Well, hello everyone and a warm welcome. It has been forever since I got to hang out with the lovely Sarah and Stamp Addicts. Hello.
Hi.
Do you know what? Lovely to see you.
And you? I think it's been over a year.
Your hair was here last time I saw you, so that gives you an indication.
Yeah, well, well it was down here at the end of last year. And
Oh, you had a bit of a trim.
Yes,
Wow.
just a little bit of a trim, yeah.
That's a proper lockdown grow, like
Yes.
Rapunzel. How have you been?
I'm very well. How are you?
I'm very well. All the better to be working with you. As I say, it's been a very long time.
Yeah.
Oh, now, before we go into any of this, a show that I'm a big fan of is back. You want to tell everyone?
Stamporama, yes.
Stamporama.
Stamporama, yeah,
I've
we're
been
back.
fortunate enough to have been to a few Stamparamas. Absolutely loved it.
Yes, yeah, it's a lot of fun. So we're back this year. We're in Harrogate in October, 23rd of October, and then we're in Newbury in November.
Yeah.
So Newbury's down in Berkshire, and Harrogate up north in Yorkshire. So we're spreading it around. But we've got lots of craft store guests are going to be there selling their products and demonstrating. It's just a fun day out.
You you put on, both yourself and Vicky,
Mhm.
are very good with shows. And I mean that because not all shows are run the same. And you guys, you know, and you've been doing it for years and years and years.
Yes.
You know how to set up an event. You bring great companies to it. Everything's always so well run. And that's just been my experience.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm a bit of an organised freak.
Yeah, but it's true and it runs really well.
I organised my first show in 1998.
Wow.
Were you born?
I was in my second year of uni.
Oh.
Yeah.
So, yes, been practicing this for quite a while, but as crafters, as exhibitors, we know how we want the show to work for us and for everyone else, and the shopping experience as well.
Yeah.
So we come from, you know, all sides of the coin.
And it's nice just getting feedback from people who are there, companies that are there. They all enjoy it, and that says a lot for you guys. Please, if you're thinking about going to a show, and I know now it's so nice that there are shows out there, you can get tickets. Stamporama, we will show you that. If you want to see the exhibitors that are going to be featured there, if you go onto the website, you'll be able to see a full list of exhibitors. But come on, £3. If it's nearby, if you can travel, it is money well spent. So there's Newbury and Harrogate. OK, now we're going to start talking about stamps. Pick and mix. We've got 2 brand new in here as well. We will start with the brand new, which are awesome. Let me introduce you. I'll show you here. This is
our friend Pablo.
Genius name. Pablo on ice.
Pablo the penguin.
On ice. Amazing. Looks like a Pablo.
We said we need to put in a thought bubble with a "How you doing?"
How you doing? Look at Pablo. But Pablo has got a very good friend who you might recognise. I'll show you here. He's got his list and he is checking it twice. Apparently, Pablo has been on the naughty list.
Oh no!
Pablo, what? No, I'm only kidding. Pablo's he's on the nice list. But we've got Santa, such a nice representation as well.
Yes.
Really cute.
That's it, cute. So he could be Santa, he could be an elf, he could be a dwarf, he could be, you know, it's just a cute little man, isn't he?
But you make a really good point by changing from there's Santa in red, but by just simply going to green, then suddenly he's one of Santa's little helpers. He could be like a head elf.
Yes, that's it. He could definitely be one of those.
There is a little helper as well. Shrink!
You know, we have to
Come on.
shrink everything.
You are the queen of shrink. Isn't that nice? Or if you wanted to go a bit more, this is a beautiful inspiration too. So just showing you how versatile that image is, whether it is Santa, whether we shrink it down, use him as an elf, or the main man himself. I didn't realise I was rhyming there, but it all worked. OK, so we got Pablo. I'll show you a couple more examples with Pablo too, because Pablo is a very cool penguin. But then again, he likes to go on his travels. Look, this is Pablo on holiday. We have got the snow globe on the show.
We do have the snow globe, so that's more of a sun globe, I think. Yeah.
Look at Pablo.
Overdone it in the sun.
Did you make that one?
I did.
That is hilarious. No, that is really good. Yeah,
that's what I look like in the sunshine.
And there's one like
diamond glaze. You remember the diamond glaze?
That.
Yeah.
Yeah, that looks awesome. Okay, I'll tell you now, quite honestly, I've fallen in love with Pablo and our Santa stroke elf. So if you want to get these, pick and mix. Let's just say you're getting any 2. Have a look at this. You bring us such beautiful stamps. This is fantastic quality grey rubber, foam mounted. Those could be your 2 choices for $13.98. That's very good value for money for foam mounted grey rubber.
Yes, yeah, and then they're deeply etched as well, so you can stamp them into your thick embossing powder, into your cakes, or into your clay.
Now we were going to move on, and sorry, I was listening to you there.
It's fine.
It's just because the team.
As long
I
as
heard,
everyone else is listening.
Well, no, I'll tell you why, Sarah. I heard in my ear. Apparently, the team have affectionately renamed. I hope you don't mind. Renamed the turtle Yanis. Because these are the cards that I seem to get these days.
Aww.
Old Man Morgan. I love it though. Come on, that's funny.
But they're great for a grandpa card as well.
They are. Yeah, there you go. You're not old, you're retro. They say this is seriously. This is the cards that I do get. I'm not even kidding.
See the top hat?
Yeah.
So if people buy something from the show, when they get to the shopping basket at the end, that's one of those little things in there.
Yeah.
Set
so
of 3 hats.
Add that into your basket. Wow, that's nice. And you can put them in any of the characters.
Exactly.
Speaking of characters, we've got our lion in the mix as well. Now, I have got an example with the lion. That's around here we go. Rocking. Oh, yeah. Look at this. So I'll show you one with and without the hat. And remember, the hats you can add to your order. There's your lion. He's cool. He's a cool lion.
Yeah.
He's a cool cat.
Oh, definitely. Yeah.
Got a bit of a swagger. The lion is perfect. Now, I'm thinking for teenagers. You know, when they don't want a cutie card.
No.
He's a bit more. He's got
a bit
something
more
about him.
a bit more attitude.
Yeah. And
Imagine if you put his head on a wobble as well.
That would be cool. Do you know what I would be doing? You can accessorise, so if you put a little football there as well, or you can taper it. So there's your lion.
Or it could be pink.
Could be pink, yeah. Down here we've got our dragon. Beautiful dragon. There we go, thank you. This dragon, okay, this dragon's cool.
The marshmallow dragon.
Now, we've got to talk about this because, and it's something with the examples you've demonstrated so well, by just changing up colourways, you can give a different interpretation. So there's one possible idea for your dragon, but equally, we can go here as well. That's a good one.
That could be like a Valentine's card, couldn't it?
That could, yeah, like that. You're hot. Yeah, come on, that's jokes. That's jokes. And then there's another one too. They're quirky. They've got character. Okay, I'll be quick here because I know there's a lot to see. We have got our little bear. Let me find, thank you. There we go. I've got everywhere where, there's the bear. Just show you, very cute.
So the Christmas hat from the hat set?
Oh, yes. Oh, that's cute, okay. That's, Archer now has got to the point, that's how he sits. He wobbles a bit, he's sitting. And then we've got here, this is our cool bat playing on the guitar. In front. You can just, okay, yeah, this is a cool one. Look at that.
That is on a wobble.
Give it a bit of a wobble. That is an awesome card. Now, that's another one I'd love. So there is your bat. And then finally...
Perfect for teenagers.
Yeah, it is. Really good.
Yeah, all ages.
And there is another cutie warning. Our little croc on there as well. And, oh, all right, wait a second. Oh, look. That's sweet. Okay, so there are more options. I'll just show you how to do the pick and mix. We've gone to our website. So what two are you going to be popping into your basket? We got the brand new Todays in the form of Pablo, the penguin, and we've also got Santa. But there's the elephant in there as well. The squirrel go nuts. We're dressing up there too. So lots and lots of different options. Do have a look on the website and you'll be able to see them all. There is a nice mix on the show today, Sarah.
Yeah, it's across the board.
Well, there's something for everyone. Let's just show you this next item. $18.49 is your price. So you're getting beautiful snowflakes, grey rubber, foam mounted. You're also getting, so I like the two sizes, but you're getting the sentiments in there too. I'm going to jump straight to an inspiration. Wowza. That's lovely.
Yes, and simple. It's just so simple. So you just choose your favourite colours. And if you've got some backing papers you want to layer it onto, or you want to create the background with your inks and your stamps, it's just so you can create lots of these.
There is a real elegance to that
Vellum,
snowflake.
embossed in vellum.
Yeah.
So the colours underneath, I just oxide the white card.
I mean, come on, how stunning is that? Or, now this is interesting. So that's with the smaller one?
So yes, that's the small one. So I used our postage frame,
Yeah.
and I stamped on the front of the card. Now there's two like that. One of them I put the postage frame on the inside as well. Might be the other one.
Okay.
So no, it's the picture frame. Yes, the picture frame one. So the postage frame and the picture frame come together as a set.
Right.
So one has got one snowflake, one's got multiple snowflakes, and then if you open the lilac card, I also stamped and put that on the inside to hide where I stuck the acetate.
The gubbins. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's clever. Okay, but then equally we can go here as well. Very pretty.
Ruby Twinkle embossing powder.
Ooh, okay, we like that. Click your feet 3 times together. There we go. And then finally, I will just show you. So when we talk about the quality that you get with Stamp Addicts, have a look here. It's that beautiful grey rubber, foam mounted. You've got the 2 sizes in the form of your snowflakes, a pattern build to your heart's content, and you're also getting a wonderful sentiment in there too. Just showing you that. It's the most wonderful time of the year. It is a wonderful time of the year.
Well, that could be any time of the year.
Yeah, well, it's true.
We've got it on some non-Christmas cards too.
Could be someone's birthday. It's
Yes.
the most wonderful time of the year.
I think, is it Pablo when the sunset? That might have it on there as well.
Yeah.
Because it's a holiday. That's also the most wonderful time of the year.
Yeah, very, very true. 18.49 is your price there. 993-870 your item number there. Now we're going to move on to our stars. These are another really nice design. So think about building this, creating your backgrounds, phenomenal, but it is so much more. I mean, for $12.49 as well, grey rubber, foam mounted. Have a look at this. And it's always a good sign. It's upside down, there we go. I just want to show, either way the stars work. Or if you want to use them in conjunction with other characters, these are coming up. Or how about this as a background? Always a good sign when the team are like, what, is it $12.49? So the team are double checking the price. That's always a good sign.
So that one's got the small stars in the snow globe and then the small snowflakes in the background.
Oh.
So we're mixing them all together.
Perfect. Well, stars, I will just lift this up and show you.
So it's 2 images, so you will want to trim them apart.
There's a smaller, and then you've got the more sweeping one coming through. You can trim them apart, but they will work well together too. $12.49 your price, 321006 your item number there. Your rubbers are such good quality. You know, you can feel it.
Yes, and we cook it at 300 degrees. So I can
secret.
attest to that. I burnt my thumb a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, bless you, 300 degrees. Lucky to still have a thumb.
Yes.
Okay, now let's move on. We have got our angels. Lovely. Really, really nice. And we were chatting. I was chatting to Ben. I didn't believe he was in the choir. He was saying he looked very reminiscent of a young floor manager, Ben. He actually managed to show me some pictures of young Ben holding a candle there. So you've got your wonderful little angel there, cling mounted, rubber stamp, 2 stamps in total. Let me show you what we can do here. These are really nice.
They're adorable. These are Judikins designs that we've been working with for over 25 years. And then last
25
year...
years?
Yes, on
so
wood.
You do not look old. Well, how old were you, 5 when you started?
Unfortunately not.
Okay.
But, well, actually, my next show in September is our 29th birthday.
What?
Yeah. So...
I mean, I'd believe you if you were just saying it's your 29th birthday, not as a company.
No, unfortunately not my 29th birthday, no, the company's 29th birthday.
Tell you what, whatever you're doing, it's working.
Thank you.
I want some of that credit.
So the angel, we've been working with Judikins for over 25 years, and the angels have always been some of our best-selling stamps, and they were on wood.
Oh, okay.
Last year, we introduced them as cling-mounted stamps, and these
look
are a
at
little
that.
bigger than the wood versions as well.
Okay. They're lovely.
So,
lovely, lovely, lovely images that we will all use and love. So you're getting both angels, 2 stamps in total. $13.49 is your price. And there is a slight difference to the 2 angels as well. So
Peeking and praying.
Peeking and praying.
That's what they call it. So you have a choir full of praying, and then you have one naughty little
peeker.
peeking.
Were you a peeker or a prayer?
Peeker.
I think you're a peeker. I didn't even need to ask.
No.
Right, item number there is $13.49 your price, and your item number is 493,300. Love the angels. Also, love the border. So, angel border, obviously designed to work with our angels.
That's right, yeah. This is something we introduced this year. And so these are the tiny little angels.
Cute.
They're just, yeah. They're
Do you know
just
what's
so
nice?
adorable.
What's nice about this is you can have them as a border. Absolutely fine, that's what it's designed for. But then you can get really imaginative. So you can separate your angels, which is cute. And we've got the peeker in there as well. He's nestled in, that cheeky
You've always
peeker.
got to have the peeker.
You've got to, see, this is a fun game. Spot the peeker. Now you've got a whole choir.
Peeker.
There you go. There's a few peekers in there. Oh, here, this is a lovely inspiration too. Look at I just love the idea of having a little Pika nestled around all the little praying angels, because we all know who would be the Pikas in our lives. $11.99 is your price. 362-759 your item number. Funnily enough, they're all here. Charlotte, our producer,
Yes.
definitely a Pika.
Oh.
Holly, our director, absolutely a Pika. Ben, floor manager, no, he's a good boy. Okay,
And
let's
you?
have a look. Me, I think I would have been a Pika. I'm going to have to admit it. Let's have a look here. $10.99 for our globe. Now, you need to tell us the backstory here, because we featured this before, and like the angels, it's sold out.
Yes, our snow globe set. So we've been working with snow globe stamps for years, and they've always been rubber, and we have them in different sizes, and we love them. But we wanted to have a clear one that we can work with slightly differently to the rubber, because the clear and rubber have different uses. Of
course.
And with this, because it's a clear set, we can give you all these extras. So the different size snowmen and the different size trees and the wavy words.
$10.99 for a comprehensive set. There is a lot going on. So you've got your main frame in the form of the snow globe, and then you dictate the scene inside. So are you going to use your snowmen? Are you going to put your Christmas trees in there? You're not restricted. You can dip into your stash. Anything you have in your stash, you can put in your globe. So how about the angels work perfectly there? Obviously, we have our, we can put our snowmen. This is clever. Make it into a shaker. And we've got little miniature shrunken angels in there as well.
There's both size angels in there shrunk, I believe. The big angels and the little angels.
Oh, really? And then we've got our other angels. That's beautiful too. This is a great set. It's nice because I always find it interesting listening to the team as we go down, obviously giving their thoughts. And both Holly and Charlotte saying they love this set, and I totally agree. $10.99. I've got to say it's sold out in the past. We're lucky to bring it back to you if you have missed out previously on this set. $10.99. And if you're a Freedom member, that is your delivered price, 025098, your item number there. We're going to talk about the Christmas trees. Here, the Christmas trees. These are really nice because they're modern, they're contemporary. I think as backgrounds or making them the main focal feature, it would look great. If you want to pop those into your basket, $11.99 is your price. 371851 your item number.
They were in several of the samples you showed already, so you might not have noticed, but they're in the background.
I wasn't looking for them, but I will.
No.
I will find. Now the poinsettia. I've actually featured the poinsettia. I've done shows in the past with you and the poinsettias, and they are beautiful. For $11.99, grey rubber, foam mounted, you cannot go wrong. 923943, your item number there. We also have another pick and mix for you. These are your sentiments. Let's have a look here. So you're choosing any two sentiments. Live sentiments too. The best way to spread Christmas cheer is to sing loud for all to hear. I am full of Christmas spirit. I like that. What's that? And by that, I mean boo. We can all, I think we can all relate. There we go. Definitely older, not sure about wiser. Happy birthday. That'll go well with my turtle. So lots to find. $13.98 your price, picking any two. And I like the fact the fonts change, but the humour is definitely there. 680641 your item number. Okay.
And they're all quite a good size as well, so they're kind of the focal point.
Yeah.
And then you have little excesses around them. So I'm going to start with Pablo.
Let's do it. Pablo, I feel you have a special place in your heart for Pablo.
He's fun.
Yeah.
Okay, so Pablo. And, you know, he might be saying how you're doing, or he might just be sleepy. He might be hungover. Okay,
well,
so I'm going with
It's interesting because Holly, our director, she said a few years ago, well, it was quite a few years ago, she was on holiday in Mexico and she met a Pablo.
Well, I was wondering if he should, you know, have an accent, but
there you go.
I don't do accents.
Wow.
I don't know any Pablos either. So
that's nice.
Right, so that's, we need Pablo, so we'll take him out of there.
It's just, he puts a smile. I think you're winning if you look at a stamp and you're already giggling and smiling. It's his facial expressions, and instantly off the top of my head, I can think of at least 8 people I could send that to.
Yeah, and he doesn't have to be on the ice cube.
Yeah.
But so we've got some, I'm using brushables.
Yeah.
And this is the pale grey. I mean, obviously you could watercolour him, you could use your alcohol markers, whatever you fancy.
Yeah. And it's good you do a little swatch, you know, not a
Yeah,
swatch,
I just
but
want
just
to
check
make sure I'm using the
colours.
right end of the pen.
Yeah.
And I'm going over the edges because I'm going to cut him out, and that
Okay,
way I don't
so-
get any white bits.
There you go.
But I don't colour him in black because I've stamped him in black, so you're going to lose
Oh, that's okay, yeah.
some of the detail. So I use a dark grey and then I'll go over it again.
Well, that works, yeah.
Just to make it a bit darker,
Lovely.
which you can do with the
Yeah.
brushables.
Very nice.
So
The
just
thing
going
with good
around.
characters, it inspires you how to use them. So Pablo, obviously, he's chilling on a block of ice, but where is he chilling? Because it could be winter inspired, but equally, it could be a summer card and he's lying on the beach.
Definitely. That's why the ice cube is melting.
Yeah.
So
Or it
then
could
we
be
can-
just because Pablo's hot.
Is he menopausal?
Well, I tell you, you're leading me down a sticky road.
So you can see just by adding some more,
Yeah,
another layer, it's getting a bit darker.
nice.
But then he needs a bit of colour
Yeah.
in the beak. Now I looked it up, and it's, I think, king penguins that have the colour in the chest.
And they all have unique calls. That's how they find their mates. They sing to each other.
Do they?
Yeah.
Just like some birds do. I've never heard a penguin singing.
Well, it's more of a call, a squawk.
Okay. I used to go
Ben,
to the
floor
zoo to
manager,
take
was
photos of
coming.
them.
Oh, that's nice.
So,
Ben, our floor manager,
Mhm.
was showing me the call of a king penguin, but it sounded, to me, it sounded just like a peacock.
yes. I've certainly heard those. That's a penguin?
I mean, either penguin or peacock. I don't know. It's hard to distinguish, Ben.
So I'm just going back over with the pink to
Do you know, for
blend
added
it.
humour, you could always give Pablo a little hairy chest.
Yes, definitely could. But I'm not going to
Set
do that
Pablo,
today.
I would matte and layer Pablo on some leopard print cardstock as well.
Yeah.
Just in the background, just a little bit.
Do you have
and then-
someone in mind for this, do you?
Definitely. How you doing?
Yeah. Right, so we now need
Uh-huh.
a snow globe
Yeah.
for Pablo to sit in. So I need the foam back in my
This snow globe's
platform.
great. And do you know what I like about this snow globe? It's extremely versatile. It will work with whatever you have in your stash. Obviously, you've got all the elements within the snow globe as a standalone. So the Christmas trees, snowflakes, and the snowmen and the Christmas verse. But equally, if you wanted to add different scenes, different stamps that you have in your stash, it would work.
That's it. You can put so many things inside a snow globe. I've got one at home with dolphins in.
Well, that's cool. And great for shakers. Now, I've got to tell you, a third of the snow globes have gone. We're only 24 minutes into the show, and we looked at the snow globe last, so it wasn't long before we showed that to you. With the snow globe, it's sold out in the past, and there is a very good chance it could be selling out this hour as well. And I'm not surprised. I love the snow globe because it just frames. It's a very quick way to get an effective card.
It is, and it's a nice way to frame it without having to use lots of fancy dyes and different shapes and things. It just creates it centralises the picture, doesn't it?
I also get the sense that it allows for techniques. It's quite versatile.
Yes. So do you remember our Eclipse masking tape?
Yeah.
I've created a reverse mask of the snow globe.
Oh, no,
I actually had to create a new one yesterday because the other one I'd been using so much
Okay.
with
yeah.
my samples. So, and I keep them on a sheet of shrink plastic.
Clever. You are the shrink queen.
I think I'm the only one brave enough on TV. But because people are worried it's going to go wrong, and there are ways to ensure that you don't have mishaps and things with your shrink. But I'm going to do a bit of shrinking today.
Nice. Now we're just going to show you the masking tape. We've got it here. Look at the price and look at how much you get. 10 meters. 10 meters. So an awful lot. Where's your Eclipse? There's your Eclipse masking tape. You will come back to it time and time again, obviously creating your own effective mask that you can reuse. $19.99 is your price for 10 metres. 888-209 your item number. I mean, each roll must last a very long time.
Well, yes, it does, because you reuse the masks as well. And as you can feel, it's a thin paper with a delicately sticky adhesive on the back.
Delicately sticky.
That's what they call it, delicately sticky. It's another Judykins. So I've masked my snow globe. And I'm just inking peacock feathers.
I had an idea with the snow globe. I would be tempted to make a pop-up with the snow globe. So stand alone. So build up an image and then create it into a pop-up card, so when you open up the card, the snow globe pops up.
Ooh. Can't wait to see that.
Yeah.
So we're going all round for my background. Okay, I think that's enough. Yeah, so peacock feather that was. And then I'm going to take the small set of stars from the set, and I've got a gold ink pad.
Yeah, nice.
And I'm keeping the mask in place.
Yeah.
Because I'm going to stamp inside.
Oh, that's nice.
My snow globe for my starry. So it's not quite night time. We've not done a night sky. It's kind of a.
It's more like twilight.
Yeah, that's it.
It's got that magical essence. You could be in the North Pole. I like, because when you kind of get north, it can be winter for like 3 or 4 months of the year. Wednesday, night time.
But then they can have daylight for 22 hours a day or something. Yes, it's crazy up there. Right. Okay. So that is done.
Okay.
So I can peel off my Eclipse tape and then put it back on my shrink plastic.
Nice.
For next time.
Brilliant.
So we
This
have.
is already looking good, Sam.
So what I've done, instead of colouring the base, I stamped it onto some gold card.
Okay.
And I'm just going to stick that on. Pop that on there.
Now I've got to tell you, half the stock of our snow globe has gone. Very, very busy for the snow globe. Snow globe would work, I'd imagine, if you put a shaker and then used acetate in the shaker. It would give the illusion, the acetate giving the illusion of the glass of the snow globe.
It definitely would, yes. Yeah. I think we've done some of those. I forget now. We've made it in so many different ways.
You have. I did see a shaker. I'm not passing it off as my own idea.
So now I'm using the long star trail with the same ink pad, and I'm just going to stamp around the edge of
nice magical wisp of stars. Yeah, that's nice.
So the star trail. So this is great if you want it coming from behind a reindeer, so trailing behind kind of thing.
Or Santa's sleigh.
Yes, exactly.
Equally,
so.
creating the frame here, very effective. Beautiful.
So then I'm
feeling Christmassy. The team are showing you a lot of love for the frame that you're building up, the border frame you're building up.
Well, obviously this doesn't have to be Christmas. No. This could be birthday stars.
Celebrations.
Yeah.
Going through.
So let's go down there. And then one more across the bottom. So I'm just using the scrap paper so I don't have to clean up.
Nice.
Less mess. Okay, so that gives us
that's really pretty.
A background.
Yeah, that's a nice background.
So you've got all the curves, as it were. You don't have to. You're not trying to make it straight, which isn't always the easiest thing to do. Straight lines and things, I can't always stamp straight. So I'm just going to stick these together, and then I've cut out.
There he is, the main man himself.
Pablo.
Pablo is rocking it in there.
So we just need a bit of glue.
Do you know, I've had another idea.
Ooh.
Just looking at Pablo on the beach. Now, I'll ask your opinion on where you stand on this, but I would draw in just with a micro, and the team are appreciating the burnt nose, by the way, in the sun. I would, with a pen, I would just draw in some little trunks. Little
swimming trunks.
Little swimming trunks, yeah.
Or a bikini.
Well, it could be a bikini. That's a good point. Now, would that be okay? Wouldn't be opposed to that?
If you want to put trunks on Pablo, that's fine.
We can put trunks on Pablo. That's a good look.
Or maybe draw them on some pattern paper, cut them out, and then stick them on.
Oh, that's it. That's a good idea.
I would do that.
Yeah, okay. Taking it a step further, I like it.
So this is just a zig glue pen.
Right.
So I can add some glitter. It's snow white glitter, so it doesn't really have sparkle in it. It's just white stuff. But I'm using the tiny tray because it's just a small area.
Very, very handy if you're ever a little bit worried about spilling your embossing powder. You know, the best part about this is how easy it is to then put it back into the pot.
They stack together as well, because you get 3 in a set.
$14.99 your price there if you want to get hold of those. And you're also getting the embossing powder too, might I add. So look, come on, black and white embossing powder with the tiny trays, $14.99, and you are getting 3 trays in the mix that do stack. 039237 your item number. It's the kind of thing that we do see a lot of demonstrators kind of use the trays.
Yes, well, it's easier than just a piece of paper.
Yeah.
The tray, and especially if you're working with tiny beads and bits and pieces, it just contains them, so they're not rolling away. So there we have Pablo in a snow globe,
so
a starry snow globe.
Who can you envision giving Pablo to? Who would you want to give Pablo to?
Oh, I'd say one of my brother-in-laws.
Yeah?
Yeah.
That's actually a really good answer, because I struggle. You know, certain people in your life, we do a mail card sometimes is one we hear a lot of, but I've got 2 brother-in-laws, and making them cards, you can struggle. So anything with a bit of humour, fantastic.
Humour, yes, definitely.
Yeah, I like it. Look, part of our new Pick and Mix. So we got Pick and Mix, we're adding new characters. Pablo is one of the characters, and I have to say, a lot of people feeling the love for Pablo. Pablo, he's got charm to him, and he can go in any direction like Pablo. He's it's a compliment to the design that we're bringing life to him and imagining his character. I'm just going to show you here something that you always get with Stamp Addicts is a beautiful grey rubber stamp, deeply etched. So any of the stamps that you get with Stamp Addicts, I mean, you can feel the depth of the etch, so it will stamp out beautifully. And let me just show you, with regard to Pablo, you can really have some fun with him. So that's nice. Baby, it's cold outside. Equally, we can take him to the tropics. The snow globe. That's a cool scene. Or what about that? How good is that? He's a real character. And characters will work together, because you could have Pablo. Now, how about this for an idea? Well, I've had a really good idea. Pablo with, it looks like Santa is looking at Pablo.
Looking disapprovingly.
Yeah, looking like Pablo. What are you doing? You're meant to be helping out, packing all the toys. So here you go. $13.99. The team said it might not have looked. Santa was looking at him a different way there. Okay, $13.98 is the price. That was not my intention when I was putting them together. Shame on both of you in the gallery, and you're definitely going on Santa's naughty list.
Before the watershed.
I know, before. Okay, let's talk about Santa, because he is here as well. Let's show you. Now, it could be Santa. Very cool Santa. Quirky, I like that. But equally, could be an elf. So this could be Santa's head elf helper. We can go very traditional. It doesn't matter. Play around. It's a versatile stamp, and that, as crafters, is what we want. Do you know what I would also be doing? Stamping them out a few times, and then you've got, obviously, different, create a background, you've got different elves. $13.98 your price there, 042493 item number. Now you can find all the other characters on our website, so do have a look. Just to remind you, they're all grey rubber, beautiful quality and pre-cut for you. Now we're going to move on. We have got our snowflakes here, and snowflakes, there's a real elegance to them. So the most wonderful time of the year, sentiment stamp in the mix as well. When I say elegance, I'm going to jump straight to... Okay, this is a good one. So this was just stamped white embossed onto vellum. Isn't that, I think that's, in my view, the best description I could give is elegant. Or equally, if you wanted to create your backgrounds, you absolutely can. So this is what we want from a stamp set. If you want to make it your main feature, we can do that as well. So lots to play around with from one stamp set. $18.49 is your price. You're getting both the large and small snowflake. You're also getting the sentiment there as well. $18.49 is your price. I will just show you very quickly the size. So that is your large. That is your small. And then you've got your sentiment in the mix too, which is there. $18.49 your price, $993-870 your item number. Now we're going to move on. We've got another new today for you, the stars. We saw these in action with Sarah just a moment ago. Beautiful stars. You're effectively getting 2 stamps, and you would cut these out. 2 stamps in total. So you've got your larger spray of stars. Wonderful sort of swirl, a magical swirl, and then you've got your smaller too. And this was an example of a demonstration that we just saw. So using the stars for your frame. Equally, we can use our stars as backgrounds behind our angels. That's lovely. That is lovely. Or you can place characters on top. And this is just a nice one too. Just by itself with the stars and the sentiment, you don't need to do anything else. Silver embossed, done. $12.49 is your price. Grey rubber, foam mounted, 321006 your item number. You can find the rest on the website. I know that the angels have been extremely busy too. The set of 2 angels for $13.49. You've got the prayer and the pika. Something else? Peking. Sorry, Peking. Pika Peking. Got to catch them all. So there you go. You've also got the snow globe in there as well. 5-star reviews for the snow globe. So lots to discover. We're going to continue the fun. If you do have any questions for Sarah, we would love to hear from you. studio@thecraftstore.com. Sarah, what have you got for us next?
Not a pika.
Not a pika.
I'm going to shrink the poinsettia.
Oh, okay.
And then use the checking it twice little guy.
I would have been very disappointed if you didn't do a bit of shrink for us.
I don't always do shrink.
Oh, when you do it well.
Thank you. So this is just going to go around the edge. So I'm using the Stays On pigment because that is my favourite permanent ink pad. But I do find I have to re-ink it before I use it because I've been using it for over a year now.
Okay.
So it takes just a couple of minutes to dry, and we want 3 of these. But I've cut one out and it's dry already so that I can colour it. Now the brushables work perfectly on the shrink.
Okay.
They don't dry as such until you've shrunk it.
Right.
So I'm just doing a little bit of
And when we shrink,
green.
the colour intensifies?
It does, yes. So I go with a lighter shade.
Okay.
And yeah, as I shrink, it will get stronger.
Now, I remember yourself and Vicky educating me with shrink when I first came into the world of craft, and I credit you both with giving me this little nugget of knowledge that shrink plastic, it's actually, when it shrinks down, it's reverting back to its natural state.
That's right, yes. So they take the plastic and then they stretch it. They've got a special machine that stretches it out.
Okay.
And then when we heat it, it goes back to how it was when it started.
Kind of like it's got a memory.
Yeah, that's it. And that's why it stops shrinking at a certain point.
Ah. Now we have got 3 options with the shrink plastic. It's your sanded, your clear or your white. You're getting 8 sheets. You decide which option you want to go for. $10.99 is your price. 388651 your item number. If you can't choose and you just want to go for a mixed pack, we have got that for you, getting 2 of each for $10.99. So 2 of the white, 2 of the clear, 2 of the sanded, £10.99 your price, 100,932 your item number. And there are occasions where you want to use your standard, some you want to use your clear, and others you want the white.
Definitely. It depends what kind of look you're going for. The clear one, it can look like broken glass, or if you want to be able to see through it, more of like a stained glass type thing. Whereas the sanded one, it just has a slight frostiness to it, so kind of almost like a bathroom window. The light comes through, but you can't see the details from the other side. And then the white one just stands out a lot more. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take my anti-static bag, and I tap it over the top.
Now, if we want to make any holes, let's say for jewellery,
You do it
now's
now.
the time to do it.
Yes, and make the hole bigger than you need it to be, because the hole's going to shrink with the shrink.
So how big would you need to make it, would you say? Let's say for an earring.
Well, this shrinks down to 1/3 of its size.
Okay.
So 3 times the size that you want the final hole to be.
Okay. Good, good.
Now, I usually keep a pair of scissors in my hand, just in case it starts running away from me or folding up. Now, if you're nervous about doing this, you can pop it in the oven.
Yeah.
Instructions are in the packet.
Would you put a tray over it?
No, no, just put it on a tray.
Oh, on a tray.
Or on a sheet like this.
Okay.
And then you can sit back and watch it. Nice. It only takes a few minutes.
It's like it's alive.
Yes.
And don't get worried when it gets to this point, because it all levels out.
That's it. That's why I put the anti-static, just to, you know, stop it from sticking to itself. But quite often I forget. You just keep heating. If you think, because it curls all the way up, you think, oh, it's stuck. Just keep heating. Because if you stop heating it and it's stuck, it will stay stuck.
Of course. Yeah.
So don't give up. Just keep going. And then sometimes I get dimples, so I flip it over and then turn it back again.
You've got heat-resistant fingers.
I've got numb fingers. So I want this flat, so I'm just going to gently place that on top. Don't squish it, because it might, you know, squeeze out.
Perfect.
And then with a dry cloth, just wipe off the anti-static. And then you can see. So that was our stamp, and that is our shrink.
I mean, there's certain things in craft you'll never get tired of seeing. Shrink plastic is one of them, embossing is another. You know, we always love playing with it.
So then we need, pop that over there, we need our little man to go on the card.
So are we
Checking
talking the main
it twice.
man?
Yeah, the main man or his helper.
In your view, how do you see him, or you tend to use them in multiple
it varies.
places?
Yeah, depending on what I need.
Yeah, cool.
So back to the trusty black ink pad.
Yeah, isn't
There we
it a
go.
nice
Yeah,
character?
that's all there.
Really well designed. So you always bring us such beautiful characters.
Thank you. So I'm going to give him a quick blast, because again I'm going to colour him with the brushables, because I use the brushables on the shrink, so then it will all match. Just underneath, so it flattens out. So I want it all kind of toning together. So the red and the green, and he's got some gold bits, some pale pink flesh, and the letter. Now what I used on the letter was, this was Vicky's idea. I turn it around so it's the right way. Fine black pen.
Oh yes.
And some squiggles.
Oh,
I mean, you
you
could write things on it if you wanted to.
Yeah, I like that idea.
But it just adds a little something. And then to colour the letter,
he's working hard.
a bit of the brown. Now he's going to be cut out, so we just want a bit of, so it's kind of like a parchment or a vintage.
Nice. Do you ever write a letter to Santa?
No,
Well,
not
still
anymore.
Time. Still time, sir. he's waiting.
I tend to buy my own Christmas presents.
Oh.
I know, it's sad. It's what happens when you get old.
He'll find your house now. Any children watching, don't worry. Still write your letters to Santa, because he does get them all and he reads them all.
Yeah, he doesn't just come visit me.
Okay.
Too much peeking.
He visits kids, that's why.
Yeah. So.
Too much peeking.
You're slow there, weren't you? So, same as before, the same brushables. They're just so versatile.
And don't worry about going outside the lines because Vicky's going to be cutting this out, just in case anyone's
Sarah.
watching. Sorry, Sarah.
It's all right.
I'm so sorry.
I don't have Vicky in my back pocket.
I was going to ask you a question. Sorry, I didn't know.
You were going to ask me a question about Vicky, weren't you?
Yeah. I was going to say, with regard to the stamps, because you both have very individual styles to it, but it's nice seeing, and you make samples for the show, so I would imagine you both make samples for the show?
Yes. Yeah, Vicky's tend to be organic, whereas mine are neat and tidy.
Nice.
We definitely have different
You can pick them up.
style.
Yeah.
But then obviously we have the great design team as well.
Yeah.
So I'm using the darker red on the brushable, which then coordinates with the paler red that I used on the shrink. But because it got darker when it shrunk,
nice.
they're a similar colour.
Okay.
Yeah, did you get all that?
No, I got that. It's just showing, and it's
Cool.
those small little touches that you appreciate in the finished inspiration. It does show.
Well, because originally I coloured him with some different pens, and Vicky made the shrink, and I'm like, oh, they don't work together. The reds were all wrong.
And you want it to coordinate. That's a really good point. And actually, it's something that you could quite easily do, and you'll only realise it's a mistake you make the once. And like, okay, next time I do this, I've got to make sure all the colours match.
Well, that's the thing. And then there are so many different reds.
Yeah.
And this is a really great Christmas red.
That's this good Christmas red.
Yeah.
Are you a Christmas person, Sarah?
Yes, I love Christmas.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, my children are grown now, so there's not so much game playing and presents as there used to be. But
it is, I think, when you get a little bit older, if you've got little members in your family, it does make it quite special. You kind of live through their excitement.
yeah, that's it. So, but no, they're all teenagers now. It's all about technology.
I want a phone.
So we need a bit of green. And which green? That green works, I think. So, I mean, Vicky, on one of the samples, she made these into gloves. So they could be gloves, or they could just be kind of cuffs.
Coloured the whole lot.
Yeah, she coloured that all in brown, so they're like brown leather gloves.
See, this is the point I was making. It's nice that you both work very well together.
Yes.
But I like the fact that you have your individual styles too.
That's it. We see different things when we look at images, different ideas.
I still find it odd. I'm very used to doing the shows with both of you. And obviously with the last year and a half, it's not been possible.
Well, I was going to say, for all of this year, I've been coming up on my own.
Yeah.
So, whereas, was it in the first lockdown, we were sending you videos, which was even stranger. That was very strange. So little bits of yellow and a bit of skin. So what I can do is put that aside.
Yeah.
Now, I have stamped one of the words from the word pick and mix.
See, that is a nice sentiment.
Wishing you a fabulous Christmas.
But I like, it's clear, you can read it, but equally, it's a sentiment you could give to a number of friends, that would just work.
Well, that's it. Fabulous. Just, it says so many things, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Right, so now I'm going to do some wiggling. So just a wiggly line.
The crafty wiggle.
So I'm turning the card, got my hand resting on the counter, and I'm pulling it towards me.
So the doodle detail, the border that you're doing here, the crafty wiggle, it's funny, everyone has, it's like a signature. Everyone has their own little style and quirks that they put to it. Some might put some little hatchings, dots.
Yeah, well, that's it. For this one, I just want the simplicity because I'm putting the shrink on it and the other bits. Usually, I would do 2 lines, and the second one will wiggle a bit more.
Yeah. Okay.
But I used the, it's from our Essential Pens.
Okay.
And you get 3 sizes. And I used the 0.5 because it's the bigger one.
And I say, if you haven't got a set of pens, the sort of detail pens, they are so handy to have for a little bit of doodle detail. And another way to use them that is a lifesaver, if you ever stamp and you've just slightly missed, or there's a little bit missing, then just go in with your pen, no one will notice.
That's it, just a tiny little touch-up.
Yeah.
So we'll put our fabulous on there.
Hey, this is looking good.
These
I like
are
it, Sarah.
the tiny joy dots on the shrink. And they can go.
That's pretty. A little poinsettia. I learnt the story of the poinsettia yesterday.
Oh, I've forgotten it.
So,
it was so long ago that I heard it.
The story I heard, there was a little boy in Mexico and he wanted to give a present to Jesus, but he couldn't afford anything. They're very, very poor. So he found some weeds on the roadside, and when he got to the church and presented them, suddenly they became these beautiful, they bloomed into the poinsettia.
Lovely. So, there we go. We've got our little Santa. We've got some poinsettias for a fabulous Christmas.
That is a great card. And that's the thing. You can do anything with the inspirations on the show. It is up to you which direction you go. I'm looking at the time. You've got about 5 minutes.
Ooh.
Do you want to sneak in another quickie?
Yes, I've got a quickie, yep.
Let's do it.
I forgot what it was like to work with you. Okay.
Yeah.
So, what I can show you is, because Vicky has already prepped this for me.
Perfect.
So what she
Partners in
did
crime.
is she created this background with the,
the rainbow.
13 Arts.
Yeah,
That's
13,
it, the
yeah.
13 Arts.
Rainbow colours.
Yes, rainbow colours. Sky blue and pink. So by spritzing the card with a good dosing of water first.
And like an explosion powder
Yes.
sort of thing.
Yeah, but then putting on mainly blue with a touch of pink. Now what we've found, if you add too much water after that, because the blue's quite granulated, then it gets too pale. So we take a water brush, and you can see some of these areas where we've just moved it with the water brush, just to break down those bits without making the whole thing too pale.
Good little tip, I like that.
Because we want it really nice and strong, so we can put the snowflake on.
Snowflake. And just while we're getting set for this, because I am conscious of the time, the snow globe is being very busy as well. A lot of you have been going for that snow globe, and £10.99, you cannot go wrong there. I'll show you that in a moment. I'll show you.
So I've anti-staticked first, because obviously there's been a lot of touching of this piece of card. So there's going to be kinds of fingerprints and stuff all over it. And we're going to use the big snowflake.
Okay. Stamp that down. I found the snow globe, by the way. I'll just show everyone. I actually had it. I apologise. It was me. But yeah, very busy for our snow globe. £10.99 is your price there.
So I've got my snappy tray, and then I've got the white embossing powder that comes with the tiny trays. Now this snowflake has some fine details and some solid details. So it does need to be inked a few times to make sure you get all of those little bits, especially on this is a slightly textured card, so it would absorb the water.
Yeah.
So I probably will do 3 inkings, just to be safe.
Nice gentle touch.
Okay. So we can
3 minutes.
Ooh.
No pressure.
There's plenty of time.
So
I've
is that
got
the
my
white that comes with the
It
tray?
is.
I mean, that's a good portion of embossing powder. You're getting a lot.
It will last quite a while, because obviously you only use a tiny amount each time you use it, and the rest goes back in the pot.
And if you do go for the larger tray that you just saw Sarah using there, you are going to get the anti-static bag with that as well. And it's getting into good habits. Always anti-static if you're going to be embossing.
It just saves on the disappointment afterwards when you think, oh, especially with the black and the white powders, those little specks
Finger
can really
marks.
stand out if you've left your fingerprints on it.
Yeah.
So we're just melting the white powder, and you can see it stands out nicely on the blue background.
It's a really nice, elegant design. There's, and I mean this as a real compliment, there's a simplicity.
Well, this is a Judekind's design as well. This is their alpine snowflake, and we have lots of different snowflakes, but this is an elegant.
It is elegant.
Snowflake. So once you've created your background, I then use the small snowflake with tumbled glass to stamp all over the background.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna see that this one prepared earlier, cut it out so I can just stick it on. pop that on there. And then the words that come with the snowflakes on the same piece of card.
Ah.
So you've got this nice coordination. You just think you can do that in different colours.
Yeah.
I mean, I would do it in purples for me, but
We can do it in any
exactly
colour.
any colour.
Time has unfortunately beaten us, but Sarah, it's been an absolute pleasure. You've brought us such beautiful stamps. Got to ask very quickly, how can we follow you on social media? Because I know viewers would love to follow you guys and post their
Facebook,
pictures.
Instagram,
Yep.
Stamp Addicts.
That's all you need to do.
It's all there.
And if you do want to meet Sarah and Vicky in person, we have got Stamporama, 2 different places, as Harrogate and also
Newbury.
So those are your choices there. Have a look for the tickets, and it's just a great, genuinely, I mean this hand on heart, because I've been to a Stamporama event. It's such a lovely day. Everyone's so
much fun,
friendly,
yeah,
and it's
yeah.
just a really, really, really
It is,
nice
yeah,
day.
but people, they sit down and they have lunch and they chat to everyone else.
Yeah.
What did you buy? Where did you get that? Oh, I must go look for it. Kind of, yeah.
And
It's just fun.
You'll see a full list of exhibitors there as well. When are you back next?
It's in September for our 29th birthday.
Ah,
I'm
okay.
sure it's the 11th or the 14th. It's a Tuesday.
It's going to be a good show.
Yes.
Yeah. 29. That's
29.
incredible. Thank you so much.
Thank
Genuinely,
you.
I really enjoyed it. Say hello to Vicky for us as well.
I will do.
I hope you've enjoyed the show. If you have just tuned in and you missed it, don't worry. As always, here at the Craft Store, you can catch up via the rewind option on our website or using the Craft Store app. Plenty more, though, coming up. Don't go anywhere. Oh, we've got a good show. Paint pouring with 35 design space. Don't miss that. And then every craft's a bargain. I like the sound of that. After that, we will have our one-day special in the form of All and Create.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts 2. My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking, and loads of different things. I've been working with Crafts 2 now for over 3 years, and they produce the John Next Door brand, distribute it, and make sure that everything is perfect in that. This allows me to work with the fantastic Crafts 2 tools and products, as well as some of their other amazing brands such as 2J Stamps, Press Cut, and the Craft Artist range of glues and consumables and inks. I really find that this partnership is extremely strong and helps me bring out the best of my products and all the other products within the Crafts 2 stable and the ones that I design.
Hiya, I'm Hazel Eaton from Pink Frog. Pink Frog is an established company. You may have seen us in shows up and down the country. We have a wide range of designs, and we're particularly known for our flower dies and flower stamps. On our shows, I hope to bring you many hints and tips and techniques to inspire you, the crafter, at home.
Hi, I'm Donna and this is my brother Simon, and we're Pearly Winks Craft Supplies.
We have a good selection of inks. We started with our Winks, which are just a water-based ink, and then went on to the pearls. We've added some chalks, we've got some glitter sprays, and then we've added some beautiful stamps to complement the inks. Our pearl sprays and our Pearly Winks are loaded with mica, so they give you amazing results on your projects.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. Over the 40 years, Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows.
Welcome back, everyone. I am so excited to be back here with 35 Design Space. Good afternoon, by the way. Are you having a good Saturday? It's a nice sunny Saturday as well, isn't it? Which is brilliant. Anyway, as I was saying, I am so glad to be back here with 35 Design Space, because I was here for the last lot of shows, which was all about marbling, do you remember? And actually, I managed to keep my hands to myself in that show. Oh, no such thing today. Oh, that sounds all wrong, doesn't it? What I'm going to say is we're talking paint pouring in this show, and I'm going to have a go. Dina Fusi, it's wonderful to have you with us.
Lovely to be here, lovely to be back with you.
I'm so glad. You said to me earlier, do you want to have a go? And I was a bit kind of like, oh, now, should I? I've got a whole day of shows and a nice shirt on. Should I risk it? And then you said those magic words, well, Yanis has had a go. And I was like, right, bring it on then. I'll definitely have a go of that. So last time we were talking marbling, massively popular.
Yeah.
Now we're talking paint pouring. And 35 Design Space started primarily as a face-to-face kind of thing. We come and see you and do a workshop physically with you in South Manchester, where you're based near Altrincham, if you know it, that kind of area. And they're back on, which is brilliant. So look up 35 Design Space if you're anywhere near the area and you fancy some hands-on courses with 35 Design Space. But if you can't do that, of course, it comes to you via the show, which is brilliant. And it must be so nice to have that face-to-face back again.
Yeah, it's amazing to have the face-to-face back. We've not done the paint pouring workshops since, I think it was March of 2020.
Yeah.
So we started early 2019 and it was a great year, and we've been so popular and we had so many people booked in, so we can't wait to see everyone for those workshops that were planned, you know, well over a year ago, and to do all of our other workshops. We do candle making and the paper marbling as well, so we can't wait to see everyone.
It's amazing. It's amazing. There are things that you can do. Now, secret to paint pouring is two things. The right ingredients, which we have on the show for you, and the right tuition, which we have for you as well, in the form of Dina. So, if you're an absolute beginner, that'll be me. We have a very, very small number of the Have a Go paint pouring kits. Now, this comes with your pouring medium, which you mix with your paint, and that is the absolute key to all of these kits, isn't it, Dina?
Yeah.
The pouring medium is the absolute secret, because that's what blends with your paints to give you the ideal consistency for pouring, isn't it?
Yeah, you need the pouring medium in your paints to get them to the right consistency. You want them to flow really nicely over your canvas so that you get a really nice smooth finish and over the edges, and you wouldn't get that without your pouring medium.
And this comes with silicone oil.
Yeah.
In 10 seconds, tell me why I need silicone oil.
The silicone oil is what gives you the cells and the details on your canvas. So if you ever see little kind of bubbles or circly areas, that's what your silicone helps create.
Right, OK, so you get that. You get your pair of gloves. You also get your canvas as well on this one, 25 by 30 centimetres. Inches?
Yeah. Centimetres.
Centimetres, yeah, of course it wouldn't be inches. Honestly, I can't think today. It's because we're doing dressmaking later, that's why inches and centimetres have blurred. Now, we have such a small amount of these available, and once it's gone, it's gone. I know you haven't seen any paint pouring yet, but this is your ultimate starter kit. Is that a little guide as well as to how to get started,
yeah,
Dina,
you've got
there?
the full instructions and hints and tips and things in the booklet.
Fabulous.
You can make some notes on the back.
Good. Brilliant. OK, sorry, just because we have such a small number of those, half the stock of those have already gone. Now, if you want to dive into it wholeheartedly, then you need this as a bundle. It's the whole shebang. This is really, really good. Now, you've got two options here. Now, as I said before, it's all about the right ingredients, Dina, isn't it? Yeah. So with this, we get a full litre bottle of the pouring medium. We also get, there are two colour options, and they are Pebeo acrylics. So talk about best of breed. So we are talking about the very, very best ingredients as well. This option is called Colour Pop, so that comes with the black, the purple, the... I guess these have romantic names, really, don't they? Oh, it is orange. Iridescent orange and rouge.
I think you've got the French one there.
Iridescent red. Iridescent red. So red, orange, blue, and the black. Now we also get the cups that we need. One of which is absolutely and totally, completely and utterly crucial, because I don't know whether you can see on this one, but there are holes around, so that's no good for your lemonade, but it's great for your paint pouring.
Yeah, exactly, and that is the cup that you're going to be having a go with yourself as well.
Oh, fabulous. Jolly good. So that's the Colour Pop option. Now with both options you get the canvases as well, don't we?
Yes.
So we get the smaller one, which is the...
It's a 20 by 25.
OK. You get two of those, and you get the larger one, which is
An A3, yeah.
A3, which is brilliant. So, the other colours. Let's go to this. What's this option called here?
So we have the Marina palette there, which you have your metallic gold and a white. You have an iridescent blue and also a really dark navy, which looks really, really nice on the canvases.
Fabulous. And we're calling that option, Ross? Marina palette. You also get obviously your bottle of silicone oil as well. Now that's brilliant because that's going to be everything you're going to need, and of course you can go on creating even more because of course you can pick up more canvases as well. You'll have more than enough paint to continue and do more projects. There is a not a beginner's, there is a guide there if you are a beginner. There's a guide to paint pouring there as well. It's the next best thing to actually having a number of the workshops in one in your own life, and that won't stand up for love nor money. But hey, we tried. So, if you fancy that one, £54.99. I look like I'm badly organising a kids' party here, very badly. Anyway, so £54.99. Anyway, that you'll start buying that once you start seeing the paint pouring itself. Now, if you're a devotee already and you know you're paint pouring, then you might be topping up. So, we've got two options for you. The first one. I don't want you to put this in your basket just yet until you've seen the next one, if that makes sense. So we've got here a 1 litre of the pouring medium with the instructions and the gloves as well. £14.99. Now, I want to kind of skirt over that, Ross, if that's all right, and jump straight to the next details because there's an even better value buy if you get this option here, which is the 2 1 litres, and you get 2 of the 5 millilitre bottles of the, 10 millilitre bottles of the silicone oil as well. The silicone oil, of course, is the key to getting those a broader range of effects with your paint pouring, isn't it? So that's brilliant. So for £28.99, bear in mind one was what, £14.99, I think it was.
That's correct.
So at £28.99, but you also get the silicone oil there as well. What is wrong with me today? I'm like clumsy Bob. 096 849 is your item number there, £28.99. Have you ever seen... Oh, starter kit, by the way. Yeah, that's gone. We knew it would be. Can I show you some examples? I know you can see them around me, but they're absolutely amazing. This is the kind of thing that you can create in paint pouring. Oh, Lewis, you couldn't put the air conditioning on, could it? It's like the Bahamas in here, isn't it? It's so warm.
So you see all of the lovely sort of circular details. That's your cells that the silicone is going to help you create.
So that's the silicone oil that's that's interacting. So that's just pouring alone then, is it? So is that without the silicone oil?
Yeah,
then,
you'll
more
get
likely?
different results all the time, but there's different colours that seem to work better with others. So that one had much less silicone in it. That one's got a really cool centre. I like that one.
Oh, I love it! I love it! I love it! I'm going to have one of these forever and ever and ever by the end of the show. I can't wait. Have I got the gold in my colour mix?
We can get you some gold in your colour mix.
I would so love... I'm sorry, I'm such a metallic magpie. It's untrue. Lewis, you're an angel. Thank you so much. It's so warm in here, isn't it? Whew. Right, 193084. Right, Dina, over to you. Where do we start?
So we're going to start from scratch, and we're going to start mixing up some of those paints, and we'll show you how to get started.
Okay.
I've got a load of paints mixed, so we're going to do one to show you what it is you're going to want to do. So you've got, in the complete kit, you have the white cups, which is generally what I use to mix my paints up. And I've already got paint on my hands, so do pop your gloves on. It gets very messy very quickly. But I'll pop in about a 2-second squeeze of paint. It's kind of a little lump, can you see? Just kind of that much. Just a small kind of little lump in the base of your cup. And then after that, grab your pouring medium, and I try and fill this up to around about 1/3 to 1/4 of the way up. It depends how much paint you've gone for. Different paints will be slightly thinner than others, so just kind of play with it. But I filled it up to around here. And then just stir. You want to try not to whisk this, so try not to kind of incorporate any extra air. So just mix really nice and smoothly. At this point it's kind of streaky, you can see it's just mixing in. I've got the, this is the Payne's Grey, it's a really deep navy that's in the Marina palette. And just give that a really good stir and you'll see it mix in. If you ever pick up your spoon and you see lumps coming off of your spoon and into your cup, any lumps that are in your cup at this stage will stay as lumps when they're on your canvas. So just keep mixing until it's really nice and smooth.
So smooth as possible.
Smooth as possible. I don't think you can ever kind of overmix too much, so long as you're not really whisking your paints.
Do you know, Dina, you've come back just at the right time in the cycle of the school summer holidays, because I've noticed, I'm sure you have as well, whenever you're travelling around, you stop at the service stations or whatever, people are just starting to get to that slightly angsty stage in the middle of the school holidays where they're like, oh, this seemed such a lovely idea when it all started. It was refreshing, it was great.
Yeah.
Let's all go out and play with the kids. And almost now they've got to that stage where it's like, just need a little break from the little ones.
It's a great one to do with the kids. I mean, not so little that they're going to be pouring your walls with a new sort of artwork, but you can do it with your kids. We've had younger kids come to the workshops, always have a great time, and you always make a great piece of artwork, so you can't go too far wrong.
Yeah.
So mix this nice and smooth. You want it to be about a kind of double cream melted chocolate consistency. When I kind of pick up my spoon, it leaves a little bit of a lump on the top of the paint. I'm not sure if you'll be able to see. It's kind of a double cream chocolate, melted chocolate kind of consistency. Really nice and smooth.
Don't talk food.
Yeah.
Don't be talking food. It's the wrong time of day to be talking food.
And then into that one, I pop in the silicone oil. So this is the silicone oil that comes in the Have a Go, the complete kit, and the 2 litre.
Have a Go, forget Have a Go.
Have a Go's gone.
Have a Go's gone.
You have to go for the complete or the 2 litre for it then. But pop this into your paint, and you really don't need very much at all. I've got my paint up to about here in my cup. And I've put about 5-6 drops of your silicone oil in. It's really, really strong, so you really don't need too much at all.
And you get 10 millilitres.
10 millilitres is in each bottle. So if you get the 2 litre, you get 2 of these, you get about 20 millilitres.
Fabulous.
And then just stir that in. And like we've said, it's the silicone oil that will give you all of the lovely cells and the detail on your canvases. So that's why we add that in. And then I'm going to do a canvas with the Marina palette that we've got today. And I'm going to go in for, I don't think I've done this one as a demonstration recently. So I've got an ordinary pouring cup. This is the one that does not have holes in the base. I'm just going to pop it on there to fill up my cup.
Yeah, that'll be included.
Yeah. In the complete kit, it is in there. So I'm just going to fill this up. Pop in my paint. And you can do this kind of more carefully or more slowly than I do. I kind of just pour it in and hope for the best. If you want to be more delicate, you can spoon it in. Everything gives you slightly different results. So you can't go too far wrong. And just fill that one up. Just going to give this gold a little stir.
Don't forget to sign it at the end.
Pop your name on the back.
This could be a valuable heirloom in years to come.
It's an official masterpiece once you put your name on it.
Absolutely.
And then just
Be
keep
on
layering.
Fake or Fortune one day.
Just keep layering it up. I try and go around each of my colours probably around twice.
So do you always pour in the middle or around? It doesn't really matter?
It doesn't really matter. You can pour down the side,
Dribble
you can
it
pour in
in.
the middle, you can spoon it in. Each different kind of way of filling it up will affect how much the paint mixes in the cup.
Yeah.
So it can affect your kind of final outcome from there.
Do you have to be careful with colour combinations as well? Because I know talking to Leonie yesterday, when she's talking about mixing watercolours, for instance, sometimes you don't want to create a muddy colour by blending one colour to the other. Do they actually blend and make new colours, or do they simply sit side by side?
They will blend, to an extent, a little bit. It will always happen just because they're sat right next to each other. They're going to be tipped with each other. So it will happen to an extent. I've done some very questionable colour palettes in my time, and I would say that I've never gone too far.
I can't believe that. Looking at everything in the studio right now, I don't believe that for a second.
I've done some very questionable colour palettes.
Is there a universal get out of jail answer to that? So if you created, let's say for instance you created something like the one I've got here, which I blend just so beautifully with by accident. So if I created this and I really didn't like, there was an area of colour that I really didn't like, can I wait for that to dry and then maybe have another go over that bit afterwards? Can you do that?
I would say do it at this stage.
Oh, okay.
So I've got my cup filled up and I'm ready to go. And I'm just
so you
pop
know
that
the
in
colours
middle.
you've got at that stage, don't you? Of course.
So I've gone for the Marina palette, and I'm going to pop my canvas on top, get a nice firm hold on the top and at the top of the cup normally, and then up and over. And you just see that paint come down from the base of the cup down to kind of onto your canvas.
Okay.
And then at that point, so this is known as your flip cup or your dirty pour, whatever you want to refer to it as.
Okay.
And then just pick that up.
Oh.
And then I quite like to let this drip. The drip, when you do the flip cups or the dirty pours, really give you a lot of that kind of interaction.
That's
and
like looking at the oceans or looking down on some like remote island from the sky, isn't it?
What I also have that's a really cool thing to do with your silicone, I have a little spray bottle that I've filled with some silicone oil. And if you can kind of really finely mist this, it's really cool to spray it on top. It's not the best sprayer, but when it works...
Well, we've all got little misters, haven't we, in our craft stash?
And can you see, I don't know if it'll show. But
I
the
think what we
places-
can see is the paint still dripping out of the cup.
So it's coming out the cup.
If you spray, you know, right at, as close to the camera, there's like a dark blue area. Try and spray some.
This bit.
The other one, the other end, the other
This
side.
bit.
Yeah, there.
So.
See whether you can spray some there, and we'll try and catch it on the camera, the close up.
So we've got some really fine little drops. It's just sitting on top at the moment.
Oh yeah.
But
I
it
think,
can
yeah,
really like bring those cells out. So we actually had some land over here,
Yeah.
which is why we've got the navy coming through the gold just here, and it's gone really sort of crazy with cells in the middle. You don't always see it sort of straight away. You have to be really sort of eagle-eyed to watch as the silicone drops. But you want to use a really fine spray mister. You don't want it to go on too thick when it drops on top.
Right.
And
So
I
this
just
is the crucial bit, really.
Yeah.
Now, isn't it?
I use my hand just to help guide that paint down.
Yeah.
It's quite a lot to juggle the first time you have a go.
Yeah.
If you're ever unsure, just pop it down on the table. Just steady yourself, slow yourself down, and then just...
So how have you elevated the canvas there? Have you just put some little...
We've just got little nails in the base.
They're
You can
just like old
about
nails,
see.
just to secure?
Yeah.
Right.
So if you've ever seen things online, some people kind of balance them on their mixing cups or old planter pots kind of thing.
Oh, okay, yeah.
This
Just
is
something
great.
that holds it up.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
the paint is going to come over the edge. It's going to take about 3 to 5 days to dry. So if you can lift it up from the table, it's not going to get stuck to your table. And then just sort of pull those nails out once you're ready, and it's ready to go on the wall.
Oh, 3 to 5 days. That's satisfying, isn't it?
So don't touch it too early. Don't just be very patient. And then...
So actually, where at the moment you are forcing it to the edges and the side. If you just left it, it would naturally make its way eventually anyway, wouldn't it?
Eventually, you might struggle with the corners because it often goes out in a circle, so it doesn't kind of reach the corners,
like
which is
ripples
why
on a pond.
which is why we kind of push it around. And generally, you have a nice layer of paint on top. If it's ever too thick, it can sometimes just be. When it dries, it can give you a little bit of a funny finish if it dries too thick. So just ease that paint over the edges, and you should end up with a really lovely result. And that is the result of my flip cup that's been sprayed with the silicone oil.
Cool.
So all of these are sort of massive cells which have all kind of blended into each other, which I think looks really, really cool.
I love it.
One of my favourite techniques.
I think it's really, really cool. I love it. Do you know, I love the fact, I also love the fact that you don't really see the true end result. And again, let me show you some end results because they are superb. Do you know the great thing about paint pouring as well is when you finished, there's no wrong way, is there? Is it that way up? Is it that way up? Is it that way? It's whichever way you want to. And look, it does make a difference, doesn't it, with the edges completely and utterly covered. I love that. I'm just wondering whether there are some crafters there that would be able to create some kind of resist technique on the canvas. I'm just thinking out loud here. Whether you could create a design that resisted the paint and went around it and had some real fun with that. Because I'm just thinking, crafters are always thinking, okay, well that's how it's done, but how can then I tweak it and take my own little diversion? So you probably could do that, couldn't you? Have you ever tried it?
Yeah, I mean, so you can definitely. I mean, I haven't played with the sort of masking tape kind of to make a line or a separation from them.
Yeah.
But what is really cool is you can choose what colours might you want where.
Yeah.
So I could fill up a cup with kind of white paint and pour it down that half of the canvas.
Oh, you could zone it, couldn't you?
And then do a sort of agate pour, which I'll show you later, or even a flip cup. You might struggle with a flip cup if you've already put white paint there. But you can kind of put white there and then do a different technique down here, and they'll kind of mix together a little bit, but you've got sections of white and sections of detail. It can be very, very cool.
Webster, who's our director, I don't know whether you could get one fast enough, Webster, to be honest. Webster wants to know, could you put it on a Lazy Susan while it's when you pour, and would that... Oh, yes, of course. So as you're pouring, you mean? So, of course, yes.
Yeah,
so
there's amazing results of people that do that. So you pop it in the middle and then spin your Lazy Susan really fast, and it just forces the paint to come out. So it's a really, really cool thing to try.
Oh.
If you want to get really creative.
And there's a very interesting way. Right, OK. Now, recap time, and then I get to have a go as well, which is brilliant. Have we still got Yanis's one here?
Oh, we must do.
We must be somewhere,
Unless
mustn't
he's taken it home.
He might have done. It might be pride of place. in the Morgan household. Right, OK, let's talk about your complete paint pouring set then, which is here. Now, there are two colour options here. So you've got two colour palette options. You've got Colour Pop palette and you've got the Marine palette as well. Ah, Marine's just got into the lead. It's Marine that you were just using as well, wasn't it? That's created that wonderful result that Dean has got right now, which is lovely. So it does have a lovely aqua feel to it. So you've got a navy there. You've got this lovely marine blue, as the name suggests. You've got a fabulous white to bounce off and to pop that colour. And look, that's a gold. I love the fact. See, the gold magpie in me definitely wants that option. This one is your Colour Pop option. Again, nice, bright, fabulous colours there. So you've got a lovely black to pop all of the colours, as the name suggests. You've got the dark violet. You've got the iridescent orange. Why is that one of those words?
I know.
And the iridescent red. You get the silicone oil, you get the mixing cups, you get the spoons there, and this is probably one of your key ingredients here. You get your litre of your pouring medium as well. Now, that is absolutely essential. Now, Dina, a lot of people will say to themselves, OK, if I want to just go for the pouring medium option on its own because I already have paints in my life, the paint quality is important here, isn't it?
Yes.
So if I have existing acrylics, it will work. But obviously, you've tried and tested many, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Pebeo is a very much a respected brand. They do, gilding waxes and other, art and ink supplies, don't they? But this ink, paint, should I say, not ink, paint is really, it's the one.
Yeah, we love the Pebeo acrylics. It's really, really nice quality. It works so super well with the pouring medium, and you've got the gold in the Marina palette, and the metallics when they dry are stunning. You don't really see them when they're wet, but they kind of pop up and surprise you once they dry. Also in the Colour Pop kit, you've got the iridescent pink and the iridescent, it's a kind of pinky red. They call it the iridescent red.
Yes.
It's pink with a sort of bluey shine to me.
Yes.
And then the iridescent orange. They're very similar to the metallics in that sense. When they dry, you get a really beautiful shine from them. And when they're contrasted with the opaques, they're stunning.
Yeah, you kind of almost need to see a little blob of each one, just so you can see, because this is very high viscosity paint as well. You do get the silicone oil as well. Now, we've just activated, apologies, when we opened the show it wasn't activated, but the FlexiBuy is absolutely there for you to take on these, whichever one of the options you take. Remember, you do get the two canvases there, which are 25 by 30. 20 by 25, everyone said lots of numbers there at the same time, and then you get the A3 canvas as well. So basically two of the smaller size and one of the larger A3 as well, which is really good. And A3 is, you know the size of A3?
30 by 40.
30 by 40. So again, very good size for, middle of, Webster, like middle of the lounge wall, somewhere significant. Right, OK, time for me to have a go now. Oh, I'm just going to mention the pouring medium. There are two options for the pouring medium. This is the one to skirt over. This is the one where you get 1 litre plus the silicone oil and the gloves and the instructions as well. £14.99. There it is. And then we've got the other option, which gives you 2 litres of the pouring medium, 2 of the 10 millilitre bottles of the silicone oil, and that's just £28.99 there. Most people are going for that option. Good, sensible option, that one, because when you get started with something like this, you're just going to go and go and go. Do you know, honestly, when I'm at home, I can always get these gloves on, no problem whatsoever. I've just managed to bless you, thank you very much. I'll just grab another one of those. This is the only thing I can never do, is get these on. Right, get my gloves on. Right, OK, I know, when on telly, when you're all hot and unnecessary.
These will be better.
Right. You say that. I don't mind how messy I get anyway.
Go for those, but they're nice ones.
OK, I'll get there, don't worry. Right, so where do I start? You show me something and I'll wrestle with these. So
I've got the colander cup on my canvas. I'm going to do this one with you, so it's what you've got on your canvas as well.
Right.
This is your colander cup, which comes in the complete kit. We've got holes in the base, which you can just about see. So this is going to give you a really cool result. if you have watched much paint pouring online, there are some people who do like to put their paint through their kitchen colander, and it's a great thing to have a go at, especially if you're working very large. But for this one that I'm on is the 20 by 25 centimetre canvas that's coming in the complete kit. So your kitchen colander is going to be a little bit too big for that one. So these work really, really nicely.
Cool. I'm in.
Give you a stunning result. Amazing. You've got a really lovely selection of paints there. You've got some from the Marina palette and some from the Colourpop.
I have. I've got the gold as requested. Fabulous.
You can go with whatever you choose. There isn't really a right and a wrong. I'm going to go for the Colourpop palette on this one. I love how the colours pop against the black.
Okay.
I really like the dark canvases, and I'm just going to pop that into the cup, and you see how it starts coming out through the little holes.
Okay.
So just pour in.
Okay, I'm going to start with a blue, I think. It's a lovely blue, actually. It's beautiful, isn't it? Oh.
Really, really nice blue.
Oh, and I'll just throw some on the canvas as well while I'm at it.
Do not worry if you drip on your canvas at this stage. It's just going to get painted over very, very shortly.
That's
so
fine.
Do not worry about any drips or anything at all. And then just work your way through your colours in whatever order it is that you like.
Oh, I love this.
I quite like to kind of go contrasting colours. I've gone for the black, and then I've contrasted it with the orange, and then I've gone back in for the darker purple again.
I've just got to have gold everywhere, I've decided. Just have a little selective... Oh, that gold is really rich, isn't it?
The gold is stunning.
Oh, I can dribble it down the side of the cup as well.
Yeah.
That's going to give you an even different effect, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a really unique one because you've got the holes in the base of the cup. If I chose to pour, say, this purple down this sort of side section of the cup, you're going to see a lot more purple in this section of the canvas because I've poured it down that way. So you can really play with this and experiment. I think this often looks kind of quite 60s, a bit flower power vibes. I love it. It's such an easy technique.
Apparently you're achieving a lot more uniformity than I am, so my esteemed colleagues are telling me.
You really can't go too far wrong, so just keep putting your colours through.
Well, you know.
You want the paint...
Watch and learn.
Yeah. You really do have to give it a go. It's a very experimental craft, so you've just got to get your hands dirty and give it a go, and you'll learn each time you make them. I tend to kind of try and get this paint that's coming out of my cup to reach the edge of your canvas. So you've got the square one just there, so I'm going to get it to reach the sort of short edge, and that's when I know I've got about enough paint on my canvas to cover the whole thing. And you can also start to see...
Oh, yeah, of course, because you could go so far, but... Yeah.
And you can start to see some of these cells popping through as well. I don't know if you can on yours. Have you got some little circles popping through?
I've got like...
So just keep adding your paints in.